shadows crawl under my skin. A battle I swore I'd never win. But here I stand, fists clenched tight, chasing the dawn through the endless night. Every scar is a mark I earn. Every fall is a lesson learned. I won't break, I won't fall. Hear my roar, hear my call. Through the fire, through the flames, I'll rise again. I'll stake my claim. The mirror cracks, but I see clear. A warrior's heart beats loud in here. The voices scream, but I won't bow. The time is now. It's here, it's now. Every fear is a ghost I'll chase. Every step leaves a stronger trace. I won't break, I won't fall. Hear my roar, hear my call. Through the fire, through the flames, I'll rise again. I'll stake my claim. but underneath a poison face. Build your throne on shattered trust. Now your empire turns to dust. You preach your lies, you played your part, a dagger hidden in your heart. The truth is out, your crown is burned. This is the lesson you have earned. I can't believe what you've become. A shadow rotting in the sun. You fooled us all, but now you'll fall. Your shame's the loudest truth of all. Your words were chains, your smile a blade. The damage done will never fade. The crowd that once called out your name now spits it back in ash and flame. I see the cracks beneath your skin, the darkness you've been drowning in. Your kingdom's gone, the walls collapse, the world won't let you crawl back. Can't believe what you've become. Shadow rotting in the sun. You fooled us all, but now you'll fall. Your shame's the loudest truth of I can't believe what you've become. A shadow rotting in the sun. You fooled us all, but now you'll fall. Your shame's the loudest truth of all.
Good morning, everybody. Did something happen yesterday? Yeah. So we got a little bit of a document to go over. And I stayed away after the collab last night. I went to bed and I stayed away from it. Just I didn't want my perception tainted. Me and my son did talk about it a little bit, but we didn't really look at anything. Okay, I briefly, very briefly, glanced over it, and I didn't read too much into it because, once again, I didn't want my perception to be tainted. I've always taken the stance that if I'm going to do something like what just happened. All right, I'm back. So you didn't take very long at all. All right, I'm back. I just switched. See how fast that went? I switched computers. Okay. I did have songs all selected to kind of set the theme, but you know what? At the end, I'll play all those because and I want to get into this document as fast as I can. We're getting. I just no. Remove. Yes. And I don't have my PNG going here. That's the only thing. And get him up and running and make sure that's going to be working okay. All right. Okay, there I am. Hey. But window capture. Yeah. Hey, seeing double. All right, let me move right there. Okay. There was another reason I wanted to use two computers because I had this document up also. On I had this I had all three Google Docs open. The recent one by Sinder and Nanoless is one to do cross-referencing type situation. I want to make sure, like I was saying, I wanted to make sure that one, that my monitor is working. Stop being a pain in the ass at the moment. That would be nice. All right. Let me get into here. Again, I had this all prepped up beforehand, but it is what it is. All right. Now we can see these things. So I got Nanos' document up, and I got Cinder's recent document up. So we can use this as cross-referencing, and we're going to go through all of this. And, just to make sure we have covered everything. And 1 second, please. Let me close Discord out. Give me a second. I want to close Discord out. All right. Hey. Well, hello, Begone. Okay. Thank you for being here. I won't be paying attention to too much chat. I mean, if something comes up in chat, I will look at. I want to put the ground rules out there really clear. Okay, as you can see by the pinned comment, it says be respectful or be banned. That means you're going to be respectful to everybody involved. I don't want to see any name calling. I don't want to see this person is trash or this person did this. I will get to everything. Okay. This is going to be a very long stream because there, for what I gleaned, Cinder points to a lot of things, and we're going to cross reference it with her DMs because I know there's DMs to Nanos's DMs, and use logical thinking to come to conclusions. All right, we're not going to go on emotion, which is another reason why I was not one of those people. I could have gone live right after the collab and be up all night doing this. One, I finally got my sleep pattern right. And two, I was tired. And I noticed that I did have a little, I am emotionally invested in this situation, but I didn't want to react on emotions alone. Okay. I want to be able to look at this logically. So that's where we're at. All right. Okay. Let's start into this Google Doc. All right. It's hi everyone. It's been over 5 months since everything happened. I've never been good with words, and I'm especially bad at verbalizing my feelings. I've always hid my insecurities, and it's been hard for me to open up about things, even to the people closest to me. From what I've been told about Cinder, that is a true statement. So far, so good. It's near 2 a.m. for me on April 26th when Nanoless and Bao posted their documents together. After I had finished streaming earlier in the night, I was awake for almost 48 hours by the time I posted my apology. Looking back at it, no, it wasn't good. I was not in a sound state of mind when it was written. I was blindsided by any of this coming out and the accusations made against me. No one involved tried to contact me privately beforehand. I was unable to eat, sleep, or do anything else but watch more documents and statements being released while everything fell apart. I didn't have Red, I didn't have my friends, but I had the weight of the entire internet waiting to see what I was going to say and how I was going to say it wrong. I didn't have access to search for all the evidence to defend myself with a growing list of allegations. And I didn't have time to put it together cohesively, anyways. I was petrified. How could I possibly respond correctly, quote unquote, to a coordinated effort like this in a state I was in without just blindly accepting fault for all things I didn't do or never knew happened? I was rushed to get something out, defended myself the best I could in the heat of the moment, and just posted it just so I could rest. No matter what I would have ended up saying, it would never have been good enough. All right. Looking at this first paragraph, it's setting her mindset at the time of the Google Docs dropped. I think it's a very good paragraph. It just sets the tone of what happened on the 26th and why her apology was where it came out the way it was. Why some people, I didn't have a problem with it. Well, some people had problems with it. And she knew she had to get something out. Or people were just going to sit there, oh, she's running and she's hiding, so she put something out. It was rushed. It was not well thought out in her own words. And she did it in a panic state. And she saying here that she took blame for things that she wasn't really at fault at. And I'm sure as this Google Doc goes, it will get more into it. It took me a long time to mentally recover and have the ability to face any of this again. I couldn't look at anything Cinder related without breaking down. All my fans that look up to me were led to believe I was evil, encouraged to destroy or donate my merch. Almost everyone I knew or cared about turned on me in an instant. And anyone who ever had anything to say about me did. I had only one of my close friends message me after everything was out there. I've received rape, dox, and death threats over these accusations. So I stepped away from the internet. I reconnected with Red. We worked things out between ourselves. When we were both ready, he helped me with the long process of making this document. I didn't say almost anything else to anyone sooner, privately or publicly, because no one would believe me until I have absolutely everything put together to post once and for all in one place. Well, the interesting thing here is the saying that I absolutely hate that people put out there. Uh, is that no that saying that like just pissed me off, and I think it's in Nanoless's tweet. Don't say hate or harass the people involved, which is such a dumb fucking statement to make. You know, if you don't want that, don't release the Google Doc and don't release the video. Work this shit out privately. And look what happened right here. Right here. Look what happened. No, here's the thing. Okay, the people who said this shit. See, Nanoless said this, Bao said this, Silverveil said this, Spite said this. I don't know if Peaches did. I don't really remember, but everybody who released a Google Doc said something similar. Don't send hate or harass people. Well, she got fucking harassed. She got fucking hate. Well, you see how effective that goddamn statement works. That's the reason why I don't say it. Because I can't control, you can't control people who view your videos, who subscribe to you. Only thing I can control are what happens in my chat. That's the only thing I can control. That's it. That fucking saying is absolutely worthless. It means nothing other than, I told you not to do that. It's not my fault. No, it's your fucking fault. It is. Because if you didn't want it to happen, you wouldn't release the Google Doc. You wouldn't release a fucking video. You wanted the harassment. You wanted the hate. And you just said that just to make yourself look good. Stop trying to bullshit us. Your best move is to never say it again. And act like fucking adults and deal with shit in private. But since you all chose not to do that, here we are. Hold on. Oh, there we go. I fucking hate that statement. I do. Because it's worthless. It's absolutely fucking worthless. No, nice. Just don't say it at all. Or better yet, just don't release a fucking Google Doc or a fucking video. Work it out in private, unless it's public safety is involved. And you still don't say that fucking statement. All right. Okay. Purpose of this document. Okay, we're here to present the full story and the facts. Okay. And evidence. All right. Around what happened with complete transparency, defend myself against what's been said about me, and prove mine and Red's perspective and motivations about each situation. It wasn't my choice to make this public, but since it is, my side of the story matters too, which is true. if you attack someone publicly, they have every right to respond publicly. Nanoless attacked Sinder publicly with her Google Doc. Sinder has every right to come back publicly to debunk everything that's been said about her. The only tweet I've really seen about this that stuck out with me is someone complaining about, hey, she spent so much time talking about herself and all that, like no one else did. Like no one else did. Like no one else did. Learn how to fucking read. And comprehend it. That'd be a good place to start before you open up your mouth and make a stupid ass statement on X or in a fucking video. All right. To take accountability for everything that each of us are guilty of in the past couple of years, whether they were revealed in the original document or not, this document will not absolve either of us of wrongdoing. And it isn't trying to. Well, that's good. No. They're going to take accountability for their mistakes while at the same time, like, presenting evidence of everything. Okay, good. I like that. Dispel rumors, misconceptions, and theories about me. Show how and why things actually occurred. And point out and refute discrepancies and lies in the claims or statements made against me. We've done things wrong. But the amount and degree of them is incredibly exaggerated or completely made up. Well, this whole fucking situation is blown up way out of proportion. You know? It is. To be quite honest, one, this should have been never made public. It's been said multiple times. This should have never been public. Two, there's fucking nothing here. Really. In Nanoless's document, there's nothing there egregious. I always like to say it's either high school drama bullshit, which it is, or mean words were said. As far as the level of things that have happened on the internet before and since, this is fucking nothing. I did that list, and which I'll probably repeat later. I will say it later on in this video, this stream probably. This document contains speculation. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Baseless accusations were made against me without evidence. So I kept speculations labeled as such in this document. Okay, cool. She's actually clarifying where she's speculating and what is factual. I like that. Most of it is supported by circumstantial evidence, but it should not be treated as solid fact. At least she's being upfront about it. I appreciate that, you know. This hopefully stops people reading between the lines bullshit, twisting words, whether to make it go along with Sinder's narrative or Nanoless, Shylily, Bow's narrative, all that. So good. I like the fact that she's being upfront about this document is not to fuel harassment. Okay. I hate that fucking statement, by the way. But I can see why she's doing it. She doesn't have no choice other than respond this way, because this is how everybody else, how the accusations happen. So she has to respond the same way they accuse her. Okay? This is not a court of law. This is the court of public opinion. So since they took it before the public for Sinder to be tried and quote unquote found guilty, she has the right to go to the court of public opinion to try to set the record straight. I'm not saying she's going to try to say she's innocent of everything. What I'm saying is she has the right to say, they told their story, this is mine. Believe who you want to believe, and we're going to let it go at that. All right. Okay. I'm doing what's listed above and posting this document in the same public setting as the original documents were. Say, like I said, if you harass anyone involved in my defense, you're not my supporter. Your actions are reprehensible, and I never advocated for anyone to do this for any reason. I'm sorry to anyone who's been affected by any actions of rogue community members against my principles. I know those people who, no, the lunatic French. Okay, I could point to people and say, no, you're going too far. All right. And to Powerpuff Center credit, he called them out. To a lot of Powerpuffs call these people out and said, this doesn't make Sinder look good. You're not helping. Fucking stop it. It's like the Shylily using bots and all this stuff. Fucking happened to everybody. It wasn't just not Shylily. Stop making every fucking thing that happened about Shylily, please. It just makes you look psychotic. And it's hard to take people seriously when they do shit that way. So even if you bring up something that's absolutely true, no one's going to fucking believe you because of your way you've been acting on X. I've been made out to be two-faced, greedy, jealousy, psychopathic, narcissist. You maliciously used, stalked, sabotaged, and betrayed those close to me. And anyone around me for my own gains for years. Manipulating my way to the top like some evil mastermind. Well, kind of. Yeah, that's true. That's why people perceive her. You were lied to. There are things I've done wrong, but this image of me could not be further from reality. This is a complete public assassination of my character over what were lies and assumptions, followed by my cancellation and disappearance, my accusers profiting from it. If I was a really awful person, I was made out to be that this document wouldn't exist. I wouldn't have any way to refute the claims made against me. I would just continue streaming and profited from the drama. Like over 30 million views this situation's garnered. Sorry. Don't mean to add to that amount, but okay. I could have let everyone forget about this and come back like nothing ever happened. But that's not true. And I could not allow myself to move on without making things right first. Everything that has come out and stories that followed have been blown way out of proportion and turned into crazy conspiracy. Both Red and I have done wrong. Okay. And all of this will be addressed here. But the story everyone was told was not the reality of what happened. Every single person I've interacted with in the past almost 5 years, even those closest to me, every single one interaction with them would have to have been fake for the story to told about me to be true. And we're setting the stage. Okay. I believe there were two people responsible for how things played out, with the third person merely having axe to grind against someone they never liked. Nanoless lied overwhelmingly. That's a strong statement right there. About what happened between her and Red, sat back and played everyone, including my friends. Shylily lied about me from the start, orchestrated things behind the scenes, manipulate the public to their side. Silvervale took opportunity to lie about her interactions together, making things even worse for me. They had the most to gain from my cancellation. This includes their own satisfaction. None of them would take accountability for their own actions and push it all onto me instead. There are only two people that could disprove their lies that were just made into lying manipulators and wiped off the internet. There are only two people that could disprove their lies and were just made into lying manipulators and wiped off the internet. All right. This paragraph here is very angry, in my opinion. You know, it's very angry. Which she has a, like, just like when I said about the original document, about this document here. Nope. What if this is what people were seeing? I'm talking about the people involved. We're seeing from Nanoless. Yeah, they had a right to be pissed. All right. But there's some very strong statements here. Starting with Nanoless lied, Shylily lied. The Silvervale one, I don't know. You could say Silvervale lied. I'm going to say that I'm not really trying to defend Silvervale, and I'm not trying to say that Sinder's blowing this out of proportion. I'm saying that their perspectives may be different. Okay. There's extenuating circumstances in the Silvervale situation. Because the shit that happened to Silver that involves Fee Shoujo. I know a lot more about that and her trust issues and how it affects her person. Because everybody points to Hogwarts Legacy drama with Silvervale. She changed before that. She became very distant. There was something going on there, which resulting in her having major league trust issues. So, like I said, I just think with the Silvervale stuff, it's a clash of perspectives, in my opinion, and we'll see what evidence she can bring forth to maybe change my perspective on that. Excuse me. Aside from the labeled speculation, everything presented in this document is true to the best of mine and Red's knowledge. I have nothing to hide. There isn't a reason to hide anything anymore. The bulk of what's shown here is over the past 2+ years. Keep in mind that no matter who you are, opinions, thoughts, feelings can change a lot over such a long period of time, for better or worse. I went back and forth on a lot of things to put in here. Asking myself, should I just leave it out there for people I still care for and keep them for my own sake? No matter what evidence is included in this document, it wouldn't be surprising if it's claimed that even with all the evidence, all this is just me trying to lie, manipulate, and gaslight my way out of what happened, and that no one should possibly believe me again. I think that paragraph is directed mostly at Shylily, where she says she had more stuff to show how horrible Sinder is. I think that's what they're pretty much saying right there, and they're kind of it's kind of like, go ahead, bitch. It's a go ahead, bitch statement. It's a go ahead, bitch paragraph. That's what that is. Do it. I got more stuff too. So you can present yours and I'll present mine. And we'll keep this in public, or we could just let it go. Okay, that was a go ahead, bitch paragraph. Hey, DPV. Man. DPVM man? Okay. To show Okay, just so I'll show where I'm at real fast. I'm right at this paragraph right here. I'm at this paragraph right here. To show that I stand by everything written here and that I'm sorry for the things I've done wrong, I made a very hard decision. Oh, shit. I'm giving up part ownership position of GamerSubs. I worked so hard for them since December of 2022, and earning this position was the biggest accomplishment of my life. I'm honored they chose to give me the opportunity and be immensely proud to have the title. As sad as I am to do this, I feel the need to protect the company I love and the people that work there and everyone associated over my interests. Gamers have suffered a lot of damage when all of the accusations were made about me that fell on my shoulders. This is my responsibility as part owner. I didn't want more harm or negativity to come to them by having this position. I don't want I didn't have to do this. I wasn't asked, I wasn't forced or coerced into making this decision. There are things more important to me than business. I notified them of my decision in June. It will take effect at the same time this document is published. Wow. Just, she's a bigger person than me. I'll be honest. I would just, no, I would just kept it just to be a prick. No, a giant middle finger to everybody. No, no, I'm keeping it. I earned it. It's mine. You don't have a right to make me give it up. But like I said, she's a bigger person than me, and it shows how much respect she has for GamerSubs. I mean, wow. That's just, I wasn't really expecting that one. I'm proud that she did that. She made a mature decision. Uh, and I'm betting GamerSubs appreciate that what she did. Uh, wow. It's just like I said, that's a shocking thing to occur, that her giving up ownership, her 10% of ownership. It's just, it's very impressive. Uh, uh, That's a very much respect for her for doing that. Much respect. Uh, each tab in this document is about people and events related to the claims made against me, where I provide link to each person's respective statements for reference, the evidence, context, and read thoughts around each situation. You are intended to read each section and in the order they are presented. This document should be viewed in desktop and light mode for formatting to appear correctly. Some information and screenshots appear in multiple sections for whatever it's relevant to. The first few sections being Nanoless, Bow, V-Card, and Numi's concert, and Shylily culminate into a section breaking down what you've seen through them. The last section of this document being standalone. Unless stated otherwise, every link in this document is working at the time this is posted. I'm kind of glad I got Nanoless's document up here. This document will not be edited after it's posted either. Because we live in 2025, I need to say this document was written without the use of AI. I understand some of these things in this document may be damaging to people involved. They understood that their claims would be damaging to me before they publicly made them to me. Everyone can review the evidence for themselves and decide what really happened and if I'm really the person you were led to believe me to be. I will say this. The people involved, all of them, what I believe that for them to be is immature. And no, that's not an insult. It's more along the lines of, no, when adults don't release fucking Google Docs. they handle it privately, or or they just like, listen, I don't want to be around you no more. I don't want to talk to you no more. Just leave me the fuck alone, and we can both go about our lives. I mean, at any time, the people involved could have gone to Sinder and said that I don't want to be around you. I don't want to collab with you no more. We're not friends anymore. I don't want to be involved with you no more. Is it a hurtful statement? Yeah, but it's a lot better than what the fuck happened. And it would have been private. And no one needed to go onto the streams and call anybody out or anything like that. You just fucking move on. All right. The burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused. This is true. You're innocent until proven guilty. And everybody said Sinder was guilty with questionable evidence that how it was presented and stuff. We're going to talk about Redacted. And everybody knows how I feel about him, but okay. Red helped me put this entire document together. I want to be upfront and honest that this was a two-person effort. His own commentary is being presented throughout, and his label as his and highlighted in blue. Hello, I'm Red. I'm Cinder's longtime partner, and I worked alongside her since she started this career. Help her put this document together, set the record straight. Over the past few months, I've come to terms with being the reason why Cinder's image, her relationship, and her career were all ruined. I heard people who were our friends, I fucked up. And she answered to the world for it by herself. My action ruined everything for her. I'm taking responsibility and helping her pick up the pieces. I don't want to put something out there without her that could make things worse. I ask that you don't hold what I did against her. Okay. You know, I can say something really mean right now. I'm not going to. I like the fact he's taking accountability. He gets a little bit of respect for that. I like the fact he's taking accountability. He realized what he did and how he failed as a manager. And like I said, the first rule of managing talent is to keep them out of drama. And he failed epically at that. Regardless to how minor what he said, I mean, mean words, it blew up into this big fucking thing. And it was all done by his action. His actions did it. But, okay, we're talking about Red. Red and I are still together. We had a falling out, spent time apart after documents dropped on April 26th. But he was still here for me, and when I was ready to talk to him again. We were able to work things out between us and forgive each other for what happened. I wasn't planning to say anything about this again publicly, but I felt I needed to. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not talking, I didn't Jesus Christ, but that paragraph is what's coming next. It's Cinder's life. She can be with whoever she wants. She can have whoever she wants as a manager. I am, whether I agree with her or not, it really doesn't fucking matter what I think. It's what she wants to do. It's her life. So it doesn't matter. Years ago, I cheated on Red online for my own selfish reasons, and things I said about him were out of my own frustration, past experiences. I made things sound much worse than they were at the time and mischaracterized the person he was. Red already knew that this happened way before it was made public in April, and no one else was ever told about it before then either. We addressed both of our problems in our relationship and moved past it a long time ago. It had nothing to do with my career or current events. It isn't relevant to talk about further. We disagreed. We got mad at each other. We argued about our relationship isn't toxic or abusive in any way. I would appreciate if the speculation around it would stop. Cinder, I'm going to tell you something. It's not going to stop. To be honest, it's not going to stop. I won't speculate about it no more. That's the only thing I can say. But the public is going to speculate about it for a long time, sadly. That's just the way it is. You can't do anything to prevent it, really, other than just ignore it. If it gets too bad, just block people. That's the only thing you can do. So, but people are going to, now that they're aware that you two have a personal relationship, they're going to speculate all the fucking time. All the fucking time. Sadly. Red and I always had some level of communication problems. Well, that's no, okay. I'll talk about this after I get through this paragraph. Red and I always had some level of communication problems, even with each other. Neither of us are good communicators beyond surface level. It's hard to open up and get in our own heads about things. We butted heads, disagree with each other over each other sometimes. Even more so, working together all day, every day. It got much better over the years. It's never been perfect. So the idea that anyone in any relationship would know about or agree with everything that their partner feels, says, does is crazy to me. I'm not the only one who's ever had a significant other keep secrets from them. And neither is Red. Every relationship is different, has its own nuances, dynamics, and problems. Functioning in a way that only two people involved know of and fully understands. No one is looking in saying otherwise. No one looking in can say otherwise. Because I cheated on Red, should I assume that everyone's significant other that has cheated on them in the past should I assume that all my friends' relationship are the same as mine? No. As for me to claim I know exactly how things work between any of them just because I'm their friend that sees them a few times a year is ridiculous. I agree. This is something that I said when I first came up with the Google. It was none of our fucking business. And no, it's like who made that statement? I think it was Bao made that statement. Where I see them together at cons and stuff. It's like, no, girl, you only see him for what? Maybe a couple hours, or at the very most, 10 hours, twice a year. You have no idea what the relationship is like. You don't know. Like I said at the time, you don't know if it's healthy or toxic just based on 10 hours of interaction. All right, and just being honest. None of us can really say what type of relationship Red and Cinder have. That's the truth. I mean, I speculated on their relationship. God knows, you can go look at past streams and see my speculations. But I can't say that was factual. I said there were signs of things, but if they work things out now and everything's copacetic, good for them. And no more speculation about it. That's what she asked. That's what she's gonna get. Okay, hold on. I gotta take a swig of coffee. This is gonna be a long fucking day. I can tell you that much. When I became Cinder, we wanted to keep our relationship private. In public, Red was simply my manager. We hid our relationship from my friends over a year doing multiple trips. We agreed that to tell my closest friends about our relationship in the March of 2024 because we felt we were close enough and trust them enough to tell them. When we traveled, my friends saw us always close to each other and showing each other our work DMs on our phone. Almost all the time from chat we were both in. Instead of talking about things out loud to keep them with our projects while away and to keep them private between us, it was easier to say, look at this, to keep each other on the same page rather than have a verbal conversation while we're around other people at almost all times while away. What they saw at the conventions or on vacation, it was all they saw. Only Red and I would have any idea how we worked together and acted around each other when at home. Mm-hmm. That's true. Uh, I lived with Red and his family from summer of 2022 to the end of February 2025. I never outright told anyone this, including my closest friends. I want to keep at least part of our personal lives private from everyone. Even telling some people we live apart. Okay, that's where that came up. All right. On stream, I've always said I've lived with family friends and streamed in the basement. The basement part is true. On stream, I've always said I live with family friends in the basement. The basement part is true. It's where I spent the majority of my time, and that's where I worked and streamed from. My career started in 2021 with my ASMR. Red was the one with the PC mic experience with content creation since it's always been his hobby. I would go there more and more often until I moved in and became a full-time streamer. Most of my earliest streams with my PNG model, Red would be in the room with me, modding on the laptop and making sure things ran smoothly. Make sure things would run smoothly. He was there as my tech support since at the time I could barely play games, let alone understand how to use and fix OBS. Tell me about it. Something went wrong. We built my own PC. I needed to stop, and I stopped needing him by my side by the time I debuted my first model in June 2022. He moved his PC into his own room and has worked there since. Starting sometime last year, my streams kept disconnecting. We couldn't figure out why. It was going on for months, and no matter what we did, it kept happening. Yeah, we thought we could be something wrong with the internet and that we couldn't fix it. So the last resort, my parents and I made space for me to move back in with them, and my entire stream set up in February, where we were able to fix the problem, but ended up having nothing to do with internet at all. I've been working and living here since, separate from Red. All right. So the February of 2025, she moved in back with her parents due to the fact there was internet issues. No, that could be like interference. There's multiple reasons. Depends on how she was doing it. It was like my computer's hardwired. I don't use Wi-Fi because there's other signals in the air that can interfere with Wi-Fi, which can affect the stream. Even when I was on that small computer before I switched back over to my main computer, that small computer is hardwired in. It just sucks. It does that. I have to say this. I love how people are targeting in me because they can't read. It's so funny watching. I don't really understand what you're saying. They fucks off. If you could clarify that statement for me, I appreciate it. Okay. The reason why I'm revealing all this now because we could have easily gone through each other's DMs whenever we wanted to in those 3 years, but we didn't. It's not like we never showed each other's our message directly. We did all the time, but we didn't comb through each other's DMs at the end of every day to read everything we may have said. I didn't know anyone who said that's a normal thing to do. We would just tell each other things that happened, and that was that. never felt the need to look over his shoulder to check on anything and everything he was saying and to who. We trusted each other, and he's always had my best interests in mind. Uh, okay. You know, that's no, the claim that she didn't know what Red was saying in DMs is still true. Okay, you don't know what your unless you literally go through your partner's phone and see every text message they send out. You don't know what they're sending out unless you do that. And according to what Cinder said there, she didn't do that. Which I'll be honest. The only way you're going to have to prove her wrong, because the only two people who can say, the only other person that can say that she's lying is Red. No one else. So, based on that paragraph, I'm going to go with the narrative that Red never showed Cinder every single DMs he sent out to people. That's the narrative we're going to stick with, because that's what's there. And there's no one who presented any proof to the difference. I will say one thing that bothers me through this section, with her telling people they don't live together, to live on separate coasts and all that stuff. I don't like that. I kind of wish she didn't say anything at all. Just let people speculate as much as they want, and kind of wish she kept her relationship with Red private from everybody. Just let them fucking speculate. It's none of their fucking business, unless you guys get fucking married. This is my husband, Red. He's also my manager. I mean, I'll be honest, that's probably the best way to handle it. But that's not what she did, and she helped put out some misinformation herself, which kind of I don't like being made out to be looking foolish. It bothers me, and I don't appreciate it, and that's something against her. Okay, because she put this information out. The Power Pups believe that. It's better not to say anything at all. To be honest with you, if you don't have, it doesn't matter if your manager and you have a personal relationship and you live together, but that's your personal life. We don't need to know your personal life. Unless a situation comes up that it has to be revealed due to the fact or a certain reason, the public doesn't need to know about your personal life. Okay? It's like, I'm a straight male. I don't have to tell you that. It's really, at the end of the day, it's not your fucking business. If I'm straight or gay. I am straight, by the way. I don't want anybody to get confused. At the end of the day, it's nobody's fucking business. It's your own business. Nobody else needs to know about it. Working together. I'm choosing to have Red continue working with me. He will be doing most of what he did for me before, but will not be doing any work-related communication for me in any channels I am not also a part of. I now have access to his Discord account to check things for myself if I need to. It's clear to me that he learned his own lessons from what happened. I'm of two minds of this, to be honest. I'm just going to move on. I'm not going to talk about it. He made mistakes and I forgave him. I wouldn't be where I am without him. He's just as much as part of Cinder as I am. He wasn't just a manager that handled some messages. He was also part of a lot of things I did. He always been in the main creative mind behind my debuts and other releases too. Even how involved he was, Red was still his own person with his own ideas, his own opinions, his own feelings towards people, his own goals, his own ambitions to work under the same brand as me. He's always been the business sensible one of us, and the work side of things always been his focus. We worked together almost everything, but we didn't agree on everything. On everything, sorry. There's been many business or creative decisions we argued back and forth about, sometimes taking days to reach a compromise. Red didn't always consult me before making his own choices in his messages with our partners. A lot of times I agree with what he did or said, and it was fine, but sometimes I didn't, and we either compromised or I had him walk back what he said. Red didn't tell me about every single interaction he had with people we worked with. I didn't expect him to. I trusted him. There was never a reason for him to tell me something. There was never a reason for him not to tell me something important. That was until we disagreed about one of my friends, Bao. Okay, I'm just going to down right down to the bullet point, and I'm going to sum this all up. This whole part here, this opening paragraphs. At the start of this year, we moved a lot of our work-related conversations with various artists into a project server, so everything can be organized into one place. I could be included in discussions and decision making where I needed to be, and would be able to see everything being said without having to rely on Red to relay every detail of things he was handling. This was for organization, convenience, and so I could interact with every person working directly with me. However, this does not mean Red still didn't use his DMs to do business or talk to people we were working with. Besides the allegation in Nanoless document, no one else we worked with has ever complained about Red. We both work with dozens of people who I believe would say their experience working with us is nothing but positive. Like I said in my apology, there were things Red didn't tell me about or hid from me. He did, and he did without me knowing in his DMs. They were all shown in a document in the order below. I didn't know about these beyond what I was told, if I was at all. All right. There's a lot to unpack here. I'm just talking about Cinder and Red's business relationship. I'm not going to talk about Cinder and Red's personal relationship because it's not my fucking business. She's a grown woman. She can have a romantic relationship with anyone she chooses to. I'm not her father. So that's that. Business wise, Red can still be involved. I wouldn't have him as a manager. I'm just being honest. I wouldn't have Red as a manager. I would have a separate person to be a manager to oversee everything and have full access to everything. Because let's just say going forward, Red does something similar again. You'll have someone can step in and said, disregard what he said. He is in no position to make those comments or make these decisions. We need to have a discussion, all three of us, with Cinder to make a final decision. That's what a professional manager does. If he sees something that can be twisted into a drama or into a fucking Google Doc, he can step in and say, pardon me, he's not Cinder's manager. I am. I need to go to Cinder and I will show her these messages. You will hear from her exactly what needs to be done here. Or you will hear from me with Cinder being present as I make these decisions, making these DMs, or having this phone conversation. She will be part of it. She will be present. Now, they could do that going forward. which is no fine. But like I said, I wouldn't have. In my opinion, it's a mistake to keep Red as the main manager. I would have someone else to be a main manager to kind of oversee and have this buffer when dealing with vendors. Red can still be on the creative side and still do ideas. Apparently, that is his strong suit. They both claim they don't have good communication skills. So why you keep someone who doesn't have good communication skills as a manager? Because he's going to have to communicate with vendors. You're going to need someone overseeing this brand with good communication skills. No, with someone who's just going to be business, a bit completely and totally about the business, 100%. And when they talk to someone, it's strictly about business and nothing else. In other words, you need an asshole who can communicate business really well, and everybody knows he's an asshole. All right. I wouldn't have Red in that position after this, to be honest with you. I would have somebody else to communicate with vendors and all that and really handle the business side of that aspect of the Sinder brand. But that's just me. She can do what she wants. I'm talking about the Google Doc. I'm trying to tell people to read it, and all they're doing is just bullying and making stuff up. Well, Fox, that will only last for a short period of time. To be honest with you. You have had multiple people since this thing's dropped stream reading the Google Doc. All right. It's the whole, it's 1,000 pages, blah, 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 is a bullshit. It's like, okay, you just don't take those fucking people seriously. All right. They're uninformed and reading is hard. And even if they did read it, there are some who's going to read it and not going to fucking comprehend what's going on here. Like I said, Red inclusion of Bal Cotton in his exclusive deal. Okay, this is the stuff she didn't know that Red did. Okay, Red's inclusion of Bal and Cotton in his exclusive deal with Nano in January of 2025. Red telling Artist One Bal was someone he considered competition while discussing exclusivity on the same day as his deal with Nano. Red conversation with Nano about Shylily of April 2025. Red's conversation with Mod 1 about Silverveil throughout 2024 into 2025. Red asking Artist Number 2 about not working with Silverveil in March of 2025. Red's conversation with Artist 1 about Silverveil in April 2025, which Artist 1 told me about days later. The names of Artist 1, 2, and Mod 1 are hidden to protect their privacy since they weren't directly involved in everything that happened in April. They will be reintroduced later in this document. Okay. Okay. Okay, those are the things that Cinder didn't know that Red did, which, he has taken responsibility for, so respect. The night the first documents were posted, Red was here with me. I ended my stream. He came over to see me while we were working on a few things together. We were still awake when Nano and Bal posted their documents almost 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I didn't understand what's going on and start panicking. Red tried to explain what happened, but I blew up at him and kicked him out, regrettably refusing his help. We weren't in contact for almost a month afterwards. I had a close friend reach out to me after things were public. I responded to him sometime after Red gone. I choose not to include their own message here. What's this? What's this? Is this was this supposed to be a link or something? What's this? Okay, never mind. I was distraught and I posted that Red was fired later that morning. I wasn't trying to throw him under the bus and avoid accountability. I was blindsided by my friends publicly pointing a finger at me for his words and his actions that I didn't even know about and didn't agree with. I didn't know what else to do. Oh, okay. This is like supposed to be a screenshot or hold on. Mm, mm, mm. Okay. All right. If this was something here, right here, this, just right, the thing above this. Now, if I can't see it, I don't know what to tell you. But to be honest, to me, it's not a big deal. Because a red will continue with me, I deleted this tweet sometime after posting this document. Posted on a. Okay, this is. Yeah, those are supposed to be screenshots. Oh, okay. I guess she chose not to include them. But whatever. I mean, that's fine. If she deleted a tweet, she deleted a tweet. I mean, I could just go to her Twitter and see that she deleted it. It's not a big deal. Okay. Oh, so this is supposed to like be screenshots of her Twitter of showing her Twitter of that. I wonder why this is. Is this? Maybe just due to the way it's formatting, or it could be Opera. How Opera is looking at those Google documents. Maybe if I use Google Chrome, which I'm not going to because I fucking hate Google Chrome. So I'm just going to take it all. What if I can't see the screenshot? I'm just going to take it at face value and leave it at that. All right. And I'm not going to be too concerned about if I can't see the screenshot, unless it becomes a prominent thing. I use Firefox. Let me just do this. Copy. Close that. Because I don't want to use Microsoft Edge because fuck that thing. No. I really don't like Google Chrome. I really don't like it. But I may have to use it just so I can. Fuck off, Microsoft Edge. Who fucking cares about you? You're not relevant, and nobody wants to use you ever. Because you're a piece of shit web browser that is very, very obtrusive. Okay. Open file. Yeah, just start. Yeah, thank you. And we're going to fucking close you because I hate close. I'm installing Google Chrome because, like I said, this is important. The presentation, all that. I don't really want to install Firefox, but we'll see. I want to make sure I get be able to see everything and be transparent. Make sure I'm not going to misinterpret things. Because, like I said, this is Sinder's truth, and I want to be fair to it. I don't want to leave anything out. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sign in. Mm-hmm. Next. Next, please. Can we get? I am. Fuck. Let me try this again. Jesus Christ. I think. Okay. Hold on. All right. Oh, it's gonna rain today. What the hell is? Huh? What the fuck is that? Apparently there was a new update and it totally looks like shit on my phone. I just wish it would just leave the stupid thing alone. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna set you up for the default browser. Got it. Okay, go fucking away. All right. Jesus Christ. No, I don't care. Just get me there. Yay. Fuck off. Fuck off. Guess what? Fuck off. And guess... No more do response. Just show me the Google Doc, please. All right. All right. There we go. All right. Let me go to OVS. No, I don't want to do that. 1 second, please. Window capture. There we are. There we are. Okay. Yeah, now I can... I'm just going to minimize offer for right now and go use the Google Doc because there you are. Let me see. I want to see redacted. Okay. All right. Yeah, I get it. I understand why she added it. Okay. Dates and important messages with any screenshots are highlighted in yellow. Quotes from my apology are highlighted in gray. Red zone comments on anything being presented are labeled and highlighted in blue. Hopefully my old ass mind can remember all this. Now she's talking about her apology. The things I claimed and admitted in my apology were based on what I knew at the time. And screenshot taken directly from other documents, all highlighted in orange. All right. And my apologies were based what I knew at the time was published in everyone else's documents and what Red told me right after. I shut him out when I shouldn't have. I made my apology without his help, with all the info in front of me, without knowing the full scope of what happened and And without knowing the full scope of what happened, how it happened, or what to believe. I was under extreme stress and pressure to say something as soon as I could, and was expected to keep full, accepted fault for everything I was accused of, but not guilty of doing. Some things I wrote were overly apologetic, and I made things sound worse than they actually were because of the severity of the situation. Basically, a knee-jerk apology. Okay, it's like I'm fucked 3 ways from Sunday. How do I get out of this situation? Fuck up. What the fuck is? All I want to do is check my glucose. I can't open it. Thank you. All right. Fucking phone. Uh, yeah, it was like a knee-jerk reaction apology made at the time, dealing with a situation that went way out of control, beyond her control to do anything about it. She had no real support online. She pushed a person that can, put things into context, kind of out of her life at the moment. And the person that probably should have wrote an apology, she kind of told him to go fuck himself, which understandable. It was a heat of the moment type thing. The main takeaway people had from my apology was I pushed everything onto Red and didn't take accountability for anything myself. What I blame Red for in my apology, because he was guilty of doing them, him telling me how great it would be to work together with Silvervale, him holding a grudge against Bao. Right. What I blame Red for in my apology, when I was also guilty, Red was the one with the business oriented outlook on things from the start. I adopted the same mindset myself from working together as the time went on. I wrongly made it sound like I was brainwashed into thinking this way in my apology. Okay. It was a rush apology and it was poorly worded. Okay, I get that. But Red was guilty of in my apology that I didn't know about until writing it. Red and Nano ever talking about model for Guri in November of 2023. Red including Bao and Cotton in his conversation and eventual deal with Nano around exclusivity in January 2025. And Bao and bad blah 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 and bad mouthing Bao in their DMs as if they were our shared feelings. Red talking to Nano about Shylily and her model in April of 2025. Those are the things that she didn't know that Red did. Okay. Things I say about Red in my apology that I was wrong about. He did not manipulate Nano. He did not push Nano to not working with Silvervale. And she was not constant topic between them. Okay. Mm-hmm. The things I took about accountability for in my apology: agreeing with Red to talk with Nano about exclusivity, agreeing to specifically name Silvervale in the terms, and knowing the deal involving her was made, guilt tripping Nano, feeling overly attached to Nano and her work. Okay. Not knowing about Red and had said about Bao to Nano when I should have. Being upset and taking it personally when Bao hired my video editor. Being upset when Sakamura told us he wouldn't be working with us again. Confiding in Red about Shylily's behavior towards me. Becoming resentful towards Silvervale. Letting my insecurities and public comments influence my feelings towards Silvervale. Assuming Spike copied me, being very possessive of my design details early on in my career, overreacting to overreacting to Nannytail's Hellhound OC design, which I apologized for in the past, cheating on my boyfriend, neglecting or leaving behind friends of mine. Because those are the things she's saying she's taking accountability for. Uh, I'm a little confused with that, to be honest with you. Is she saying that this is things that she actually did wrong, or just she took accountability for them because she felt like she had to, or she actually, like I said, it's a little confusing. Things I took accountability for them. I'm assuming that she's saying these are the things in my apology that I actually did wrong. All right. That's what I'm getting out of that. All right. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm getting out of it. Okay. I admitted to the world I cheated on my secret boyfriend, and the story with Push was that I took no accountability and used him as a scapegoat. Even with all these concessions of what I did do, okay, that clears that up. I was still somehow a narcissist who couldn't accept fault. What I did was not admit to right things. The people making these claims already decided I was guilty of. They also expected me to apologize for everything I've ever done without any of it being mentioned, even if the matter was already settled in the past. This goes back to me saying, when people reacting the way they did to her apology, they wanted Cinder to get on her hands and knees and beg for forgiveness for any slight she's ever done. Which, if someone told me to do that, I would probably look at them, go tell them to go right in their eye, look right in their eye, and said, "Go fuck yourself." The last time I checked, you don't fucking walk on water either. You fuck up all the time. So why should I have to apologize for every fucking thing I did wrong that we already put to bed just so you can feel better about yourself about anything? That's a you problem, not a me problem. But then again, like I said, I'm an asshole. Okay. I understand the things my manager did that I didn't know about are ultimately my responsibility, and my ignorance doesn't change that. I should have taken more care to check up on what he was saying. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm going to take my headphones off. They're starting to hurt me, and I'm not playing any music or anything, so I don't really need them on. Oh, my ears. Give me a second. They were really hurting my ears for some reason. Okay, let me restart this. It's kind of weird not having my headphones on, to be honest with you. I understand the things that my manager did that I didn't know about are ultimately my responsibility, and my ignorance doesn't change that. I should have taken more care to check up on what he was saying and doing, but I was being blamed publicly for things I had nothing to do with. My accusers went out of their way to claim Cinder did this, said that, completely disregarding Red's agency from any of his own words and action. The proof I must have known everything he's ever said and done was because they said we worked on things together on our phones during the few times a year we were traveling. And Nano's documents show 2 of my screenshots over a year apart from separate situations where I knew more or less what happened between her and Red. There was no other evidence presented in their claim, but they told everyone it absolutely had to be this way. Emphasis was placed on Red usage of we and our, as if they knew for a fact it meant Red was always speaking with my knowledge, approval, oversight of every single time he said it. This was necessary for their narrative to work against me. I pretty much, when I went through Nanoless's document, I kind of debunked that. It was a big fucking reach in in Nanoless's document. It was a big fucking reach, and I'm not necessarily siding with Sinder here. I'm siding with, it's a simple fact of fucking life. Any kind of relationship, whether it be a business or personal relationship, you do not know everything that someone does. Because, hey, guess what? They're a fucking individual. They're not going to show you everything unless you literally get in their face and say, show me what you sent every fucking day. I want to be copied on every fucking email. I want to be part of every fucking DM. I want to be part of every fucking decision you made. Has you going to clue me on? That's not what happened. That's what I'm siding with. It's not really Cinder or Nautilus. It's life. That's the way life works. Whether it be a business or personal relationship, that's just how things are. And to have this idea that you can see how someone's relationship, whether it be business or personal, actually works when you know in a year's time you have maybe spent at most a week with them. It's a fucking reach. Or the only time you really have spoken to them is through the fucking internet, is a really big fucking reach. All right, their best maneuver in that document was not even bringing it up or saying, "Oh, he's talking. Cinder knows everything." Blah blah. No, you stick to the facts you have. Red said this, and if it's just Red, you can't bring up Cinder. It's simple as that. This is what I said in my apology about this. I do not condone anything about what Red said about Bao in these DMs either. And him using we and our in this context was horribly incorrect, and I believe was done to gain greater credibility behind what he was saying. Let me scroll down here. Red. Okay, this is Red's part here. I've always been more or less the creative lead on things we did, like model designs, project ideas, and art in general. And Sender often agreed with my creative judgment. She trusted me to do the communication I did for her without oversight. For example, a lot of things I would be the one talking to the artists we were working with, who only knew me as Cinder's manager. Let me put my glasses on. That I don't have my headphones on because I'm starting to get a little bit of a headache. All right. If I knew the direction I wanted to take something with or without talking to Cinder beforehand, I would say, I want this artist to be like this, instead of Cinder wants this art to be like this. If I felt awkward, then it felt awkward, felt like an awkward thing for me to say. In my mind, to the person we were working with, I'm just the manager, not the creator, not the streamer, not their client. What I myself wanted wasn't important. It's what Cinder wanted was. So in order to gain weight to what I would say, I started using we early on, without speaking for her directly, saying Cinder. If we wanted to do something in a certain way, then it gave me agency to imply that we both agreed on and made the decision. That Cinder was aware of the decision being made, regardless if she actually was or wasn't at the time, and that my words had meaning. I was speaking on we the brand's behalf. It became a habit of mine to talk this way regarding any project or business dealing. I didn't start doing this because anyone told me I should be. I didn't speak like this. I didn't speak like this all the time or in every single message. It's not like Cinder never knew about what I was saying when I was saying we. If afterwards she disagreed with me on something, then I had to walk it back and said something that Cinder actually wants it this way. For example, very often Cinder was on the same page with me beforehand. We would agree on with what I said without her knowledge of using the we afterwards. Basically, he overstepped himself. That's what that boils down to. Where she shouldn't be using we and our. You should. It's just we and our. He shouldn't have been using it. Okay, and he's taking accountability of it. In the case of the exclusivity deal with Nano, I use we when talking about Bao, so it seemed like Cinder was backing how I felt. Cinder not only wasn't aware of this, but I knew she didn't agree with me about what I was saying. In our conversation with Nano, Nano said herself that she was not really down with working with people who Cinder didn't want her to. So I made sure to tell Nano how we, quote unquote, felt, expressing my own feelings to her as if they were both of ours. This will be shown in Nano's section. So him using we and our led this whole misconception that Cinder was on board with everything. It's once again, two individuals, all individuals, Red, Cinder, Nano, Shylily, Bao, didn't know what the other people were doing. Okay, and they were just looking at words. What they should have done was get on a call and see what the fuck is going on. But nobody did that. I've said this before. When you're doing stuff through DMs, you keep it straight, simple, and to the point. People I talk to through DMs, my messages are very short. They're not fucking paragraphs. They're like maybe 2 sentences long. Hey, you want to collab? Oh, okay. When? What time? Very fucking short. And people who've done collabs with me will tell you, even with my son, I was like that. It was like, do. Okay? It's straight to the point because I want to get it done, get everything set up, and do it having a paragraph of conversation where I can have done it in one sentence. That's how I am. Now, what Red's biggest mistake, it was mental. He didn't think he had the right to use I. So he went to a we saying and thinking, I'm representing the Cinder brand. I'm not really, it's not that I have Cinder's full approval to what I'm saying here. So that is his major mistake here. There are 3 things in my apology I need to correct that would be shown in full detail in this document. Misinformation, lies, and incorrect statements in my apology. I left out a lot of information regarding my experience with Silvervale and trying to overly apologize to her and ended up making things sound much worse than they really happened. I lied about not knowing that Red spoke to Nano about Spite in 2023 to not make things worse for myself by revealing more than Nano or Spite did about what happened regarding her. I was wrong about which year in the situation with Nantails took place in. I wrote that after my debut, but it was actually an entire year earlier. All right. Hopefully, we should clear that up down here. My apology and the accusations made against me did not cover everything Red and I have done wrong. I laid out everything below and will be presented throughout this document so we can address them and take responsibility. Explain the motives and reasoning behind our actions are not meant to justify or diminish them or the feelings of those affected, but to understand why they happened. Okay. Nothing wrong with that statement. They're not denying they did anything wrong. They just go and explain why they did it. I know. It's okay. It's nothing wrong with doing that. Every one of us, or both of us, are guilty of that. Accountability is taken for and shown in this document in the order they were presented in. Okay. We both become neglectful of many friendships and personal relationships online and IRL. Red and I became consumed by our work and prioritized my career over everything. You shouldn't feel guilty about that. That's nothing wrong. You know? That point there, I mean, if you become to the point where it's like, this is a hobby for me, really. I'm not making any money. So this is a hobby. I don't really need a manager at this point, nor do I need someone to handle merch for me because I don't have fucking merch. I mean, there's someone that's offered. I'll be honest about it, and I trust her. But at this particular point, I don't feel comfortable doing it. When it does come to that point where it's like, hey, I do need a manager, I do need someone to handle merch for me, I'll get somebody. But right now, this is more of a hobby. This is more of me trying to not only have fun, but also try doing something like this to put forth good information. But right now, there will come a time when this becomes a business if I get that successful. And I got to prioritize my business over, put it bluntly, people's feelings. Because now I'm employing people. I got bills to pay because of the level of success I have. That these people are dependent on me to be successful so they can keep getting a paycheck. There is nothing wrong with prioritizing your career because you now have a business and people depend on you being successful so they get paid. There's really nothing wrong. I guarantee you Shylily's doing that. I guarantee Bal's doing that. I guarantee Nanoless is doing that. But they just don't want to say it. That's the difference. Hello, Grumps. Oh, Google Dharma. The doc is... I know, JP. I know. And I don't know how far we haven't even gotten to the largest part yet, the Nanoless part. We're still on the apology stuff. Red considered everyone, including our friends, competition to some degree, and I agreed. Now, it depends on how you approach that if it's friendly competition, it's friendly competition. If it's, hey, I gotta fucking destroy them, well, there's something wrong with that. Okay, just don't let it rule your life. There's a show I'm part of that competes with a group of people who I consider with my friends. That show, I do want them to be more successful than the other show because I'm part of it. It has nothing to do that I don't like those people. It's more along the lines, I want to help this show be successful. Okay, because quite frankly, I'm part of that show. That's the one I want to be successful. I'm not part of the other one. And it's nothing against them. It's a friendly competition. Ray and I left Tricky at our hotel room in Tokyo one day during our Japan trip in October 24th. I chose to distance myself from Cotton after what happened between her and a friend. I tried going back on my agreement with the artist Nux I can't say that name. In April of 2025, Red asked Nano asked Nano not to work with Spite in January 2023 and told me about it afterwards. I lied about not knowing he spoke to her about Spite in my apology to avoid talking about it. Red initially dissuaded Nano from accepting a model from Guri in November 2023. I guilt tripped Nano in November 2023 and February 2025, but still sided with her. Red assured Nano about her considering her, about Red reassured Nano about her considering and canceling Bao's model in August 2024. Jesus fucking Christ. This is a lot. I'm just talking about the doc itself. I'm not talking about this part particularly. I knew Bao's model was canceled in August 2024 and didn't try to do anything about it. Sinder, it's not your responsibility. That's between Nanoless and Bao. You're not really involved in that shit. Red and I agreed to talk to Nano about exclusivity, not including to work with Silvervale specifically on any more models in January 2025. Nano and Red agreed to a deal for her to not work with Silver, Bao, or Cotton in January 2025, only telling me about Silvervale's inclusion. Okay. Red spoke to Nano about Shylily in April 2025 after seeing Nano work on a model for her and never told me about this conversation. We asked our video editor about exclusivity after Bao started working with them in November 2023. Red convinced himself Bao gatekeep her video editor to hurt our future music video projects in December 2024, then held a grudge and list of grievances against her. Okay. Both Red and I mismanaged the planning and communication with Namu about her concert at the start of 2025. I pulled out performing in her show, almost didn't go after choosing business over my friend. We both grew to dislike Silvervale over the past few years for various reasons, including harassment and comparisons, my own insecurity, and how Silvervale acted towards me. Once again, that's perception. Red and I assuming Spite was copying me in 2022 and early 2023. Jesus Christ. I overreacted to Nano's Tails Hellhound OC design in 2024, and also regret causing the Great Flood where Noah had to build a fucking ark. Jesus Christ. I mean, it's nice that she's taking accountability for everything. I respect her for doing that. I don't know why she's doing it, because if she doesn't do it here, someone's going to come out after this Google Doc dropped. They're going to say, "Oh, she didn't talk about this," and I know that's the reason why she did it. I'm just sad that she felt compelled to have to do this, to list every fucking mistake she's ever made. I'm surprised she didn't down the time, maybe when she was 5 years old, she accidentally kicked a cat. But she's afraid a Google Doc is going to be dropped about her kicking a cat when she was 5. Because a lot of this stuff is so fucking old. We're talking, some of it 3 years old. It's all been handled, been taken care of. It's been put to bed. But it's being brought up again because, people are just fucking stupid. There's no other way to put it. because she knows they're going to bring it up. She's afraid they're going to bring all this stuff, so she has to sit here and go to the public square, stand on a stage, and list off all her fucking sins for everybody to see. It's the situation is fucking pathetic. Not Cinder. I'm not saying Cinder is pathetic. I'm just saying the reason why she has to do this because of the behavior of other people is fucking pathetic. That's why I'm saying. That's why this bothers me. Every claim of wrongdoing that was made against Red or I that isn't listed above is not true. Whether it's an assumption or a lie in someone's document, statement about me, or verbally on stream, I would list the false accusations here, but there's been such a ridiculous amount at this point, I don't even know where to start. I'll let this document speak for itself. These actions, okay. Basically, it's something I said a while ago. I'm sure Cinder's aware of my streams. She may have listened to some of them. Should probably listen to some of my theories. Some of them are wrong. I freely admit that. I do apologize that I made those theories about her relationship about Red and Cinder's relationship. I do apologize if I offend her. But I don't think she needs to go through every single theory, accusation, all that, and disprove them. I mean, most likely this document's going to do that, but I don't think she had to do. Quite frankly, I don't think she shouldn't have to feel the need to do what she just did. List off everything she's ever fucking done wrong since she started being a VTuber. Moving on. These actions were not over years like public was told. Majority of these actions happened in a 8-month span from August 24 to April 2025. How each person was affected, if they were affected at all, is explained through this document. Nothing was black and white. None of these actions were motivated by jealousy, envy, greed, or being malicious for the sake of it. Mean words. That's all I'm going to say. Just fucking mean words. That's all it is. My friends, it's been falsely claimed I was using, manipulating, sabotaging, betraying, and backstabbing all my friends for years in an effort to deplatform them and ruin their careers. There was never some kind of year-long grand conspiracy of deceit against anyone. I never pushed a ladder down behind me. Where did that quote come from? Because she's got it in quotes. The quote of pushed a ladder down behind me. Where did that come from? Did someone say that? All right. I don't know who said that. No, if someone in chat knows who said that, please let me know. I've never been jealous or envious of any of my friends or anyone else. My friends were not stepping stones I used to further myself. I loved my friends. Our experience together were real. Our memories together are real. It hurts that I even need to say that here. There are plenty of things my friends know I've done to them, helped them with, included them in for no other reason that they were my friends. I'll always answer their questions and offer them advice when they ask. Done my best to be there and support them at their debuts with their own endeavors. I personally brought so much of their merch for myself without ever saying so. I literally brought brownies my mom made across the country to share with them. Okay, that's kind of funny, but it's cute. That's why it's funny. It's cute. I spent my own time making one of a kind cosplay pieces for their VTubers. For okay, hold on. I spent my own time making one of a kind cosplay pieces for their VTubers. For them, for no other reason than they were my friends. More than 3 finished pieces below were listed and planned for my friends, including Bao. Before I put all my craft and focus into my Nowster cosplay, which meant it meant a lot to me that I can make things that meant a lot to them. Oh, like I said before, my cosplay is just putting my clothes on and just walking out the door. Just an old guy, but hey, uh, these are nice. I mean, really. I mean, look at the. I mean, look at the. I wish you can enlarge these photos. To be honest with you, yeah, I would like to be able to enlarge DMs and make it easier to read. But look at these. These are nice. I mean, you can see a lot of effort went into these things. I mean, come on. You can obviously the love and the hard work that went into all this. I mean, look at the detail on the horns. This what moth ears? I think it is. The knife, which I hopefully is not a real knife, just a foam piece. But yeah, I mean, it's impressive. I will say that. Okay, I didn't know what they think I did. I I don't know what they think I did against them, other than what I listed above, or where these ideas come from, or what rumors they were hearing about me, or how my friends collectively agreed that this must have been the case after everything we've done and shared with each other. I absolutely could have been could have been a much better friend, but I just can't believe every single one of them thought this little of me at a moment's notice. There were about a dozen of my friends involved before Nanoless document was posted. Still, not one of them said anything to me before they posted publicly. I'm trying to collect my thoughts. Give me a second. What that paragraph tells me is the level of maturity of the people involved. I've said this about VTubers. I mean, a lot of them are introverts and they have issues, to put it mildly, whether it be anxiety, depression, dealing with imposter syndrome, all that stuff. And they don't like conflict. So, but here's the truth. This is true. Life is conflict. You can't escape from it. You can't hide from it. It's eventually going to come and smack you right in the fucking face. If you have a problem with somebody, you talk to them about it. You don't release a fucking Google Doc. Because I'll be honest, when I see someone release a Google Doc and it's stuff like this, mean words, high school drama, in my opinion, it shows you how immature you are, where you can't work this out in private. And to have an issue with somebody and something that happened years ago, or even that day, and not sit there, hey, I don't like this. Well, that's your problem. It's not their problem because they believe the problem's been worked out. You harboring a issue still, well, that's on you because you're not voicing it. And you're holding that resentment in it, and you do something stupid like release a fucking Google Doc. to the public without giving them a chance to explain or fix it or whatever. I mean, after the Google Doc drop, I could kind of understand why people didn't want to talk to Sinder. Because they were all pissed off. Because they believe what Nanoless and the others put in their docs. I could kind of understand that, but there has to come a point in time when you reach out to Sinder and say, listen, even regardless to what I said on that feed, I want to hear your side. I want to understand what's going on. There has to come a point in time when someone needs to reach out and do that. You know? Granted, not everybody who posted it underneath that thread was like putting Sinder on full blast. There's there was a few in there that was kind of like, it was sort of like, apparently you made mistakes. Hopefully you learn and grow from them and return type post. But what I'm saying here is the people that are legitimately involved, that were in her friend circle, should have reached out after they cooled down and thought things through. They should have reached out. A lot of my friendships did suffer due to where my priorities have been, especially over the course of 2024. Because of my focus being overwhelmingly on work and less on my personal relationships outside of it, I neglected people I cared about. And so did Red, both online and in real life. Even my closest friends, unless it was about work, I didn't put much energy into just talking and hanging out. But that's not to say I never did, never wanted to, or disliked them for any reason. I had my things going on, and I knew they had theirs. I wasn't streaming, or when I wasn't streaming or working on something, I was being isolating or hanging out with Red to decompress. And I didn't have the energy to socialize. I tried to plan collabs with friends as often as I could, and it was a way to hang out while still appeasing my content brain. My collabs with my friends were made into YouTube videos, but to say that I was using them for that, as if countless other YouTubers didn't do the same thing, is crazy. When I was traveling to see my friends, all I wanted to do was hang out and spend as much time together as I could. And it was the happiest I was. Red and I always loved and valued, looked out for, and appreciated our friends, even if we didn't show it as often as we should have. Okay. This is the content creator hack going on, by the way. When you start doing this, what I'm doing, part of your mind is, how can I be successful? How can I get more views? How can I get more subscribers? Because I want this to work. I want to be successful. All that stuff that's going through my head too. Okay. As a result of that, I don't have as much time to do the things I did before when I was doing content creation. One thing I do make time for, if my son calls, I drop everything. When a family emergency, I drop everything. When my friends need me, I drop everything. There's been streams when it's like, listen, I got end this stream. I'm doing a collab with a friend. I'm gone. Okay. But the leisure activities I used to do, like simply watching a video on YouTube just for the pleasure of it, just playing a game just to play a game, has decreased greatly. Because part of my brain goes, hey, I want to play a game. I'm going to stream it. Because the content creator part is taking over. And I'm very aware of that. And it's like I want to play Cyberpunk, but I want to play it on stream. You know, I purposely bought games I can collab with. That's the reason why you see me playing Phasmophobia so much, because I could collab with people doing that. You know, hang out with them, talk to them, and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't matter who it is. GVP, Loboto, my son. It's so I can hang out with them and just have a good time, have fun, and not talk about drama. No, it's just no. Hey, I'm gonna laugh at you. Okay. Um, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with that, really, unless you take it to extremes. And I think she's implying she took it to extremes. By the same token, Red and Cinder had people depending on them to be successful so they can get paid. And until you have really a well maintained organization behind you, you're going to bust your ass for at least, at the very minimum, I'm talking like magic happens 5 years. And even after that 5 years, you're going to bust your ass even harder to maintain that organization, that magic group that you put together to make this brand run smoothly. You know? And I bet if you ask any large content creator and you ask them, hey, when was the happiest time when you're a content creator? They're going to talk about the early times when it wasn't a business, it was just a hobby. Because once it becomes a business, some of the fun goes away. You know? I bet if you ask Cinder, when was the best time being a content creator? Or Red or Cinder, when was the early years? When it was like the strive to be successful and trying to think of fun ideas to put out there in the ether for people to watch. That was probably the most fun they were having. But when you get to a point where you get so big, that fun part goes away, and it becomes more of, what do we need to do to maintain our success? And I'm telling you this right now. Everybody mentioned in this fucking Google Doc are doing the same fucking thing. And if they say anything different, they're fucking lying to you. They are fucking lying to you that they don't do the exact same thing that Cinder does. Because that's how burnout happens. Unless your name is Maury Calliope and you just thrive on it. But even she's gotten burned out too. So, because Maury Calliope, when she started out, was very blunt. I'm a workaholic. I'll work all the fucking time. And she has stated in multiple streams that she regrets that, especially when members graduate, that she didn't get to spend as much time as she used to with those people that graduated. And she has stated this on stream. It's not that she did anything wrong. It's more along the lines is that when you get to a certain level of success, the demands on your time becomes very demanding. It's sponsorships, business opportunities, all this stuff. Basically, you go from like a 5-hour, 6-hour, 10-hour stream and taking a day off to you never get a day off. You're always working on your brand. And that's a reality that people don't really fucking talk about. Like I said, every person mentioned in this Google Doc does the exact same thing that Cinder's doing, because that's the nature of the beast. Mr. Beast. because like Vamp Peaches or Peaches, I'm betting she wished she had that problem to be so successful that there's so much demand on her time that she doesn't really have that much record that space that she had before to do the things that just to relax. Okay. I'm sorry to those friends who haven't given much time they gave to me. I'm sorry for those I haven't spoken to in a long time for no other reason than my own negligence. And I'm sorry to my friends that I've only focused on work with and didn't spend enough time being your friend outside of it. No, I really don't think she needs to apologize for that. Because it's a two-way street. Any kind of relationship, whether it be a friendship, romantic, business, it takes two. Why should Cinder be the only one that make an effort? Because I'm going to be honest, even in Nanoless's document, it's bothering me. Even in Nanoless's document, it doesn't come across that anybody made the effort to contact Cinder just to hang out. You know? Like, it's a two-way fucking street, people. There's been nothing, there's been no DMs in anybody's document showing, hey, Cinder blew me off or was neglectful or ignored me. There's no DMs where someone sent DM Cinder and it was like 3 months later she got back to him. There's nothing like that in that document. So it's a two-way street. And you know it's a good idea? Don't fucking ghost them. And hey, I want to do a collab. I just don't feel like fucking collabing with you. At least be fucking honest. Their business mindset. Okay. I'll say this once more before I read into this. I don't find anything wrong with this. There's no reason for them to apologize for it. I mean, other than the way they communicate, to have a business mindset when you reach a certain level of success is a fucking good idea, in my opinion. But hey, all right. Red and I slowly become more closed off and neglectful of people over the past couple years, but especially through 2024, focused more and more on our time and energy on this career. Work became almost 24/7 for us and never taking a break. It was our job, our hobby, and almost all we talked about. We loved what we did, and we both became consumed by the content gripe. Tell me about it. Our work life and balance became non-existent. We were going and going and going all day, every day, as a two-person team, working to a obsessive degree. We were always trying to do more with more people all the time. Everything became about doing bigger things, achieving more, accomplishing more, growing bigger, launching more cool things, having more opportunities while keeping up with at least 4 or 5 stream a week. Our problem wasn't greed like it was claimed. It was about ambition. Ambition was wearing us too thin to keep up with everything. But it was never enough to take us a step back and relax. We were always looking ahead, always had to be progressing, and never stopped to appreciate where we were or the people around us. That's the fear. That's the fear of all of it going away. I'm talking about you're at this level and you're afraid of dropping down. So I'm gonna have to put in 10 times much effort. I'm gonna work twice as hard to stay at that level. Then I'm gonna do 10 times more to get to the higher level. That's the content grind. Why do you think I start streaming twice a day? You know? Because I want to constantly grow. I want to get more subs, more views, all that. Ambition isn't bad. Okay. I will say this, when you take it to a certain degree, you burn out. And then you have to take 2 weeks, 3 weeks away, get away from it because you don't like what you're doing anymore. And you have to step away from it for your own mental health and your physical well-being. And that way, when you come back, you can be creative again. The fun is back because now you recharge your batteries. That's the reason why I take 2 days off, regardless of what's happening. I mean, part of my mind is thinking about streaming tomorrow just to do the VTuber highlights. Well, I am streaming tomorrow because the feel good stream. It may not be the feel good stream. It may be the VTuber highlights for Saba, which is no technically for me. It's a feel good stream because it's Saba. But I'm still not going to stream on Friday and Saturday. I need those 2 days to kind of recharge and just post silly stuff on X. Great now, probably for the next few days, I'm going to take a break from Twitter just so I don't have to see all this shit because it's just going to irritate the fuck out of me. But I don't know what she said there in that paragraph. I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean, I've been doing content creation going on 5 months, almost 6 months now. And not to say I'm not ambitious, it's going to be a fucking lie. That I want to hit 1 million subs by the end of next year. And if I say I don't want to have 1 million subs, that's a fucking lie. I'm appreciative of every person that subscribes to my channel. For whatever reason, whether it be the Cinder content or they like how I talk while I'm playing Minecraft or being silly in collabs, whatever. I appreciate every single one of you that subscribe. And I'm sure Cinder feels the same way. And the collabs I've done with people, reason why I picked those people, I like them. And I wanted to get to know them better. I like their content. I like to tweet. I like how they act in my chat. All that stuff. That's the reason why I picked those people to collab with. And I'll dare to say we're becoming friends. Now, that's not to say I agree with everything they do. But it is to say that, when we hang out on stream, we have a fucking good time. We have a good time. Me and my son always have a good time. It's just the nature of our relationship. Not to say we don't fight. We fight. We have arguments. But we don't hold grudges with each other. He kind of wishes he could do what I do, where I can stream whenever I want and all that stuff. And he has a little bit of jealousy towards me, but at the same token, he doesn't want to be in the position that I'm in for the reason why I could do this. Where he doesn't want to deal with all my health problems. And there's the reason why I can do what I'm doing right now, stream the way I stream, because I can't fucking work. Everybody's like, oh, you're so lucky you can stream. Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll trade everything, all my streaming time, if you take all my medical problems. I'd be more than happy to have a 9 to 5 and not have medical problems. I'll be fucking thankful for it. And I'm being honest. Not that I don't love what I'm doing right now, but the results of the medical problems, the results because I can't hold a job down, because no one really wants to hire someone like me at my age that has medical conditions. They don't want to take that risk of something happening to me on the job. And that's the fucking truth. And that's the only reason why I can stream the way I can stream. This hobby I'm doing right now is my job. I wake up every morning at anywhere between 4:30 and 6 o'clock, have a cup of coffee, take a shower, start thinking about what I'm going to do that day as far as streaming and all that. Clean house, do the necessary chores. If I have errands, I'll run my errands. And then when I come back home after doing all that, after I run my errands and all that, I go into full content mode. I'm at my computer, work constantly thinking, what can I do now? What can I stream right now or tonight? Get that set up, all that stuff, get the clips together, whatever I'm going to do that night. Part of that is ambition to constantly grow, to constantly try to put out quality content. There's nothing wrong with that. You just, what their mistake was going 24/7 about that, you need at least 2 days a week not to do it. To have that time to not, I need that time, those 2 days, not to be that grumpy old guy. I'm not saying I'm playing a character. This is me. This is really what I'm like. But I'm not doing that online. You know, I'm not playing that grumpy old guy online. I'm phrasing this wrong. I'm not in that grumpy old guy creative mode, creative content creator mode. I'm making an effort those 2 days to do some, channel maintenance, which is editing videos. I'll spend one day doing that. But there's one day where I'm watching a fucking John Wayne movie and relaxing, because I know from what being around YouTube and all that, I'm very aware of burnout, because I suffered burnout doing my other job when I was working 6 days a week, almost 14 hours a day, and suffering that burnout. And I want to avoid doing that, so I want to make sure at least one day a week I'm just full relax mode and not thinking about content creation or anything like that, because if I don't do that, my content's going to suffer. What Sinder is saying in that paragraph is her and Red didn't allow herself that time. And I'm not talking, and it can't be, for 2 hours we're just going to relax. No, it's got to be a full 24-hour period. Okay, that's a lot of mistakes that content creators make. Okay, let's move on. I don't think I've talked enough about that. The money was nice, but it was never been the driving factor for anything we did. It was an indicator of a successful project, event, or merch drop that everyone understood. The majority of what I've made and spent went back into my work or towards the house my dad has been building. I released a lot of merch, and it's something Red and I both been passionate about. Coming up with and releasing cool new merch projects is one of the most fun, fulfilling things to work on, and been on new products like drink flavor or the trading card game was super exciting to us. It's always been about launching cool things for my community over the money it made. I've turned down merchandising opportunities and many more sponsorship opportunities than I've ever accepted, only taking those I really wanted or had a strong interest in. Even though a lot of them were paying very well, being greedy or money hungry person would have been falsely projected. Being a greedy, money hungry person has been falsely projected on me. It's never been about the money for either of us. Here's the truth. You know what money is? It's a scorecard. I got paid. I'm doing good because I got paid this much, but I want to do better. And if I do better and people approve of my success, it will show up as a monetary amount. So if you're doing really good, you may like starting out, like say I hit 500, I get a sponsorship and it's a $500 thing. But that $500 thing a year from now could be a $50,000 thing because I constantly improve and people notice that, hey, he's really good at what he does, and we're going to show our approval by a monetary amount. You no longer get A's and B's in life. It's always about the paycheck at the end of the day. That's how you grade your success, is how much money I made. And that's something I learned being a 1099 contractor. You, if you bust your ass, you get a good paycheck. If you're a lazy fuck, you get a lousy paycheck. Typically, as long as you don't work for someone who's fucking scamming you. So I believe when she says it wasn't about the money, but at the same token, it is about the money because it's recognized, is the amount of money that you're being offered is a recognition of your success. And that tells you how well you're doing. So it's true, yeah, well, at the same time, false, if that makes any sense. One instance I may be called out for guarding this was during my Heaven Hound model debut. During my lore video, I had an intermission where my chat needed to fill a gold bar on the screen with bits to progress the video. It was the easiest way for me to implement interactivity into the debut, and my chat have directly involvement by cheering me was important to the story being shown. The motivation wasn't to have people give me money for the sake of it. I will say this, having chat interaction while you're streaming is very fucking important. Because if I have no one in chat, guess what? I'm just talking to a fucking wall. Granted, I can easily entertain myself and still do this. Okay, I've done it multiple times early on. Hello again. How is the doc going? Long. JP, it's all long, doc. I'm probably not even a third through it. But no, having chat interact with you is very fucking important because it's a recognition of people like you and they want to talk to you. Would I do what she did? I don't know. Well, one, I don't stream on Twitch. Two, I've made it very clear I want to get to the point where I can have super chats. Not just because of the money, because it would show like people like me enough to give me $5 or $1. No. Now I'll probably fucking cry when I get my first super chat, by the way. But it's because it's a recognition that, hey, I like you enough to give you some money. It's not about the money. It's about the recognition that you like me so much that you're going to give me money. That's what it is. This mindset got myself and my career to where it was, but it took over our lives to a unhealthy degree, leading to a deterioration of our health and relationship with people. Being canceled and away from work gave us time to address this problem in our personal life. For example, I have my own dog now who's been keeping me busy. I got back into cosplay after not working on my Nanoless, I don't know how to say that. I'm sorry if I say it wrong. Build for months. I've been trying to lead a healthier lifestyle and I've been going to the gym regularly. Despite finding it difficult to be motivated by things since April, I've been making changes so I don't fall back into the same unhealthy work mindset. Good. Because for a while there, it sounded like she wasn't like giving herself alone time, basically. Don't be degenerates, by the way. Giving time for her to work on herself, which is something I need to work on because I don't do that. Really. I know it's like I should go for walks and all that stuff. I mean, the biggest change I've made is having that screw you. I don't know what you're talking about. The biggest thing, you know, to have a healthy lifestyle will actually help improve your content career because you can stream longer, all that stuff. By the same token, you have to make time to have that health lifestyle. It's something I need to work on too. Oh, but where are we on this stuff? Okay, we're getting down, almost done with this section here. In my apology, I said I'm disgusted with myself for buying into the narrative that my friends were competition. I've just learned all about this myself, and there could have been so many other friends affected by the narrative that things always have been competitive. Red always considered everyone our competition, including my friends. I understood and agree with his reasoning below, but it didn't change anything between my friends and I. I didn't treat them any different because of it. The only person I become directly competitive against was Silvervale, and that wasn't right of me. Okay. At least she admits it. No respect. She's taking accountability for it. Oh, okay, this is Red. The content creation sphere is massive, and the VTuber sphere is a fraction of that which within its own audience. Everyone is always doing something, launching something, playing something, and it's a constant race of relevancy. Whether you want to look at it that way or not, it's the nature of the industry. I agree with that statement, by the way. Part of the reason why we are always working on new things, releasing bigger things, and at a faster and faster rate was to stay competitive in the space. Okay. In general sense, everyone was competition. Friends, other VTubers, and other content creators. But at the same time that anyone and everyone could be considered competition, there were also collaborators, co-workers, and partners. The end goal was about staying relevant in people's minds and making sure our projects could succeed alongside anything going on at any given time, while also topping our own things that we done in the past. At no point was this viewed ever at no point was this view ever motivation or excuse to hurt, take advantage of, put down creators around us, especially friends. This is a business, it's a job. But keeping the business aspect things in mind didn't affect the way I saw our friendships with people or the way I treated them. They were my friends too. We both care about them. We support them and help them out when they needed it. I've always had the backs of the people closest to us. The only people I've ever considered as direct competition in a negative sense were people either we had something against or they did or had or did something against us. And we were working with artists is important to us. By April 2025, this was only Silvervale from how she acted towards Sinder for years. Bal, after I thought what she did to us and our friends in December 2024, but only until sometime after my deal with Nano in January 2025, and potentially soon to be Lily by the way she was treating Cinder and coincidentally getting a model from Nanoless at the same time. It was wrong of me to feel this way, especially towards Bal, and I'm sorry. All right. Yeah. It's no. I can't. No, there's part of me that wants to say something that's really mean. No, fuck, I'm gonna say it. It's about fucking time, Red. That you took accountability. It's about fucking time. Regardless if what the situation was going on between you and Cinder, you should have taken accountability back in fucking April. You should have told everybody, hey, stop fucking going after Cinder. I was the one who did it. It was me. One that had something against Bal. I'm the one that has something against this person or that person. It doesn't fucking matter. But especially with Ballot, you should have been the one that came forward. I was the one that had something against Ballot, not Cinder. It was me. That's what should have happened back in April. And sorry, Cinder. That's just how I feel. You've been getting all this fucking hate because of Red's action. And him being silent as long as he has didn't fucking help. He should have, regardless to if he was fired as your manager, you broke up, whatever, it don't fucking matter. He should have stood up and said, it was me who did this. I said that stuff, not Cinder. Regardless if you knew about it or not, Cinder, he was the one that said it. Not you. And you admitted you weren't aware of all his fucking DMs or how he communicate. And you both admitted that you suck at communicating. I'm sorry, that's how I feel. He should have taken accountability back in April. Because this fucking boiled, this pus-filled boil could have been Lance back in April if he would have stood up and said something. But he did. Cinder didn't throw Red underneath the bus. Red refused to even look at the bus and say, I'm driving the bus. That's running over Cinder's career. It's just my opinion. You're free to disagree with it. If you think I'm being too harsh, so be it. But it's just how I look at it. Here I want to address the people Red and I hurt and didn't have a larger section in this document. And don't have a larger section in this document. Tricky. My friends Red and I traveled to Japan last year. About a week into our trip around the country, we arrived in Tokyo for the last few days there. Red, Tricky, and I were all talking about going to the Godzilla store the night we arrived, but other plans left us no time to go. The next morning, Red and I were up super early, ready to leave the hotel around 8 or 9. We waited in our hotel room for about an hour without hearing from Tricky at all because we only had a few days left in Japan. Red and I wanted to make most of our remaining time. We were around friends all week. We didn't have much, if any, time alone together in Japan. The other half dozen of us were either had their own plans and were still sleeping too. There were other friends staying in the hotel as Red, Tricky, and I. So instead of waiting around for Tricky to wake up, we selfishly chose to go out in the city, go to the Godzilla store without her. By the time Tricky was awake and ready to leave the hotel, Red and I were across the city and didn't go back for it. We only met up with her towards the end of the day when everyone reconvened. It's an understandable mistake. Especially if you have a personal relationship with your manager. You want to have alone time in a special place like Japan, Tokyo, and all that. But hopefully they made it up to her somehow. But we'll see here. Red and I are sorry to Tricky for leaving her behind and hurting her. We've always been there. We've always been there for her, especially when we traveled together. We didn't think she left completely. We didn't think she would be left completely alone with how many of us were together in Tokyo. But we should have still waited for her instead of going off on our own. She was one of our best friends, and we're both so sorry. I'm curious about this Tricky situation. I wonder if Cinder has privately apologized prior to this document. That's what I'm kind of wondering. because if someone correct me if I'm wrong, either put it in the chat or down in the comments. Tricky's interpretation of Sinder since April 26th has changed more to like a neutral stance type situation. So I'm kind of wondering if like Cinder may possibly got a hold of Tricky and apologized for hurting her. Because I could kind of understand from both sides. I mean, especially if Tricky didn't know that Red and Cinder were together romantically, it would seem kind of selfish and hurtful. Just like, hey, she's not fucking getting up any time soon. Let's roll. You know, yeah, it's kind of a dick move. I get it. Why Tricky would be hurt by that. But now that everything's come out, maybe Tricky kind of understands why they did it, because they didn't have any alone time in Japan. By the same token, I will say this: maybe they should start planning trips all together, just them. Just saying. It goes back to your mental health, taking care of your mental health and keeping your relationships healthy. You make time for them, which is one of the reasons why I don't have relationships, because I don't want to make time for them. So fuck them. Cottontail VA. I'm sorry to Cotton for the way I avoided her and turned down collabs together for a situation that had nothing to do with me. Okay, hold on. I'm going to read that again. I'm sorry to Cotton for the way I avoided her and turned down collabs together for a situation that had nothing to do with me. I thought I was being a good friend to someone I was close with, but it was unfair to her to treat her that way. I do not agree with how Red included her name in his deal with Nano, and I wouldn't have let him if I knew about it, regardless of how I felt about her at the time. And this is Red. It was wrong for me to ask Nano not to work with Cotton. It was a spur of the moment thing, and after hearing about the situation she was involved in, I took it upon myself to do what I thought was right by another friend. Cotton's always been nice to me personally, and she didn't deserve that. I'm sorry. Well, they're taking accountability for it. And see, here's the thing about this. This is why I'm not harping too much on these apologies, because this is stuff that should have been dealt with in private. Okay, whether Cotton contacted Cinder or Cinder contacted Cotton, or Red contacted Cotton, asking him what's the deal with what's going on. Do we have a problem? We're trying to work out those problems. That's the reason. It's like every situation like here, like the Tricky stuff, Cotton, this next person, this should have been taken care of privately. It's just no. I think everybody has now come to that conclusion. All of it should have been taken care of privately. And it's just sad that it has to be public. It's like you shit your pants and now you got to air it out publicly, you know? Next, you deleted her tweet with her document about me. She shouldn't have, because she was right. I was going to clear it here for reference, but I left it out because what she wrote in it. So instead, I'm going to summarize the situation below. Second, I don't want any kind of public reaction to this. Do not want to appear on a video or similar. I do not want my case being used as an excuse to put more hate into it. I just want to share and let it out of my chest. I'll probably delete it in the end. Okay. Next to or at La Mama AF is an artist that reached out to me via email about making artwork in exchange for showing it off and giving a shout out to her Patreon on stream. I hadn't seen the email, but she made a tweet laying out the terms, tagging me in it. A message her that I was interested, put her in contact with Red, and he handled things from there. Through Red, we made our agreement. It wasn't until she had a large portion of the sketch finished when I changed my mind about our agreement and didn't want to do it anymore. Ugh. Okay. Yeah. That's kind of bad. I'll be honest. Because my son's an artist and I know how much effort he puts into the stuff. So, yeah, I did not know what was going through my head or what reason was for this, but I told Red to call it off. Red tried to make it seem like it was a miscommunication, so I wanted to save face for me, but it was really because I was being unprofessional. He talked to me and agreed to follow through with the art showcase and shout out on my stream. However, I failed to follow Nexus terms as they were agreed upon. I didn't verbally shout out her Patreon and only showed a link to it, which was on her artwork, and also didn't show the censor NC not safe for work version of the art. But that was because I was worried about getting in trouble with Twitch. Well, that part's understandable. I mean, fucking Twitch and VTubers is like, no, Twitch treats VTubers like third class citizens. I'm sorry. I could kind of understand that one. This was an unprecedented situation I caused with an artist. I've never done something like this with anyone else. I handled an agreement and I made extreme and regrettable unprofessional. I handled an agreement I made extremely and regrettably unprofessional. This was way out of character for me. I'm sorry for next to how I handled things or the stress I caused her. I encourage anyone reading this, please support her and her incredible work. Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, like I said, my son's an artist, and he's dealing with artists, and he's been having problems with them, and when someone's almost done with the artwork, and you kind of, all of a sudden they spend all this time and effort in doing it for you, and say, "Fuck, yeah, I don't fucking want it no more." Well, it's crushing. So yeah, that's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. I'm glad she apologized for it. I understand why she did it. Okay, and I sympathize with the artist and all that, but she's taking accountability for it and respect. Um, no, so far, as far as I know, none of the girls have said anything, even though they're posting stuff on X. Okay. Well, maybe they're just keeping it private. That's another thing. I mean, maybe they just don't want to post it on X and reach a certain maturity level and say, hey, maybe we shouldn't be making all this shit public. I think like most of these situations, like Tricky and Cotton, if you see them stream with Cinder a year from now, they work things out. That's how I look at it. And I wouldn't bring up this whole situation if that happens. It's going like, okay. I wouldn't, guys, I'm going to tell you this right now. Do not go into anybody's stream and to talk about this unless they are already talking about it. Don't bring it up. It's very disrespectful, and it doesn't make Cinder look good. All right? Oh shit, is the big part. Oh, fuck me. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I'm not ending the stream because this is 232 pages. I need to get up and stretch. I need to make myself something to eat. I need to go to the bathroom, all that stuff. And I'm going to just take a little bit of break. I'm going to play some music and, you know, do the shit I need to do. So let me get the musical set up. Right. We're going to go to YouTube. Yeah, I'm doing this on Opera, so you can't really see it right at the moment. Because fuck Google Chrome. Actually, what I'm going to do is play the music that got kind of fucked up during the opening of the stream. Playlist. So you could kind of, you will understand why I play certain songs that I play at the beginning of the stream. The typical song that I usually open up my stream, but there's one after that. So, okay, let me go to here. And well, hold on, I need to do this so you can get the audio for it. Boom, boom. Go to this screen. I want to avoid a copyright strike. All right, here you go. I'll be back pretty close to the end of these the songs.
Shadows crawl under my skin. A battle I swore I'd never win. But here I stand, fists clenched tight, chasing the dawn through the endless night. Every scar is a mark I earn, every fall is a lesson learned. I won't break, I won't fall. Hear my roar, hear my call. Through the fire, through the flames, I'll rise again, I'll stake my claim. The mirror cracks, but I see clear. A warrior's heart beats loud in here. The voices scream, but I won't bow. The time is now. It's here, it's now. Every fear is a ghost I'll chase. Every step leaves a stronger trace. I won't break, I won't fall. Hear my roar, hear my call. Through the fire, through the flames, I'll rise again, I'll stake my claim. you throne on shattered trust. Now your empire turns to dust. You preach your lies, you played your part, a dagger hidden in your heart. The truth is out, your crown is burned. This is the lesson you have earned. I can't believe what you've become. A shadow rotting in the sun. You fooled us all, but now you'll fall. Your shame's the loudest truth of all. Your words were chains, your smile a blade. The damage done will never fade. The crowd that once called out your name now spits it back in ash and flame. I see the cracks beneath your skin, the darkness you've been drowning in. Your kingdom's gone, the walls collapse, the world won't let you crawl back. I can't believe what you've become. A shadow rotting in the sun. You fooled us all, but now you'll fall. Your shame's the loudest truth of I can't believe what you've become. A shadow rotting in the sun. You fooled us all, but now you'll fall. Your shame's the loudest truth of all.
Yeah, that last song I felt was appropriate for the stream. I'm eating. Let me finish this breakfast burrito and we'll continue on in a minute here. It gives me a chance to catch up on chat. Actually, it's over 1,000 pages. It took me a while I was skimming. And here's the problem. I'm not skimming. Hi, Fiery Foxes. I think this is the first time I've seen you in my chat. Oh, welcome. This has been a long time coming. I agree with that statement. Hey, Lord Cat, how you doing, man? Man, it's been a while this past half a day or so. Tell me about it. You should. I don't know if you were. Yeah, I think you were there last night's stream when I was streaming, playing a game, and I was getting all these notifications from uh Discord. It was just fucking going wild. I was like, what the hell's going on? I mean, I'm just having a good time in my collab, and I don't think anything was happening. Awesome. Bing, 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 bing. I'm like, what the fuck? And that's when Clankers told me that, hey, Cinder dropped the dock. I went, oh, fuck. But I was not going to give up my collab time with my son, so here we are. Not that I would start streaming this document at that time. It's just, okay. Okay. I'm excited to see that Cinder is fighting back. Still having to finish the doc myself. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, this is Cinder's truth, and I want to make sure to present it the right way. This is a very long document, so I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to take another break sometime during reading this document. But you know, I made sure to make enough food that I won't have to take as long as a break. I mean, I will have to maybe stop during going through the document to eat something. I will say this: we have a job to do to help her. It's going to be a long road, but we have to help her in her wounds. I'm going to give you my opinion. If you really, really want to help her, let it die. Let it die. Look at. She's got her truth out there. She's going to probably. I was discussing with my son. I think she'd probably be streaming next week. It would be my guess. She's going to let this cool down a little bit, but she's going to come back because she already knows she's going to have to do a stream addressing all this. So, yeah. Just know after she's done that initial stream, just let it die and let it go. You know, don't make any comments about Shylily or any Bow or Nanoless ever again. Let the narrative change to whatever direction it wants to change to, which, like I said before, it has been changing for a while. And let the chips fall where they may. And if you continue just to support Cinder in a positive way, that's the best thing you can do. I was in and out, then I was listening while taking a nap. Hey, cool. Yeah, I stayed up all night to read the doc. Yeah. I mean, I you know, when I do a collab with people, we usually end up talking on Discord for at least another 2 hours. So, and I was talking to my son, and we kept on. It was like 1:30 in the morning for me. And I think I ended the stream around midnight or around that time, and we talked for another hours. And I was starting to fall asleep. I was like, "Listen, I gotta go. I gotta go to bed," because I knew I was going to do this. So I made sure I gave myself plenty of rest. I slept a full 8 hours. No, actually, a full 6 hours. Got up, had a cup of started drinking coffee, took my shower and all that, and get ready to go to stream. So yeah, I was up to after 1 a.m. Yeah, believe me, I'm dead. Yeah, you trust me. I'm pretty sure both you and Lord Cat Foxoff are a lot younger than me. So imagine how I'd be if I would have stayed up all night trying to read a Google Doc and streaming. I had gone to sleep around 1:30 a.m. at my time, which I was watching Coco. Yeah, I saw Mama Coco immediately stream when the Google Doc was up. I was like, if she did a good job, I don't know, because I didn't watch anybody stream it. I know GVP streamed it, and I didn't watch any of it because I didn't want anything to taint my perception of the document. I didn't want really. I mean, when the document came out, I slightly skimmed through it and just kind of see how massive it was, not really reading anything in it. but I didn't want anything to taint my perception because I went to go in this document the same way I went into Nanoless's document. Okay, the only difference is I'm very aware of what's in Nanoless document because I read it a few times, but I wanted to give an unbiased opinion of this document. That's the reason why I haven't paid attention to any tweets or anything like that. I was being very, very careful so I can stream this and give my opinion of what I'm seeing in this document. Oh, yeah, no, thank you. That's what I'm going to do. Show Cinder all the positivity and kindness I can. Cool. That's what you need to do, Lord Cat. I think that's what every power pup needs to do. Just nothing but positivity. Do not attack anybody. If someone comes in or makes a post on Twitter, say blah 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 about Cinder in a negative way, just ignore them. No, don't, because they're just crying out attention. They probably never even read Nanoless's document, so whatever. Yeah, I wanted to pull an honor, but things to do this morning and need a rest. Like, yeah, I feel that. Yeah, this Nanoless part's gonna take a while. Yeah, so I'm probably going to have to take a break. And probably halfway through this, I'm thinking. Because I'm thinking like in this part, she's going to be emotional. Because how close her and Nanoless was. And I'm curious if she's going to be able to keep emotion out of it, which would be extremely difficult in my opinion. We're going on 3 hours. Shit. I'm almost done. Just bear with me. Now, I gotta keep that glucose in the right range or else I'm gonna be in trouble because I don't think anybody wants me to go into a coma on stream. Because my brain's always in a coma as it is. Bad enough when I had that power bump last night. It scared poor Clanker. She ran into my son's stream going, is he okay? I feel better now, but I don't know what more to say. And I hope everything calms down soon. Yeah, sure. For sure, I just got through Nano part, and dang, it's wild. We'll see. Don't tell me anything that's in there. I haven't read anything. You know, I've avoided it. People talking about it. Like I said, I don't want anything to color my perception of the document. Let me get reorganized here. No worries. Get the ashtray in front of me. Take a swig of coffee, which I'm getting about to the time I'm gonna need to make another cup. Ah. Okay. That should help with what I was starting to feel. Just so no, nice thing about the phone monitoring my glucose level, I do get a little alert say, hey, it's fucking getting low. You need to eat something. It's like, okay, I'll go eat something. Don't beat my ass. I'll be on Fox off. This is what's going to happen. People will stop talking about it, but they won't forget about it. Because something else is going to come up that's going to take its place. That's all. No. There's been multiple dramas over the years, and occasionally they're brought up. I mean, look at fruit. It still gets brought up every once in a while now. And it's even after everything has come out about how the situation really was, people still bring it up every once in a while. But no, it's not in the daily discussions anymore. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and open Nanoless's document. We just use the link right here. Okay. Open the link in the new tab. In case we need to jump back and forth between the two. So we got that open. No, just got to be fair. No, I don't care about that. All right. We got Nanoless document. As we can see, that's Nanoless infamous tweet now with 11.9 million views. Jesus. Okay. Nano's document claimed both Red and I manipulated and used and dragged her into drama while slandering multiple VTubers, including our friends. These claims were based for everything else publicly released afterwards. Documents from half a dozen people and many others tweeting their grievances with me. It all hinges on Nanoless's document being posted and its vitality. Validity? Okay, yeah, validity. That's the word. Hey, I'm having reading problem. I gotta take my headphones off again. Give me a second. Can't put it over there. The food's over there. Alright. When I wrote my apology, I said I was not fully aware of the extent of Red's manipulation over Nano's commission decisions. When I wrote this poorly worded sentence, multiple sentences to be honest with you, I haven't seen any of these DMs. I was in a panic and didn't think Nano would be lying about anything. But now that I've read Red's DMs myself, I can say that Nano was not manipulated, abused, used, lied to, mistreated, expected to take action over any drama she was told or incapable of making her own decisions regarding her commissions and clientele. She was never forced to do or not to do anything. It was always and has always been in control of her own choices and always had the ability to say no. She was met with understanding and faced no repercussions professionally or personally from either of us when she did. Nano's messages with Red were deceitfully presented to push a narrative that never happened. I do not believe Nano ever showed the full context of her messages with Red to my friends. Her claims were backed by Shylily, and I believe they were misled into blindly supporting her. We generally got the sense of that because there's a few times when going through Nanoless's document. Okay, let me open Nanoless's document here. It's like here. It's like 8:42 p.m. and there's a significant jump here in time. It's like this is 8:34 and this is 8:42 p.m. If this time jump was all redacted, why not show the full message there? No, there had to be a conversation in between here because this is both on the same day. So certain things have been cut out. And as more people looked at this document, they started to notice that, hey, some context is missing in here. And it's like here, once again, we jump from 8:48 p.m. on the 15th and back again on the 15th. We're at 8:52. If it was just redacted, posting the messages, why have this split here? No, why don't you show the full DM? I mean, a lot of people started noticing these things because now it's like context is missing. What's missing here? This is why I don't like discussing business in DMs. It's always going to be a verbal conversation. If I'm going to talk to someone, it's like I was talking about someone who wants to handle someone I trust that's going to be doing merch. Is interested in doing merch for me? It'd be a voice conversation, not a text conversation. because I don't want to fucking see a DM in a fucking Google Doc. If we all voice and no, you can't record me, and I won't record other people either. So once the conversation's over, that's it. Uh, Nano was a close friend who we respected and was a massive part of our own success. I've only ever been, I only ever praised her privately and publicly. There was nothing she could do for me to hold, and there was nothing she could do for me to hold anything against her or choose to stop working with her. Red and I always encouraged Nano to do what was best for her, not us. Red, who handled our plans with her, made sure to work around her schedule, push back, push project specs if she needed more time on them or take a break, and give her first priority on projects she was interested in. He trusted her, and the extent he lied to her about other people being involved was in telling her in his own general thoughts, observation, experiences with them as he knew them. The same way my accusers did to the public on how they assume Red and I have operated together. Basically, what they're saying is they gave her freedom of control over whatever she wanted to do. They will fully support what she ever wanted to do. Mostly. I'm sure we're going to be talking about certain situations where they're like, hey, we don't want you to do that. But they're kind of telling her, do what you want to do. And if we have a problem, we can work it out. I got that from Nanoless's document too. Even in Red's messages, it was kind of, hey, you know, we don't want you to work with this person. If that's an issue, we can do this to compensate you for it. It's just the Red name names. That was the bad thing. The claim that Red and I worked to sabotage Project Nano had is a lie. We both praised her for the work she did for other people. I've always celebrated and support new Nano models siblings when they debut, even if Red was asking Nano to cancel every model she had. It was ultimately still her choice to do it or not. But all the blame for her actions was put on me, was somehow put on me. I've been saying these are all individuals. What they do and don't do, it's on them. You can't, what if Nels chooses to cancel a project, it was her decision. Whether she said wanted to be manipulated or whatever, at the end of the fucking day, it was her choice. It's not like that Red and Cinder went to her house and go, don't do that. And stay there and make sure she didn't do it. Okay. There were only 4 people Red explicitly asked Nano not to work with her agreeing not to. The first was Spite, started in 2023. Red asked Nano himself and told me about it afterward. I lied about knowing about this and my apologies since it was never mentioned in Nano's or Spite's document. Okay. Bow, Cotton, and Silverware were all part of their exclusive deal in January 2025, and each for Red's own reasons. Okay, so Red acted on his own accord without consulting Sinder, and which is something I kind of said during reading that Nanoless Google Doc. There was no proof that Cinder knew that Red said that stuff. Okay, which is very important. I was only ever aware of and in agreement of asking Nano not to work with Silver anymore. Red never told me about the other two. I'm not guilt I'm not guilty of him using his free will to push his own agenda and express his own feelings to Nano. But I understand that as my manager and everything he said to her or anyone else is my responsibility, whether I knew about it or not. Although they were friends, it was unprofessional of him to talk gossip and work interchangeably. Oh, Cinder agrees with me. I said that when I read the document. Round Red Nanoless' document. It was unprofessional Red to bring up T. I think I put it. So yeah. We worked with Nano for 4 years. She's an incredible artist, and I treasured working alongside. She's an incredible artist who I treasured working alongside for my entire career. I put my faith in her at the start when we both were much smaller creators. She saved me from a year-long struggle to get my first model. She's been with me every step of my journey since. I wanted Nano to be part of anything she could and choose to make her artwork the backbone of my brand. I love and appreciate every single thing she's done for me, and I'm proud of everything I've been able to do for her. In April, I believe Nano found herself in a situation she couldn't back out of, and then chose to do what result in the most beneficial outcome for herself and hid the truth. It goes back to who started it all and who had the most to gain. Nanoless. Not Shylily, Nanoless. I'm sure Shylily is going to come up in this document sooner or later. But Nanoless gained the most. All these other creators that were mentioned in this document, they were fine. It boils down. So you don't have an analyst model. It's not like there's 5,000 fucking artists out there that are just as good, some even better than Nanoless, that will be more than willing to do artwork for you. No one's career was threatened. Really. Your career is not going to be over because you don't have an analyst model. So, once again, blown way the fuck out of proportion. All right. Below are a large portion of Nanoless DMs with Red and I over the past 2 and a half years that show any situation brought up in Nanoless document in full context. Ooh, good. That's what we really need. Show the relationship we had with her and how she felt about us and other people involved in everything. And any relevant conversations that weren't included in what was posted to the public. Also includes some of my own messages with her and some messages with other people. Some of these DMs are repeated, including the following section in this document. Nanoless profile picture is different in some of these screenshots because of them being taken at different times throughout making this document. Oh, by the way, I'm eating another burrito. That's why if you hear chewing, that's what's going on. Real quick. Hey everybody, apparently Sinder followers on X is Verizon. Oh, okay, hold on. Hey everybody, apparently Cinder's followers on X is 276K. It's now 2,027K. Oh, good. Well, now I'm just curious whether they're just supporting her or just in case something else drops. Hopefully they're there to support her. chewing. Everything is in chronological order. Don't want to choke on that. And all dates and times are in Eastern Standard. I've censored any private information or names people who aren't directly involved. The screenshots that include the messages that were screenshots that include messages that were in any of the documents are highlighted with a red border. Screenshots that are directly taken from another document are highlighted with an orange border. Well, we're getting really organized here. Dates and important messages with any screenshots are highlighted in a yellow. Quotes from my quotes from my apology are highlighted in gray. Red zone comments and anything being presented are labeled and highlighted in blue. Oh dear God. Okay, so this is important. 1/23/2023. By the start of 2023, Nano was already sharing her commission plans with Red. She also told him that it was okay for us to commission someone else's merch artwork. Red previously talked to her about. Red said it was no problems for us to wait for her to do it. Like I said in my apology, in regards to Nanoless, the majority of the time working with her, Red was the one almost solely doing communication about new plans, negotiating through her private DMs. All right. I'm gonna read this silently because I'm not gonna read DMs aloud. So you can read it too. I'm gonna leave them up there for a little bit, and you can read them from yourself. And I can't enlarge it. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing it. Hopefully everybody read that. Later that day was the first time Red brought up Spite to Nano. Red asked Nano not to work with Spite. She gladly agreed to it. Red only told me about this after it was done. It wasn't something we talked about beforehand, but I'm okay with it. Nano never said anything about this to me. We never talked about Spite. I shared my feelings. Red expressed sheer sense. He was the only one. He was the only other one who knew how I felt. What he said about negative comments, I was getting true. What he said about negative comments, I was getting was true. Everything regarding Spite is presented in her section of this document. This isn't included in Nano's or Spite documents at all. Why? Since they didn't say anything about it, I chose not to either. I lied about not knowing about Red's conversation with Nano about Spite to try and not to make things worse for myself, but I accidentally alluded to it because the state owes it. This is what I said in my apology. And once again, I had no involvement or knowledge of Red bringing up Spite to Nano in 2023. My personal involvement with excluding someone specific from working with Nano was silver. Cinder, this is Red, by the way. Yeah, hiccups. Cinder was upset over what we both thought was Spike copying her. I saw Spite interacting with Nano, possibly with the intent of trying to work with her. I went to Nano myself and asked her not to, without talking to Cinder first. This is this was about one person and one artist they never worked with before, who was fine with agreeing to it. As far as I know, it never actually affected Spite. I've never talked about Spite with any artist, and I'm sorry to her for asking Nano to do this. Eh. This was the first of 4 total times with 3 different artists. I've never specifically asked anyone not to work with someone else, which are all present in this document. This was the first of 4 total times with 3 different artists. I never specifically asked anyone not to work with someone else, which are all present in this document. Okay. At least they're taking accountability for it. That's what I'll say. All right. We got some DMs here we're going to leave up. Well, we're going to read through the first one here down. I'll read Bread's comment below it. I started this conversation as if we were asking Nano to do this, like I would any other time. But then I tell Nano, I just wanted to ask if you're okay with being one Hellhound exclusive. And I felt really bad asking you to do something like this. Okay. It's, and I'll be honest, I don't really see a problem with them doing this. Okay. Especially if Spite's community is going into Cinder's chat and into her YouTube comments and being, well, little bitches, I would do it too. No, why do we have to put up with these people claiming we're copying someone that came debuted after us? I'm just saying. Uh, just wait another hour. It's gonna get juicy. What do you mean, Fox off? I'm just reading. I don't no don't spoil the document for me. Nano and I have never talked about Spite. Here's me searching Spite in my own DMs with Nano. Okay, let's check it out. All right. Okay. 12623. I want to mention something here. This all the Spite stuff. It's 2 years ago. A little over 2 years ago. This is done and over with. But okay. As an example of the relationship Red had with Nano and how they would talk with each other, Nano told Red she wanted to make my winter outfit after Red messaged her about a few days earlier on 1/22/23. Okay. As I could tell, if you when reading these DMs, let's be blunt. Nanoless was not being very professional, and neither was Redacted. They were having it looked like a conversation I'm friends with, which is kind of like when talking business, you should just keep it about business. But hey, that's my personal preference. Now, let me make something clear. When I'm talking to someone about doing a collab, it's a different tone in messages. But if I'm talking to someone about business, which like merch or doing a model, it's going to be strictly business. This isn't go, hey, how's the wife and kids type situation. You know, it says, hey, when's my fucking models going to be done type situation. But yeah, no, and this led to the problem because they were friends, okay, and they acted that way all the fucking time. So in turn, they let it drama happen. To be honest with you, so yeah, that's kind of what happened there. I'm running out of tea. I hope you all you guys Argus something to drink. I'm probably gonna have to make another cup of coffee here in a minute. Yeah, I am going to have to make another cup of coffee here in a minute. Okay, Red asks about Nano's other work for us. Plant Nano. I'm having trouble reading. 3/27/2023. Oh, Jesus, 2 years ago. I understand why she's doing this because Nanos did it. Bringing up shit from two years ago. It was over and done with. Red asks about Nano's other work for us to plan around with her. And Nano willingly shared this was normal between them. Okay. I'm leaving it up there for everybody to read because I'm not reading them out loud. All right. 3/29/23. Nano told Reg she wouldn't be able to meet the deadline for two pieces of art she was doing for me. Red was sympathetic and extended the deadline. Red was sympathetic and extended the deadline for her. Nano implied that she has been taking on too many projects. This was back in 2023. Let me make sure you all have enough time to read all that. This first one before we move on to the second one. Okay, the main thing, an important thing that we need to talk about here. I might stop taking big comms for some time and only work with my current contacts. I'm kind of dying. Basically, Nanoless bit off more than she can chew, and now has found herself behind the 8 ball. With everybody going, where's my stuff? Where's my stuff? Where's my stuff? And from what I understand, this happens to a lot of artists. It's not just Nanoless. You know, sometimes they take on too many commissions, and now deadlines are overlapping and all that stuff. And from what I understand, this happens to a lot of artists, just not Nanoless. Okay, that's when back in 2023, I'm sure Nano is starting to gain more traction as recognition for her artwork, and not as much as being a VTuber. I think she was a VTuber at this time. I'm not 100% sure about that. And she may not have debuted until 24, but she's probably doing all the artwork herself. So she's doing artwork for other people plus herself. And now she's under the strain. She's learned, she hadn't learned to, hey, I only can do so much. I need to stop doing everything. I was hungry. Ate one burrito and I was like, oh, I'm hungry. I'm going to eat the rest of them. Sorry. Okay. Nano turned down artwork plans that were previously discussed for some time off. Eventually, Red told her we were able to find another artist for those plans. In between, Red praised Nano for her work on other VTubers model. Okay. Give me a second. My room's turning into a pigsty. I got pizza box. I got dirty dishes. And I need to make another cup of coffee. But I'm going to pull this DM up and I'll read it when I get back. It's not going to take me very long. While I get the coffee ready here to be made. That, I need to stretch my legs. Son of a bitch. Oh, wait. Hurt myself. All right. Bear with me. I'm going to start silently reading the DMs. I want to look at dates. Okay, this was the 2nd of April of 2023. This was the 3rd. This was the 9th. This was the 9th, and this was the 14th. Okay. I'm just looking at dates because the year, to make sure like they're all within the same year. 4/12/2023, I messaged Nano about starting on some poses idea for my waifu cup when she was ready and available to. All right. One thing I want you to notice here, in like the Sinder DM right here, is how fast she responded to Nanoless. Oh. Hold on for a quick second. I need to confirm a doctor's appointment. Just bear with me for a second. All right. Yeah, it's a week from today, so don't need to worry about it. It's how fast Cinder replied to Nano's message. That means she was literally waiting for her to reply and gave her an immediate answer. I want to see if that holds true to the rest of the document. 4/30/2023, I told Nano I was trying to get her. I told Nano I was trying to get her the okay to work on my waifu cup art on stream so it would be easier for her, and told her how much it would meant to me to have the first waifu cup with her artwork on it. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's look at the response time here. Okay, Cinder sent this message on the 30th at 9:30 in the morning. And now let's respond in 10 minutes. Cinder respond in 3. Now let's respond in 2. Cinder pretty much immediately respond. And now let's respond in about a minute later. So they're kind of, after initial messages, they're quick to respond to each other. What I'm getting at is how close the relationship is as far as how fast they respond. Because if you're not really close with someone, it's like I get to them when I get to them. You know, that's what I'm getting at. And just want to see if this trend stays going on. 5/4/2023 through 5/5/2023. I asked Nano about one of my then up and coming model sisters debut when planning my demon debut, so they wouldn't accidentally fall on the same day. Okay. Let's see. Got back to roughly about an hour later, which, no, it's kind of understandable. That was a great deal of time. That's the longest time it took Cinder to reply. All right. on 5/4/2023 to 5/5/2023. Why do you just have this together? But okay, Red asked Nano about Nano's project about when Silver contacted her about her model made in 2022 and encouraged her to set aside time for her own content. All right. All right, this is Red talking. I asked Nano about when she made Silver's first model from her because we grew suspicious if it had anything to do with Cinder and his debut in about a couple months later. Nano wasn't well known as a model artist in the summer of 2022 and only done 3 models at that point, including Cinder's. More about this topic in Silver section of the document. All right. Foreshadowing. Hey, I know this is a serious topic, and I'm tossing jokes out there just to relieve some of this stuff. I mean no disrespect. Okay, it's just me being me. 5/5/2023. I thank Nano for the waifu cup artwork she made for me, and her scale figure was announced. Not gonna lie, I'll shamelessly get all the help I can. Huh. Huh. Interesting. But I'm not going to do any theories or like read between the lines type situation. But it's interesting that she said that. 5/9/2023 through 5/10/2023, Red talked to Nano about the situation with my first waifu cup, which led him to revealing our experience with Silvervale over the past 2 years. Spite was mentioned towards the end of their conversation, and it was the last time she was ever talked about between them. Before this, I told that Silvervale had her own waifu cup with Nano's artwork on it that was already far into production. I was excited and proud to have the first cup with Nano's art. All of a sudden, that wasn't going to be the case. Not only that, but if my cup is going to be released after Silver's, I would have been harassed for copying her again. Red says, I did not lie to Nano about anything I said in this conversation, and I would have no reason, and I wouldn't have had no reason to. Everything I said was genuinely thought and experience, speaking to a friend I trusted. That's the mistake. When you're talking to a vendor, that vendor is not a friend. Unless it's like, hey, you want to hang out? We get a couple beers. Then you could have a friendly discussion. But when you're having a business relationship and you're talking about a product or something like that, you got to stay professional. You can't treat them like your buddy down the street. That's Red's mistake. And I know it's easy for me to say that afterwards, but you know, it's the difference in maturity level between me and Red. It's that. In fact, I have fucking trust issues. Now, I'm being honest. I don't trust anybody really when it comes to business. Um, I'll be direct and forthright with people as far as a business manner, and just keep it about be focused on what my needs are. Can you meet my needs? Because if you can't, I need to find someone that can. That kind of situation. But like I said, it's real easy for me to say this afterwards with the Cinder stuff. But that's how I handle things. Making sure you guys have time to read it. If you haven't, which gives me a chance to sip my coffee, which is hot. This is me doing ASMR blowing on coffee. Yeah, it's hot. All right. Okay, give you a chance to read it. I'm assuming that the not even, which has been redacted, no pun intended, is Mao. I'm going to assume that. Okay, something's been blacked out there. Oh, okay. It's there. Alright, the thing in yellow, which is supposed to be important, Cinder rated silver multiple times, and she's the only one that silver won't say her name. Alright. Red says here, Silver didn't like Cinder, and how she will respond to Cinder's raid in the past is the past experience we had to infer that Lily's reaction to her raids, along with her other behavior, signaled that she had a problem with Cinder. It was the first time Shylily is being brought up. Okay, now which would be understandable that they would have that kind of reaction, or Red would have that kind of reaction to Lily's behavior. So, okay, here's some more DMs. Okay. Once again, just giving you time. Read. All right. Give you time to read. The reason why I'm not reading all these DMs out loud, it's like, one, to save my voice. Two, to kind of speed the process up. I am reading every fucking message here, but I'm trying to save my voice and trying to move this along because this is a lot. This is a lot. And this top part is still red, by the way. Right. Right. I will say, with some of these things being uh, blocked, it's kind of hard to follow the conversation. You know, I mean, at this stage of this situation, I wouldn't block too much, but no, it's their choice. But then once again, I'm an asshole. I kind of laughed at on the hentai world. Skill doesn't mean much, but booba kind of made me chuckle. Okay, moving on. By the way, I love gossip. Alright. 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 Man, still pretty mean from Silver side. Interesting. In between those screenshots, Red told Nano the story about the long process of getting my first model. It's not relevant to show here. Okay. is Silverveil's and Cinder's models similar? Yeah, but that's like how there's a lot of VTubers have similar models. I mean, I know this is like early on, like in 2023, and the whole VTubing becoming popular shit, but still, there's enough differences to say it's Cinder didn't copy her. You know, is the face the same shape? Yeah, but it's an anime face. Well, all anime faces look similar. All right. Mm, okay. Okay. Who's this R person? Okay. I will say this. The problem here, really, is these two shouldn't be talking about this in all actuality. All right. It's just not a good look. And I'm just being honest. It's not a good look for either one. Not a good look for Redacted, and not a good look for Nanoless. Because she is just absorbing all this. She's made some comments about, hey, I've had problems with Silverveil. Where was it? Um, Man, still pretty mean from Silverside. I mean, so she's kind of like siding with. I don't like her behavior either in this. Mhm. Now listen, I don't want you to think we're telling you not to work with her. She's a big customer. Apparently that's important. Cinder's trying to be nice and Silver hating her. Yes, exactly. Interesting. We're not saying to stop working with Silver. Okay. I'm using we here, but Cinder had no idea this conversation was happening until I told her about it later. I was speaking for both of us without her knowledge or consent. Okay. I didn't realize this message was cut off when these screenshots were taken. Oh, okay. They briefly talked about Silver leaving V Shoujo between these screenshots. Ugh. Red. Nano clarified to me that she was the one who went to Silver about a new model when she told me about it on 5/4/2023, but it was already regretting it due to not being up for more model work. Nano taking on more models than she could handle will continue to happen over the next couple of years. Uh, Ugh. This is a lot to take in, to be honest with you. Be careful with Spite. I hear she copies things. LOL. Well, that didn't come back and bite you in the ass, did it? You can't really say anything about Spite because people will say, well, you copy Silver, didn't you? Uh, we're on Spite conversation now. Personally, I like the top one better, to be honest with you. Uh, Red told me the gist of his conversation with Nano, and the next morning I messaged her about it. I'm so thankful for you, and I want to get to know you more than just a business partner and have fun together and play games when you're ready to. I know you're going to have so much fun. Oh, that was a mistake. Should just stay as business partners, to be honest with you. Yeah, damn, yeah. After staying up until 5 a.m. reading your deep lore, I do feel more part of the gang. Okay. But I'm thankful it worked out this way because I wouldn't want to work with anyone else now. Nanoless, I think the same. Not gonna lie, I molded a lot with working on your first model, but it was worth it so much. The second model was so much easier. Later in our conversation, we're talking about my scale figure in pre-production. I do apologize not reading the DMs. Like I said, I want to save my voice. There's a lot to go through here. And quite frankly, I hate reading DMs out loud. I know there's some people, I could do this, read the document and myself and not have a conversation. Okay, go for it. All right, set the okay. When Nihilus suggests I have Godsmell make my demon figure, I said they don't even want silver, which is something I heard from another friend. Godsmell is very hard to get to work with. She was a much larger creator than me at the time, so I thought my chances of working with them was even smaller. I chose to keep this in and pointing out this because it's the only time I said anything mean about silver in any of my DMs with anybody. Okay, we went through a lot there, and I feel, hey JP, welcome back. And I feel I need to expand upon a few things. Okay, this is not excusing anybody's behavior or anything like this. Okay, one, this is during a time when Silver is leaving V Shoujo and dealing with the hard work, the legacy, the fucking video game controversy. So she's under a lot of strain. She's under a lot of stress, and she's having management talk, V Shoujo management talking bad about her to the closest friends she had at that time. Project Melody, Iron Mouse, Fruit, all of them. Okay. Zen. And she's feeling isolated. And the clips I've seen of Cinder, she does have a very strong personality. And whether she meant to or not, she can come off as sometimes being pushy. You know, that's just my opinion. Okay, this is not a criticism of Cinder or even Silverveil. Um, I think a lot of things that happened during that time was misunderstood by both parties. Okay. Cinder wasn't aware of what Silverveil was going through with V Shoujo and the Hogwarts legacy thing, all that. And is not there was no way she could have known unless Silver told her herself. Okay. Uh Now, the thing about Cinder copying Silvervale, once again, this is VTuber. This is anime girls. There's going to be similarities, especially if you pick like a wolf theme character. It was just like cat girls. Okay, there's going to be similarities. All right, as long as it's not one for one copy, shut the fuck up. All right, seriously, just shut the fuck up. All right. The whole similar voice thing, well, if you listen to last night's collab, me and my son sound alike. All right, there's differences, but we sound alike. There are people that out in the world that do sound like me. Should I sue them for copyright infringement? It fucking happens. Once again, shut the fuck up and get over it. What do you want them to do? To change their voice just because they sound similar to somebody else? Fucking stupid. Okay, and with the Silvervale stuff, it's not knowing everybody's situation and miscommunication, perception of what's going on. It was a big clusterfuck. Once again, no one comes out smelling like a rose. While I am understanding of Silvervale and what she was going through at that time, especially now that more information has come out since then, I will say this: Silvervale could have handled it a lot better. You know? Now, same token, so can Cinder and Red could have handled that a lot better. Oh, she doesn't want to talk to me. Okay, move on. There's other people. I mean, here the example for me is me trying to collab with Mama Oko. She kind of brushed me off. I was like, okay, whatever, moving on. It's not a big fucking deal. All right, if you don't want to collab with me, fine. You're not going to hurt my feelings if you tell me no. I asked, you said no. Okay, cool. I'm not going to go on this year-long vendetta about it, unless your name is Nux Taku. There's my one for the stream. You know? And that was a joke, by the way. I just want to make that clear. Because I would never ask him to collab with me. But now we get into the spite stuff. Now these are fans that are going to Spite and Cinder stream and stirring up shit. And now, once again, you know what you do with that when that situation arises? You ban the fuckers. You ban. I'm not fucking putting up with this shit. Oh, you're copying this VTuber. Bye. Fuck off. I'm not going to go after the VTuber because a fan came into my stream and said something. I'm just going to ban the fan. Because, once again, you can't control other people from saying shit. Like the whole, hey, don't harass or send hate to the people mentioned in this document thing. There's nothing you can fucking do about it other than release the document or do the video. I can't control anybody in my chat going into someone's chat and like say, hey, you're copying that grumpy old guy. There's nothing I could do about it. Do I want them to do it? No. But at the same token, I can't stop it. The only thing that can happen is if that streamer came to me and say, hey, this screen name came in here and said shit about me, say I'm copying you. I'll say, okay, I'll ban them from my chat. Are we cool? We're cool. I don't approve of that action, and I'll ban them from my chat. It's simple as that. You know, just reach out to each other, talk to each other, say, hey, this person's coming into my chat, my stream, and talking, saying I'm copying you. Can you do something about it? Yeah, I'll ban them from my chat. That's the only thing that a streamer can do. And publicly call them out and say, hey, this such and such went to someone else's stream and saying they're copying me. They have now been permanently banned from my chat. And just let you know, if you do that, I'm going to permanently ban you too. As soon as I find out about it, I'll permanently ban you from my chat. So you can watch the streams, but you can't chat. Or you can buy the bits and all that stuff, but there won't be no sound alerts from you with your name on it. You know, that's the only thing streamers can do. Streamers really need to start talking to each other about when this shit happens and going to the other streamers, say, hey, this guy's will come in here, cause him problems. He says he's from you. Yeah, I recognize the name. I'll ban him. I'll ban him because I don't approve of that. I never told anybody to do that, and I will I will ban every single person that comes and does that in your stream. Just give me names, give me screen names, and show the message that they sent, and I will ban them and call them out on stream for doing it. That's the only thing a streamer can do. Beyond that, there's nothing else they can do. They can't stop them from posting on Twitter or anything else, or X if you prefer, or any other social media website. That's it. So, no, quite frankly, Spite should have reached out to Sinder. Hey, these people, these are screen names that are coming into my comments in my YouTube videos or going into my chat and stream, and they're saying I'm copying. Can you do something about it, please? Because I'm not copying you, that kind of stuff. And you know what? They could have become friends because of it. You know, but hey, what, hindsight is 2020. You know, just saying. I mean, all that, everything here, with the possible exception of Silvervale, because what the situation she was going through, and both sides handling it poorly. But despite the situation, if those two would have just talked and figured something out, they could have become friends. You know, but neither side did that. So we got what we got. Okay, 5/15/2023. I messaged Nana to tell her we needed to change the artwork on one side of the waifu cup because it was too similar to Silver's. All right. Okay. I mean, Nanoless was going to make a pretty good bag there since they're going to pay her commission plus an expedience fee. It's no, Gamer Subs was the one that say, "Hey, we can't. The artwork is too similar. We need it changed." It didn't come from Cinder; it came from Gamer Sub. So 5/25/23, Nano suggests an artist for a reference sheet, and Red told her that we're holding on to it for my winter outfit for her to do since she was interested in it. Okay. 7/5/2023, Nano asked Red if we could pay for a commission for her and subtract the total from the work she did for us. We done this multiple times over the years to help her when she needed, and she take the difference off our commission. This is while we were at Anime Expo and just bought a life-size standee of her. Okay, that was nice of him. All right. 716 through 721, I showed Nano that I included her eye symbol in my demon room after my debut, which I've been including in all my major room backgrounds for years. Nano wasn't a tool for Red or I to use. She was someone we both cherished working along with. She said she was planning to start on my winter design soon. We're still in 2023. I think I know they're really trying to establish this relationship with Nano, how they were helpful and supportive of her. Uh, I understand what they're doing, but at the same token, can we just move along, please? Okay. I mean, the Silver Veil and Spite thing was a lot to go through, but right now we're in the phase of we need to show our friendship and how we support each other, all that stuff. Okay, quickly, JP. Oh, and just to know, TwitchCon is happening right after then. The Google Doc from Cinder's dropping it on a big time. Yeah, well, a lot of people aren't going to TwitchCon anyway. Uh, apparently, this is the standee. Excuse me. Didn't mean to sneeze. Mm-hmm. Nano's eye symbol in my first room. Okay. Nano's eye symbol in my demon room. Okay. Nano's eye symbol in my second room. A flaming picture with her and her mascot. Before it's questioned, Bao's mascot is on the table because it looks like it's made of glass and filled with liquid. Bao is framed with me in my other closet on the wall. Bao is framed with me and my other closest friends on the wall. Mm-hmm. 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 Wish we can enlarge these, you know? I mean, I know I can do save and expand it in like a picture view, but I don't want to do that. Nano's eye symbol in my Heaven Helm room. Not a room background, but Nano was asked to include her own standee of herself on my most recent starting screen that I had on my desk IRL. All right. Red message Nano. Oh, okay. 7/18, 2020. We're still in 2023. 7/18, 2023 to 7/19, 2023. Red message Nano about Silver asking about model right after my Demon model debut. She kind of did, actually. Nanoless said about Silver asking for a model. Wait, did you tell her no? Silver's been kind of missing, I think. Not yet, actually. I know it's Cinder's enemy, but she's still my client. I'm sorry. It's okay. Redacted reply with okay. Red. After I asked, Nana told me Silver already asked for her model after Cinder's demon debut, which was 3 days before this, when I enthusiastically say, wait, did you tell her no about that model? Nano had the ability to tell me no. Silver was still her client regardless how I felt, which I accepted. That's just business. Yeah, there's that phrase. Her calling Silver Cinder's enemy at the time was her words, not mine, and not how we view Silver at the time. Just someone treating her unfairly. Mm-hmm. Interesting. Okay. Redactor, you shouldn't say, please don't be a bitch, Silver. Okay. Goes back, don't. Because I serious doubt Red will go up to Silver's face and say, don't be a bitch. Okay. Don't ever say anything in a DM or on Twitter that you're not willing to say to someone's face. You know? I mean, a lot of these people in this document, I would be more than willing to go up to their face and say, get the fuck over it. It's not that big of a fucking deal. Just like that. It's like, this is not a big fucking deal. And you're making it into like the most heinous thing that happened since World War II, and we found out about the fucking Holocaust. Everybody's acting like that. It's not that. It's high school bullshit. Get over it. Red, we just wanted Silver to get along with Cinder, but we recognized the way she acted. But we could recognize the way she always acted towards Silver. Once again, get over it. If Cinder didn't want to interact with Silver, didn't want to interact with Cinder, you just fucking move on. Maybe another opportunity will come around in a year or two, but if she didn't want to interact with Cinder, nope. Okay, bye. You go do you, I go do me. We're cool. I won't talk about you. You don't talk about me. It should have been that. I'm just saying. Red says in the DM, I'm glad everyone's interest is in working with you. You deserve the attention. I will admit, it's nice to include in everything and give full context to all conversations. But like I said, this is a lot. Me saying I think Cinder and Silver will always be fighting for your work behind the scene is the first instance of me implying we will eventually be competing directly with anyone. Okay, hold on, let me read that again. This is Red. Me saying I think Cinder and Silver will always be fighting for your work behind the scenes is the first instance of me implying we will eventually be competing directly with anyone. Okay? Mm. All I know is Cinder is a non-stop opportunity machine. Nanoless, may I know what's up? Kind of like to gossip. Man, she just set you all up all the fucking time. She started doing this in 2023. Nano, may I know what's up? Kind of like to gossip. Nano always been open to talk about drama and gossip with me. But Red, you didn't need to fall for it. You could just say it's not a big deal. We're handling it and just let it go like that. I think this background art will need some addition. Yeah, edits. Um, this is Nano talking about Silver. Forget about her, I swear. Uh-huh. Red, Nano got tired of hearing about drama on Silverville specifically. Okay. Again, this is Red. Again, I mentioned the competition with Silver because of the fact she couldn't get along, leading to my thoughts about her being competition down the road, but I was sympathetic to Silver's point of view too. Dude, you should just stop bringing her up. No, don't. The worst thing a manager does is name names, because then you're just opening yourself up to drama, which obviously what happened. But anyway, I said we're fighting for Cinder and Silver's share of the audience wallets with our cups and figures because Cinder and Silver's first waifu cups dropped a week apart on 7/15/2022 and 7/21/2022, and their scale figures a month apart on 7/15/2022. I wonder if he means 2023, not 2022, but hey, I, I don't know. And 8/12/2022. We undercut Silverfinger by having a earlier release date than her to avoid Cinder being accused of copying her again. We wanted Silver to at least be on good terms with Cinder. Anyone could see the potential success they would have working together. They including the money they can make. Listen, I'm gonna do a wrestling analogy for y'all. Okay, for a long time, the match that people wanted to see at WrestleMania, we're talking for at least good 10 years, was Undertaker versus Sting. Okay, it never happened. It's one of those dream matches everybody wanted. Because people, Vince McMahon couldn't see the point. He didn't like Sting because he's WCW and Undertaker's WWE. But would it have made money? Yeah. Would it have sold tickets? Yeah. Would the merch go flying off the shelves? Fuck yeah. But the man at the top didn't see the point. Okay, what am I getting at? Just because everybody else saw money, there are other factors in play. Okay, I mean, people's psychological thoughts of being copied or listening to people in their streams or other people talking in their ear. Hey, this VTuber is out to destroy you. All this shit. Well, that affects your thinking, your interactions with that VTuber. So the whole money they can make is regardless. It should be how much fun they can have together. Okay, when you start thinking like that, your approach becomes a little bit different. What I'm getting at, I know Sinder tried to sit there and talk Silver up and like do the fan thing. But if she wasn't responsive to that, the best move would have been to move on. Just stop it right there. And eventually we get around back to it. Eventually Silver and Cinder could have been friends. But with people going to each of them saying, hey, you're a copy of them, or Cinder's bigger than you, all this other shit, you just gotta make it clear right I'm not involved with them saying that shit. You tell me who they are, I'll just know. If my fans and they're in your chat, you tell me, give me screen names, and I'll ban them from mine because I don't approve of that action. This goes back to people need to talk to each other. Nano being evil. Red complimented Nano's work she did for Silver and told her, I want Nano everything. Okay. But I remember, I don't think GamerSub was too happy doing a full art cup. It's all. I don't know too much about the GamerSub stuff. Mostly because I can't drink it. So why would I be interested in it? Okay. And once again, it's just them showing support to Nano. There wasn't really too much. I mean, yeah, other than mentioning, hey, the artwork for Silver looks wonderful, all that stuff. This is all like, hey, we support you, we love your work type, stuff. which I'm sure they really mean. It's not like a manipulative tactic, you know. 8/10/2023. Jesus Christ. Red discussed the plans with Nano that she was interested in doing and gave her priority before bringing up plans with any other artists. Ultimately, we decided to wait until Nano was ready to make my winter outfit like it had been discussed with her all year. The blank message below was an animated emote in a frame that didn't show anything. Okay. This is showing that their willingness to meet to make sure that she's not overworked, Nanoless. They're being very understanding with her. Um, and they're willing to accommodate Nanoless's schedule so they can just have her do the artwork, which is kind of like pointing leading up to the exclusivity deal that we're going to eventually talk about. There's an unrelated conversation between these messages. Okay. Like once again, they're just showing that we're being supportive and willing to work around her schedule to get her to do art for Cinder. 8/29/2023. Oh, we're almost getting towards the end of 2023. Thank God. Almost 3 weeks later, Red checked with Nanos on my winter outfit, said she was working on a new model, but assured her that was okay. She hasn't started it yet. All right. They're being accommodating. 9/22/2023 to 9/24/2023. About a month later, Nano asked Red for us to find someone else to do my winter model artwork due to her workload. Red offered to push the model art back since we had no one else in mind to do it. He wanted to prioritize model work with Nano over the gamer sub artwork Red asked her about, but Nano did the artwork in October and started my winter model in November. Okay. Oh, excuse me. I need to get comfortable again. Ah, this is a lot. Once again, showing concern about her workload, and which in turn means they're concerned about her health. Because apparently Nanos has this habit of taking too much on her plate. and she can't meet deadlines. 10/9/2023, 10/12/2023. I messaged Nano about my projects and tried to make them easier for her to do. Okay, she's willing to accommodate and cut down on some of the toggles, which help her, to get things done. About a day later, finish my current work. We'll start on yours next week. I'll be away this week. And by the way, any of these works can be streamed. Okay. 11/17/2023. Red asked Nano about the current projects. We were thinking about model plans with another artist at the time because Nano's busy schedule lately. Although nothing ended up coming of it, this is when Red allegedly manipulated Nano to force her to cancel Silvervale's model. All right. My oof reaction in the screenshot was due to the number of projects she had on her to-do list, not about who was on it. This is the first time I seen Nano. This was the first time I had seen Nano would be working with Bal on a model. I was asking questions about Bal's design here to find out if it would be compatible with Boss Rush theme, like lore outfit. Boss Rush was the only idea between me and Cinder at the time. We knew what the concept would eventually be, not just who would be included. We were very loyal to Nano when it came to our models. This was during the time where we were significantly upgrading in overall model art and rigging quality in the VTuber sphere, and more people were going to Nano for models and taking up more of her time. This is the first time I said anything about Nano's models being less special if everyone had one. This is about supply and demand and the perceived value of Nano's model. if they weren't scarce. Like I said above, this is not to discredit the quality of our work or our talent as an artist. I think it's a poorly worded phrase to say if everybody had a Daniels model, it would be less special. Quite honestly, as a viewer of VTubers, I don't really give a shit who the artist is as a viewer, because most of the viewers know a VTuber's gonna make a passing comment like this: "Hey, my model mommy is Nanoless." Most viewers will hold on to that information for about 15 seconds because they didn't come to watch the VTuber because of who the artist was. That's the truth. They don't really give a shit who the artist was. I'm not saying they're not important, but as a viewer, you don't really care. The artist could be Michelangelo, and no, who gives a shit? I didn't come here because it was a Michelangelo model. Came here because she entertains me, and I like the model. Yeah, the artist, yeah, nice work. Okay, go back to being funny. I'm sorry. I know Redacted and Cinder are supporting Nanoless and pumping her up, making her feel comfortable, willing to work with her to accommodate her. But as a viewer, we just don't give a fuck about the artist. We just care about the talent. And that's just the fucking truth. If ever, be honest about it, if everybody had a Nanoless model, we wouldn't have, we wouldn't have noticed, to be honest with you. Uh, well, this is nice to meet you. This is my first time here. I'm Japanese. I'm a JP VTuber too. Okay. I use a translation device, but I want to become friends with EN VTubers. Okay. Cool. Eventually, I'll check. I'll check you out. Uh, can't really promise anything right the moment. I'm kind of a head neck deep in a freaking Google Doc. But welcome. Thanks for being here. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's 2:32. I've been going after this since 9 o'clock. Shit. Uh, care about that freaking phone. Red, I gotta do to stay relevant or stay competitive in the VTuber sphere in a general sense. Okay. Stop saying that. But it sucks because it's not as special. Stop saying that. I know I said that in other documents. I mean, don't ever say that to a fucking artist, by the way. Hey, everybody wants your art, but no, it's not as special as it was before because you might as well just say, hey, You can also say this to them and have the same effect. Hey, you know what? What? Your art sucks. It's the same thing in their head. Red, Nano said it would be an honor to keep making Cinder models, but if she chose to work with someone else, she said it is what it is, almost like it was just business. Okay. Um, okay, Red. To be clear, my comment above saying we take pride in calling you her artist was not about owning Nano or keeping her from working with anybody else. It was because Nano's art and style had become synonymous with Cinder and her brand, and she was the artist we personally prioritize and support over all others. I also mentioned to Nano the pressure Cinder and I felt even back then to constantly be doing more and new exciting things, which led to how unhealthy our work life balance eventually became. Oh, Jesus. I will say, for the majority of these DMs that we read, Redact is not behaving too badly. Not behaving unprofessional would be a better way to say it. He's trying to keep the artists, let the artists know we support you, we'll work with you, we'll accommodate you. Anything you need, you just tell us, we're going to help you. If you need help being a content creator, we'll collab with you. We can do streams of doing art with you, all that stuff. So it's really help. This is really helping establish the relationship between Cinder, Red, and Nanoless. Uh, Nanoless, dude, you're making me rethink about my current wait list. I don't know. Nanoless again. I don't know. Cinder is just the best babe I got, to be honest. Most of that's like nonsense. But the two main things was the dude, you make me rethink about my current waitlist, and I don't know. Cinder is just the best babe I got. Red, just by talking about our plans to Natalie, she said I was making her rethink her current waitlist, calling Cinder the best baby I got. Above, Red said to Nellis, you and your husband need a house. Before I'm accusing of not censoring, that personal information out of her is public on Nano's Twitter profile that Mio is her husband. He is also her manager. Yep, right there. Redacted. By me, if you want to clear up your schedule for more work with us, I'm not going to stop you. Now, yeah, I was thinking about cleaning the most of the later ones. Okay. I don't know for sure right now, but I think you should maybe keep Bow, big maybe, and that's all I'll say. Okay, Red. After Nano said she was rethinking her waitlist, I said I wouldn't stop her if she wanted to make more time for us. She responded and said she was thinking about getting rid of the later ones. I thought Nano should keep Bal on her list because she's a Cinder's friend, but I don't want to take this as solid stance on it if Nano was thinking of removing it herself. Nano said here she really don't want to work with Bal. Nanoless, I will just tell them my manager told me to get rid of some comms because I'm dying, so Mal gets the fault. Okay. See, are you designing up? Not sure. We didn't get into specific yet since it's planned for June. So what on the list can you get rid of? I might have it like this. Uh, we don't know who somebody's model, Bal's model, somebody else's model. That's first one's in February, second one's in June, and another one in April. Working Cinder's winter design, someone's model, birthday fit model, somebody. Red, Nano told me Bal's model was planned for June. Then 2 minutes after I asked what she could get rid of, she showed me she removed Silvervale's and Cotton's models from her wait list. Then she said she was going to blame it on Mal, her manager and husband, because she's dying with her commissions. Redacted, did you already start Silver on your stream though? Nanoless, yeah, but I canceled anyway. I kind of feeling more light and didn't even send the message yet. Redacted, ruthless. I mean, regardless of how I feel about it, you should do what's best for yourself. We definitely want to calm you for more art you can do on stream too, like not just NDA models. LOL. I think we have a plan on how we can work with both of you and Blank on models too, and the 3D model we're getting. Red. I didn't even ask Nano to cancel anyone's model. She chose to cancel Cotton Silver's model herself. Even though I was biased about Silvervale, I have nothing against Cotton back then and didn't even say anything once Nano about her. Didn't even say anything once to Nano about her. Yet she chose to cancel her model too. She said she was feeling more light, implying she was she was really dying with her commissions. I told her she should do what's best for herself. After Nano showed me your new waitlist, I told Silver she canceled Silvervale's model. She was trying to buy a house and that we could give her more work to help. She was excited to do as much as we could for Nano. And Nano told me about Silver's model in July, but it was only canceled here in November. If I was the one who had Silver's model canceled, why did I tell her it was okay, then wait 4 months to quote unquote force and manipulate Nano to cancel it? Why would Nano have been able to tell me no in July about Silvervale and then never again or about anybody else? Redacted, did she ask you for a new model since Cinder's debut? Now she kind of did. And we've seen this before. Wait, did you tell her no? That's redacted. This is Nanoless. I know it's Cinder's enemy, but it's still my client, so it's okay. Here's Nano canceling the model with Silver in her DMs, blaming Mano and her workload. This screenshot is from Silver's document. Okay. Here's my message to Silver 2 days before Red's conversation with Nano even happened. On 11/15/2023, this message was framed in Silver's document as me taunting her while Red and I were supposedly plotting against her, which is completely untrue. My message to her was genuine. The full context of my DMs with Silvervale are in her section of the document. All right. I replied to Nano's tweet showing off mine and Silverdale's merch the night before Red had this conversation with her, too. And as you read from this conversation above, Red didn't ask or make Nano cancel Silver's model. The image from Silver's document. Okay, I don't think much about it at the time, but Cinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was canceled. She celebrated that we shared art, despite the fact at the same time she and Redacted were actively working to potentially for more anyway. Well, okay, she celebrated that we shared art, despite the fact that at the same time she and Redacted were actively working to take the potential for more away. This is what Red told Nano and May about working with Silver. Now listen, I don't want you to think we're telling you not to work with her. In July, Nano told Red that Silver was still her client, no matter how he may feel about it. She kind of did. What? Wait, did you tell her no? Nano, Silver's been kind of missing anything. Oh, not yet, actually. I know it's Cinder's enemy, but she's still my client. Sorry, it's okay. All right. And here's Nano's own public Discord server the very next day on November 18th saying she's healthier and less stressed after choosing to remove Silver and Cotton from her commission waitlist. I had to take action about my commission waitlist. I'm healthier and less stressed. Nice. Nano streams return soon to but there's But here's Nano's reaction on 4th April 26, 2025, to finding out about my message to Silver, and the image of it was portrayed in Silver's document. Nano would have known exactly what happened with Silver's mouth. I literally can't believe this. I didn't think much of the time. Hey, Silver, I just. Okay. 11/19/2023, Nano told Red that Guri approached her about a model. I choose to leave her name uncensored here since I mentioned her in my apology after finding about it. I never even aware Nano was planning to work on a model for another one of my friends, Guri. Okay. Red was talking about another project with Nano between these screenshots. Silver can get a model from someone else too. She has connections. Right, this is business world. You're right, this is business words. Word. Okay. World. Red, I was half kidding when I told Nano about paying her for not to work with Silver model because she just canceled her model 2 days earlier. Nano then said I was right. This is business world in reference to what I was saying about paying her not to work with Silver, which is the exact opposite of what my and Cinder's letter came in about comments about business. An unrelated conversation continues again between these screenshots. Red, my reaction towards Gary inquiring about a model had nothing to do with Gary at all. I never had anything against her. It was about more and more people want nano models in general, not anyone in particular. And this right after Nano just removed 2 models from a schedule. I never told Sinder about Gary because it never went anywhere, and there was no reason to. I hope Silver would find someone else to do her miles so she wouldn't come back to Nano for one. Unlike Cinder, by this point in time, already basically written off Silvervale because of the undeserved way she treated her. Jumping ahead again. Okay. Mm. Red now asks me when she should have Val's model done. Nowhere do I say she should cancel it. Now suggests she may get it done sooner than June. Okay. Most of these DMs is like being supportive. I mean, there's a few things that I take issue with, like naming other talent, but both of them are doing it. So I can't really take issue if Nanoless is doing it too. It's just not Red. And some of the comments Nanoless has made, it's pretty bad. You know, oh, Silver's being a meanie type comments. You know, Red, Nano refers to herself as a dedicated Cinder slave after our conversation, which isn't something I ever implied she be, or wanted her to only work for us. That is true. 11/20/23, someone I work with asked me about how it was working with Nano since one of their friends is commissioning her for a model. A few days after the message, I respond praising Nano. Okay. 11/23/2023, Red message Nano about me and one of my model sisters. We don't have a problem with sharing Nano as a model mama with anyone. I've always supported them. Buff Pup. Interesting. (11/25/2023). Nano voiced her concerns to Red about previous conversation where she got the impression Red really wanted her to only make models for me, and the confusion around it is cleared up between them. This situation shows Nano was capable of putting her foot down and making decisions for herself despite any accused manipulation. This is about the Nano Baby, everybody's Nano Baby, and redacted response to that. Oh, I see. I mean, that's what I said. It's still true about how we feel. There's that we again. But I wasn't saying that you had to only do Cinder work from now on. That's with anything though. It's not just for your work. If you have something special, then everyone wants to get that thing. It makes it less special. I'm sorry you were under the impression we were trying to make you only work for us. I'll keep things more business talk and less emotional, lol. Just let me know how this will affect your schedule so I can tell Cinder after. I'm sorry about the stress, Nano. Every single model I do is unique and make them special in their way. It's not like I'm selling Cinder to everyone. Please don't feel that way. Oh, no, I know. No, I know. You pour your heart and soul into your models, and they're all incredible. I'm sorry you both feel this way too. Red. Oh, this is a lot. Ugh. And where are we? We're only on page 98 of 232. Yeesh. This is just the Nanoless section. Okay, Red. I was confused because I never told Nanoless she only will be working with Cinder from now on. And I didn't want to ask her to cancel anything either. I stated I thought that she was more. I stated I thought that more she made the less special they were, and talked about Cinder plan. Then she canceled 2 models. I thought that's because she wanted to do more with us. To be fair to Nano, I didn't explain my point of view about her models at all, but I didn't bring it up somehow to manipulate her. It came down to a conflict of interest from my client perspective and her artist perspective. First of all, this is the way of thinking about value of Nano's models, was my thought process. And Cinder understood and went along with it. Not everyone will feel or see the same way I did here. That's okay, because I don't think this is a right or wrong issue. It comes down to what each person values as a VTuber, artist, or a viewer. This shows how much we admired Nano and her work, that we're putting her on a pedestal. This had nothing to do with the idea that other people with her models would be a Cinder Club, or that her work was less incredible because there were more of it. Dude, then you shouldn't have said it. I'm just saying you shouldn't have said it. Or you should explain your viewpoint more, a lot better. Because saying your artwork is less special if there's more of it out there. Steve Ditko. His early on, his artwork was fucking everywhere. Not just because he drew Spider-Man, he did Captain America. Steve Ditko was Marvel Comics for a while. He did all the artwork, and it wasn't less special because he did the artwork for practically every fucking comic that came out from 1962 to I think like 1974. So it doesn't, you need to explain your viewpoint a lot more, a lot better. Because an artist just wants to do art. They just want to keep doing art and get paid for it. That's their dream. If that means they're everybody wants it, that means they're succeeding. It's just like, with you and the money stuff, it's money is how you track your success as a content creator, business, whatever business you're in. Money is the way you track how successful you are. The money itself isn't important as the number figure going, oh, I'm doing really good. I'm getting this figure this month. But if it goes down next month, that means you're sucking. And you need to figure out how to get that figure backed up to where it was. Where did you fuck up at? Where was the mistake? That's the amount of money isn't the money itself isn't the thing. It's what it represents as far as you're being successful. Is it great to have a lot of money? Of course. But the same token is if you get less and less money per month, that means you're failing. And you need to stop failing because your report card, you went from an A, now you're down to a B minus. You want to get back up to an A plus. It's the same philosophy with artists. More and more they're getting commission. They're like A plus, A plus, A plus, A plus. All of a sudden the commissions start going. Less commissions come in. It's like where am I making my mistake at? It isn't the amount of art that's out there, it's the amount of commissions, and that's how that's their report card for their success. So saying that more people having a Nanoless model in her head means she's going to be less successful. Okay. The only reason I know this is because my son's an artist. All right. And artists are very sensitive people, just like any talented person. And you gotta be, if you're gonna say something, you gotta be very clear about your intentions. Now, if you say, hey, I'm just concerned about your health, you're taking on so much work, are you doing okay? And don't bring up the fact that, hey, everybody's getting a nano model and just making it less special, because it's a bad fucking way to put stuff. To me, it was a matter of supply to demand. Just like a rare trading card, the more models Nano made, and the more often she would, the less valuable would they become after people who have them. Nano's models are incredible quality, extremely unique, and highly sought after. But they each individually becomes less special of value if there are 100 of them rather than only 10. From a VTuber's perspective, here's the telling thing. From a VTuber's perspective, your visual identity is extremely important. A model is just not any other asset. Your design, your model, and art style are a huge part of what makes them who they are and how they are represented and recognized. It's an extension of yourself. The fewer VTubers with their model art style, the more unique it is to have it. They stand out more. It becomes more personal, the defining feature of, and to that VTuber representing that artist. We all know at least one VTuber who has only one model from a certain artist or one of a handful of models from them. The more models that artists make, the easier it is to get one. It will inherently lessen the perceived value of the VTuber's visual identity and those models. Okay, this goes back to what I said about VTuber models. Okay, the model gets a viewer in the door. The talent keeps them there. And a VTuber model can look amazing, stunning, all that. But if the talent is as boring as a piece of wood, people aren't going to stay and watch them. Okay, redacted, that whole paragraph devalues Cinder's talent. You saying people are not going to come watch Cinder because she has a Nanoless model, and there's like 200 Nanoless models out there? Cinder's talent is what keeps people there, not the fucking model art. It gets people in the door, but Cinder doing what Cinder does is what keeps people coming back, not the fucking model. Her model is just a visual representative of the brand, but the hard work of the talent behind that brand is what brings success, not the fucking model. Because, you know, Cinder's model can be a 300-pound elephant, but if she's talented enough, her audience will grow. And it's not because of the fucking model. Of course, that's just my opinion, but this, you know, because look at how many successful VTubers are out there that don't have big boobs, are not super sexualized. It's the fucking talent. Not necessarily a super sexy model made by whatever artist. I only thought this way over models because of the role and importance they play for a VTuber. The importance of Nano's art was to our brand. It was never about who was asking Nano for a model, just that more and more people were. More new model clients mean more recurring. No, okay, hold on. More new model clients meant more recurring model clients. I think you could have worded that. Let me rephrase that. More customers mean more repeating customers. I don't know what he was trying to get at with that one. Meaning less time for anything we want to do with Nano. Well, that's the price of success, people. Which is why we are considering an exclusive deal in January 2025. My priority has always been about our plans, our schedule. Okay. Everything a VTuber does revolves around new model debuts, merch, music, events, and more. Merch, music, events, and more are all planned around new model or an outfit as a centerpiece. That is why I always ask Nano about her schedule and where she could fit in our plans at a consistent pace. We have always. That way we can keep up with the pressure to always to do bigger and better things around new models. Okay, you're putting all your eggs in one fucking basket, which is a bad thing to do. Look at the most successful independent VTuber right now, who recently became independent, Iron Mouse. She's got at least 50 fucking different models. I think she's only ever had one Nanoless model. And she gets her models from a variety of different artists. She doesn't pin her success on one artist and one artist alone. In other words, she doesn't have her eggs all in one basket. She's got it all spread out. And so that way things are flexible. And if something falls behind, she has something that she can pull up and go, okay, we're going to go. This is going to be delayed. We're going to go with this one and switch things up. It's a good thing we didn't announce anything yet. So you had everything in the Nanoless basket. What you should have done is have multiple artists working on multiple models. And that way, you know, one, Nanoless wouldn't be overworked. Two, other artists can get their names out there and get clients. And two, well, quite frankly, all honestly, Nanoless is wouldn't gotten this big, huge fucking ego, which, to be fair, you help inflate. That does not excuse her releasing a Google Doc on Cinder or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: you shouldn't been focused on just Nautilus as a model mama. You should have had multiple ones. Because then the whole, hey, more Nanoless babies right there, the less special they are. Well, guess what? You got 10 other artists out there doing Cinder work. You know? So if this person, Nanoless is older, you got this person and you help cultivate their talent. Hey, look, we're now a blanky blanky baby. You know? Okay. Hey JJ, how you doing? Shylily and the girly pops need to take a mental health break after TwitchCon. They're only human after all. Oh, that's true. Hey, hello Lee. I think that's the first time I've seen you here. I can't stay and watch cause I gotta work, but I'm glad you, GVP, and others are covering this. I'm glad Red and Cinder stayed together and Silvervale. I'm glad Red and Cinder stayed together and Silvervale. I used to be a fan, is all I can say. There's a lot involved here, which I still gotta go through. Oh, shit. How long is this? 6 hours. I'm not even halfway through the biggest section of this Google Doc. On the other hand, as you read, I can also completely sympathize with Nano's perspective as an artist. In an artist's view, they want their art to be everywhere. Well, thank God you fucking realize that, because you don't act like it. And seeing as many people as possible, and the more and more people appreciate their craft and hard work and the love they put into what they do, more artwork for more clients mean more of their work will be seen by more people, leading to more new clients, more opportunities to sustain themselves financially. It's not just financially. Let me finish this. New idea, new concepts that keep coming into work are designed to prevent creative burnout from doing the same thing over and over again with the same older clients. When Nano told me how she felt, I was 100% on board with what she was saying and had no reason to argue against her. Even if my priority has always been Cinder projects, I also care about prioritizing Nano as my friend and what she wanted to do for herself. I'll apologize for Nano for the confusion and accept her decision without any pushback. When I said business is business in these messages, referring to the fact Nano made a business decision that was best for her. Even if it wasn't necessarily what I wanted, I respected it and didn't hold it against her and worked around it with her. Okay, that. Where was it? Okay, hold on. Person, how we're allowed to do. Artwork plans, lead to more clients. New more opportunities to sustain them for financial. That's part of it. It's a small part of it. It's a sense of being appreciated as an artist, that more people want your art. The money's nice, but hey, can you do a model for me? And you got like 10, 20 people constantly asking. It's a sense of value, of self-worth as an artist. You know, it's like all those sponsors that wanted Cinder to sponsor their product and some of you turned down. It's a sense of the worth of the name and the talent of Cinder and what she brings to the table. That's same thing with Nanoless. And to say nano babies, the less special they are, that's detrimental to self worth. So you needed to word that better. All right. That's Red's mistake. Like once again, they both said that they suck at communicating. Okay. And a lack of really what VTubing is about. Why us as viewers, why we stay. It ain't for the fucking model that gets us in the door. I mean, some people will watch a model with big tits all the fucking time. In 15 minutes, they're gone. But it's the ones that stay there for the whole fucking stream. That's what you want. Your concurrent viewer count to stay at a certain level constantly. Not because they're done in 15 minutes and they're moving on to something else and not watching your stream anymore. That's the talent. The model really, like I said, the model opens the door. The talent keeps the people sitting in the seats. Put it this way: you go see a bad movie, about halfway, half the audience has walked out. It's because they're not enjoying the product. And VTuber, the product is the talent, not the model. The model is just the previews. The talent is the main event. All right. Red, I was completely understanding and sympathetic to Nano's side of things working with Silverveil. The drama she was talking about was about Silverveil. I never asked her not to or cancel her model. But if she wanted to work with Silver, there was nothing I was going to say to stop her. It was her business decision. I respected it. Just like I always had. Business is business. Your mistake was talking to her about Silver. Nanos loves to gossip or loves the tea. Don't give her the fucking tea. Just keep it business. That was your mistake. You shouldn't have gotten into it. And kind of, if I want to be conspiracy, have a conspiracy theory about this whole situation, Nanoless laid a trap and you stepped into it. I don't think Nanoless did that. I think she just likes, listening to gossip. That's all. Became a trap later on, but I don't think that was an intention in the beginning. And Red's message at the bottom, he was joking. Of course, I was okay with Nano's decision, and my conversation with Nano about this is below. Red, just like before, I told Nano she needs to do what's best for her. I didn't say anything about Silver in our conversation with Nano cancel her model. And Red, Nano, I might be able to, considering I'll only take silver back. Again, I didn't say anything about cotton, but Nano canceled her model anyway and never took it back. Red, once again, same business as business here is me telling Nano that no matter what her decision on Guri's model was, I'll accept whatever outcome she chose. I didn't want to affect her decision about, and Guri never came up between us again. I asked Nano if she told Silver she canceled her model because of Cinder, because this is not because before. Okay, she canceled her model because of Cinder, because before this, Nano was under the impression I asked her to only work with us when I did. She canceled Silver's model at the end of the same conversation. I did not know what she might have told Cinder, but Silver, but Cinder had nothing to do with it. Red, I apologize to Nano for all of this again, and both her and I were satisfied. That was in November of 2023. In fact, it was Thanksgiving. Or was it? We're close to Thanksgiving. 11/26/2023. Jesus Christ. Here are my own DMs with Nanos what happened, where I said, just business. Red told me about this conversation now before she messaged me, and my use of the phrase had the same meaning as his, since now just heard from him. In my apology, I said, me saying it's just business, referring to my acceptance of Nano's business decisions, whether she chose to work with me or not. This is not in reference to anyone's model being canceled. Further explaining to her that it's okay if she chooses not to work with me. I can understand the next part sounds manipulative, but my intention was to reminisce about the journey we had together up to this point. Since at this time I wasn't sure this is where Nano and I would stop working together as frequently as we had been. And I had to look for new model artists. I then encouraged her to work on projects she's excited about while I talked to Red to find projects that will work with her schedule. Yeah, her reminiscing does come off sound manipulative. It does. I understand what she was trying to do. Hey, I remember the good times, so we're good. We're going to still be friends. When she came to me about what they've been talking about, Nano told me she thought and chose to cancel models because of what Red said. Red only expressed his opinion to her. He did not ask or imply for her to cancel anything on anyone. And when she came to talk to him about it, he understood and sympathized with her viewpoint. Just blinked over there. Okay, we're still streaming. Okay, cool. Um, I thought on canceling some models because of this. I understood what Red reasoning was in the screenshot now said, but no matter what she chose to do, it was just business. Since it's been completely ignored in my apology and deceptively misinterpreted, It turned into a meme. Let me explain again what I meant by it's just business. When I used the phrase myself, if Nano had chosen to pause, delay, or cancel any future plans with me for any reason she would give, was due to clients, burnout, or any other reason, then it was just business. Both Red and I have repeatedly assured Nano over the years that there was nothing she could say or do to make us choose to stop working with her, and nothing about our work together would ever make me rethink the friendship I had with her. Our feelings did not dictate Nano's business and commission decisions. We always made accommodations for her. Yeah, but this is true. There's plenty of evidence in this document that they made accommodations for Nano. Our feelings did not dictate Nano's business and commission's decisions. We always made accommodations for her to be able to work with us and when she could. She was always willing and excited to do things with us. At least she acted that way. If she came to us herself saying she didn't want to work with us ever again, that was just business. Neither our comments were made trying to convince her to sabotage, cancel any project for anyone else using business to justify it. It's just business was used in this conversation about this situation alone to tell Nano we accept what she wanted to do. I don't remember using that phrase anywhere else again, but this has been turned into a catchphrase I allegedly had all along to sabotage people. You know, it's because people are fucking stupid. Just business. When I came across it, it's like, that's the way it should be. It should just be about business. Don't talk about gossip or anything else. Just stick to business. And most of what I've seen here in these DMs, that's what they were doing. Now, getting into like the lore of the Silvervale Cinder stuff and DMs that Redacted did because Nanoless wanted to know about it, I wouldn't have done. It's like, it's not a big deal. It's being taken care of, and I would have left it like that. But he chose to get into it, and no, Nanoless respond to, I don't know why Silver's acting this way. Don't make sense to me. I mean, they'd be great together. All that stuff. Nanoless did react that way. So make of that what you will. Nearby, if you were to present my conversation with Nanoless first, without any context of Red's discussion with her happening to just before this, it would look like I was directly responding to Nanoless messages about canceling other people's models as just business. This is how it was presented in Nano's document. You also have to ignore everything else I said in the same message to Nano, and everything else from the same conversation that referenced that what Red told Nano the day before. When you have the full context of the situation in order it happened in, my "it's just business" comment means something completely different was being separately portrayed as to the public. One second. This just business stuff, the meme and all this shit, all that meaning that's been put behind that phrase is just fucking dumb. It is. I got the context of it in Nanoless's document, and at that point, I was like going, what's wrong with it? Once again, what's wrong with it? I got the meaning of it. It's pretty much what she explained here. I don't want to do this. Okay, that's fine. It's just business. It doesn't affect our friendship. You know, if that's what you need to do for your business, we get it. It's just business. It's not a manipulative tactic. Personally, it's a good philosophy to have. When you're dealing with a vendor, just business is a good philosophy to have. Because look what fucking happened. All right. 11/27/2023. Nano told Red she was going to take Silver's model back. 2 days later, she told him that Silver might have found another artist and waiting for confirmation. Nano has had plenty of time to tell Silver she'd take back her model if she wanted to, but never did. Nano and Silver blamed us for her model being canceled. Okay. 10, no, 12, 10, 2023 to 12, 12, 23. Nano told Red she wouldn't be taking any commissions until February for a break. Red asked her when she'd be able to start my winter outfit, starting on screen art. She told him mid-January. Okay, this is all. This all. Nanoless being overworked is on Nanoless, and her canceling models because she is overworked and took too many commissions that she couldn't handle. Once again, that's on her. There's yet to be any real messages from Redacted saying cancel this model. I haven't seen any of that. You know, I'm not saying it's not out there, but no, Nanoless hasn't shown anything like that. Now we got full context of conversations. It seems like Nanoless was manipulating a narrative to protect herself, protect her image as an artist. 12/16/2024, Red told Nano that one of my future model sisters showed me her model Nano was working on. We were on a trip IRL. We were on an IRL trip in February 2014 when this new sister first told Red and I that we're working with her. We were both excited for them and expressed how wonderful it was to work with Nano. 2/17/2024. Red moving projects around to accommodate Nano. We prefer all my model work. We prefer all my model artwork to be done by her. All right. I will say this. Red and Cinder have been far more accommodating to Nanoless than I would be. No, I would already found another artist, to be honest with you, because she's constantly making delays. She's not managing her business correctly, and it's impacting my business. So I would already have other artists, and stop giving her so many commissions. And that's my point of view. You know. 5/21/24. Messages I had with Nano showing I was happy for her about projects she was working on. You've been working on so many cool projects lately too. I'm so happy for you. All right. 5/31/2024. At least we're in 2024. Nano told Reg she was feeling burnout, and he said we delayed my next model for her when she was ready for it. We want Nano to be the one who made all my major models and outfits. We had no problem waiting for her like we've done in the past. Like I said, they're being far too accommodating to Nanoless. I understand the whole concept to have her do all the major model artwork. Once again, don't put your eggs all in one basket. Um, I will say this. I think the major problem with Nautilus is that she wants not just do the art and design the models, but she wants to do all the toggling stuff too. Um, and some models, there's like what anywhere from 8 to 12 different arms and different togglings, different legs, and all that stuff. So she can do the concept design and leave the actual toggling stuff to someone else that she approves of, and kind of lift the workload off of her shoulders a little bit. Because she does the cutting for her models and all that. And granted, it goes to a rigger, I'm assuming. I don't think she rigs the models herself. But, you know, she needs to delegate some responsibilities. 6/3/2024, Red asked Nano about a merch artwork commission, giving her an opportunity before anyone else. It's okay to say no this time. Red. We left out the power pump and floaty toggle from Sinder's bikini model. It did not copy Lily's, which had debuted earlier in the year. Okay. I got it from the fucking DMs. My own messages with Nano, where I helped her with an audio question. I was always willing to help Nano or any of my friends when I was asked for advice to help. Okay. I was just double checking, making sure my mic worked because I just moved it. All right. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I got to go to the bathroom. I need to get up and walk around because I've been sitting in a seat for far too long. It's going to probably be about a 10-minute break. So, I'll put some music on. Not doing that. Okay, here we go. We'll put this on. I just want to make sure.
How comforting that people like you never change. You underlings all stumbling to catch our gaze.
Crumbling under the pressure, don't you just love obsession? Your struggle bursts my pleasure. I move you slowly, like bishops, castles, queens. You'd be so lonely if there were not for me. The passion touching a pain, hanging the power we hold over your mind, over your body, and your signed away soul.
If you're looking to impress, entertain, not be of use, then prove you care as much as you say you do.
I want you crying for me. I want you. I want you. I want you fighting for me. And when you
Cry for me. 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 Go on, boy, weep. Licking those tears, lick 'em off your cheek. It's clear as day. Your masquerade of independence obsolete.
want you to bleed, feeling the fear from your front row seat. Pricked in your brain, how entertaining. Those so desperate here to please are all-consuming. Worship is all I want. Is that much to ask? Now I know it's not. Don't you want to give up your lives and love me? So baby, choose your sacrifice. How do I know?
right into hell's door. Cross me and I bet you get what you paid for. Underdog of the undercity, keep it risky. Don't you test me, run away now, kitty. I drown in self-doubts, despair and breakdowns. I rose back up, welcome the one and only hell. Snuff out all of the lights, I'm the one who will guide all the ones who strayed away, you gotta realize. Resurrection. Like Shira Nui, I'm reborn again. I'll say amen, just close your eyes, the fire's burning. Yeah, you know I'm relishing. And every breath you take, it fuels the flames. Yeah, I'm so devilish, the demons kept away, we're lost, but now I'm fucking breaking them. You can hate me, but I did what I set out for. I'm the top of that you wanted, but you won't score. I'm the demon stalking you, your words like daggers, I'm immune. I'm so taboo pursuing you, nothing that you can even do. My forsaken soul's a listen close. You best give it up, give it up. You're all mine, 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 mine. Don't you love it the way I do the most? Don't speak, sip it up, sip it up. You don't hear my name. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Getting tricky, tricky. Tricky, tricky, getting tricky, tricky. Welcome to the chaos, immortality, and wreaking havoc. If I see it and I want it, yeah, you know I gotta have it. Demons deep inside me tell me I'm everything but identity. I'm like a forest curse, a fly again, I'm everlasting. Everlasting love. I'll give you my touch. Harbinger of disarray, like sure I know she's reality of men and monsters, yet I'm stuck in unless in the empires rise and fall on your edge. Residence is evidence, I say my name. My forsaken soul's a listen close. You best give it up, give it up. You're all mine, 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 mine. Don't you love it the way I do the most? Don't speak, sip it up, sip it up. You don't hear it, my name. I'm the big boss, I'm everywhere all at once. Terrible mirage, match you until you're just us. A singularity, mental prosperity. Supernova if you test me so tread carefully. I'm more than timeless, I'm overtaking it all behind your conscience. I lingered there from the start, they say they want it more. Go ahead baby, go explore. I'll consume you, what's it to you? See, I told you before that everything I do is calculated. Princess of the toilet faded, by the gods of I created. Everything you see I'm ancient, soaring higher, all is freedom. Her face just call me faker, hear me in those endless whispers. Know that you can't replicate it. Stay in your lane unless you're ready to feed the dragons on the hunt and steady and you're out of your league. Call me the moon, I'll be sure cause I'm always there. Looking down, say hello, yeah you best beware. My forsaken soul's a listen close. You best give it up, give it up. You're all mine, 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 mine. Don't you love it the way I do the most? Don't speak, sip it up, sip it up. You don't hear it, our name. Boss rush.
I'm back. I felt good to get up and walk around. I've been sitting in this chair for about 4 hours straight. I needed to get up, stretch the legs, get the kinks worked out of my back and all that. And like I said, I'm an old fucking man. Yeah. I did post it on Twitter. I was taking a 10-minute break because I was taking a 10-minute break. And fuck, this thing is long. But yeah. We're going to get back into it here shortly. But oof. I think we're about halfway through. I would say. I mean, like, yeah, we're getting there. We got a little over 100 pages left of the Nanoless doc part of this. I will say what we have read so far is I need to close that out. I'm just going to close it out. I'll look at that later. Well, I will say about what we have read so far. Okay, what's come very apparent to me is they were very supportive and very accommodating to Nanoless, which is a fact. Because you can, unless you don't want to do what I'm doing, read this whole fucking document. And all those DMs, they always were accommodating to her. If she was like, had doing too many commissions, they're like, okay, we can delay ours. We want you to be our main model artist. I do get a sense, really, that Nanoless constantly took on too much work to the point which it was detrimental to her own business. That's the reason why she got burned out, and that's the reason why she was always unhealthy, all that stuff. That's the reason why she constantly. I'm going to imply that one of the reasons why this situation happened, she overextended herself so much she needed an out, and I'm believing that's the reason why this situation happened. Because she overextended herself. Sinder was her biggest client, and that freed her up to all the stuff that Sinder had in the works. It all went away, and then she was able to complete all these other commissions and stop taking commissions, because I last I heard that her commissions were closed. Everybody except Sinder got what they wanted. Really. The main player being Nanoless, she wanted to close her commissions and just, concentrate on her content creating. I didn't see anything so far in any of these DMs, and even here. Because we haven't gotten to this part, because this is like in January of this year. When we get to it. This is all this year. This is February. Here we go. We're in 2023. This is when it just business shit happens. This is 2 fucking years ago. And let's be honest here. Why would you save shit from 2 years ago? Why are you bringing up something that's 2 years old? Because up here, this is about the exclusivity deal. 2 years ago, they weren't talking about an exclusive deal. No. In 2023, there was no talk about an exclusivity deal. This is just when is this model getting done? What's our status here? What's our status there? That's a lot of what these DMs here are about. Okay, the only DMs that I see are problematic that really involves redacted saying something out of line, if you want to say that, but it was encouraged by Nanoless, was, hey, what's the lore on Silvervale? And a little bit about Spite. Okay? Other than that, the rest of it is, lack of a better way to put it, just business. And now hey, Redacted or Sinder will contact Nanoless. What's the status on this? Oh, I'm doing this, and this. Oh, do we need to push things back? How can we accommodate you type situations? There was no Redacted never told Nanoless to cancel a model. Nanoless did that on her own. That was her choice. That's her business. And I'm getting the feeling back in 2023 that she wanted to stop working with Sinder. And she was just looking for a way to say that or get them to go. She's constantly saying, hey, you want to go to another artist? You want to go to another artist? You want to go to another artist? It sounded like she wanted to stop working with them because she kept on saying, go to another artist. They will accommodate her so they can remain a Nanoless model. In my opinion, that was the mistake that Sinder and Redacted made. They were putting all their eggs in the Nanoless basket when they should have, have their eggs spread over to other artists too. Because you can become the VTuber that helps artists develop their talent, like they did with Nanoless. I mean, Nanoless and Sinder became successful together. And they could, apparently Nanoless felt they reached a point where she didn't really needed to be associated with Sinder. And she was constantly looking for an out. She just should have just said, I don't feel like doing model work for you no more. And they could have just moved on and still be friends and maybe occasionally work together on projects, but Nanoless wouldn't have to be the main model artist all the time. And Sinder and Redacted should have had other artists to do main models. I don't agree with what Redacted said about, hey, if there's so many Nanoless models out there, it'd be less special, because I might as well just say, hey, you shouldn't take all these sponsorships and get paid, because more sponsorships you do, the less special the Sinder brand is. It's the same fucking thing. To an artist, that's pretty much the same thing. Oh, you're telling me that I shouldn't be appreciated for my art and that people want it? Yeah, I'm going to get paid for it. Yeah, I'm getting commissions for these art, but people are desiring my artwork, and I wanted to see it everywhere. And to say it'd be less special because it's everywhere, it's insulting to the artist. Regardless to what, because Red's, let me get back up here. This here, Red's lengthy explanation about this, he doesn't understand the artist's mindset. Okay, he's misunderstanding why people watch VTubers. It isn't for the fucking models. It's for the talent. This here is someone who doesn't understand artists. Okay. He understands the business sides of VTubing, and he thinks, being consistent with a look, it's going to keep you successful. No, that talent behind Sinder is what's going to keep you successful. Okay. How to put this a different way? The model is just a costume. Now, if you look at like a major franchise, MCU or the DC films or Star Wars and all that stuff, they didn't keep the same costumer for 30 years. Well, some of them died. They had to hire a new one. They got the look, but there were little differences here and there. Okay, not very noticeable, but there was certain changes in look, which, it's just minute things. But you didn't go to watch the costumes. You go there to watch the actor play a part. The costume was just window dressing. That's all. You came there for the story in the movie, the franchise, all these other things. It wasn't for the fucking costumes. Unless you're watching a superhero movie. But still then, no, as long as it's resembling close to what's in the fucking comic book, typically you're good. But, let me get that. But, yeah, the model is just a fucking costume. It's the talent that keeps the people there. A viewer watching the stream. And if the person behind that model doesn't have any talent, well, people leave. I mean, there's plenty of VTubers out there that have graduated that had fantastic models, nice look, but for whatever reason, they didn't make this connection with the masses. And the masses went someplace else. It happens every day. And it's not just for VTubers. Your typical content creator, regardless of genre, if they can't make a connection to the audience, they're not going to be doing content creation for very long. You know, I managed to getting connections with people here. I mean, I'm up to 108 subs. I mean, I'm still growing because I'm connecting. Slowly but surely, I'm connecting. It's the same thing with any other content creator. No one starts a YouTube channel and let me rephrase that. No one first-time content creator and never done it before doesn't start a channel and automatically has 100,000 subscribers. It's very rare. You have to establish those connections. And a VTuber model, no, will get people in the door, but it's not going to make them hit the subscribe button or the follow button or anything. If you're not fucking entertaining, they're not going to stick around. Nano's career is over. I don't know about that. I think people will want assurances before they hire her to do something. I will say that her art is really good. It is. But I don't think people will trust her. I think that would be a mistake. That's even before Sinder's document dropped. Okay, because no, this is her original baby, Sinder. If she was willing to do that to her original baby, what's going to say that she wouldn't do to somebody else? I think that was already in place before Sinder dropped her doc. That's all I'm going to say. Hold on, let me make an adjustment in OBS because I just noticed it. Yeah, let's do that. Do it that way. I don't know why he's being this way, because he's being a bitch. That's why. But yeah, I just want to make sure. I don't like that. Let me move my PNG someplace else, or bring. No. Okay. All right. We'll bring you over here. There we go. All right. Now I got it. Got it the way I want it now. All right. I would just want to make sure I'm not cutting anything off. That's all I'm doing. All right. Give me a second. Let me take some coffee. All right. 6/10/24. My own message. Okay, we already read that one. 6/20/25. Nano told Red that she may be looking to focus on more projects with me because she was getting fewer commissions. 6/20/20. This is back in 6/25/24. She was getting fewer commissions and would be taking less too. We were her most loyal and repetitive customer. Okay. All right. Oh, there it is. Nanoless. Also, I'm getting less commission. I'm thinking maybe staying more on Cinder work. I would never say no to for a good offer. Uh, 7/1/2024. Nano delivered a project to Red and a collab with her comes up again. All right. 7/6/2024. While Anime Expo, and Red and I made sure we were there to see Nano at her first ever meet and greet. 7/23/24. One of my friends messaged me asking about working with Nano. I never dissuade anyone from working with Nano or said anything bad about her. Okay, she doesn't do the rigging. Okay, that's nice. No, she just does live 2D art. All right. 7/23/2024 through 7/26/2024. Red asked Nano if she knew when Bao's money. Red asked Nano if she knew when Bao's model was going to debut so we could plan our schedule around it. Like we've done in the past with other people she worked with. It was the end of July and thought her model was already finished. Last time Nano mentioned it to him was in November, and she told me she planned to have it done in June. We saw the design at WebCon in March when Bao showed us. Red, Cinder's angel model was booked for October. Also, I was excited for what I thought was a model she was making for somebody else. Okay, I may not be able to take any commissions from that forum. I feel like I want to be more into VTubing. That's interesting. Development right there. Oh, here's something parent point. I got, but yeah, you should do this, especially in Brazil where there isn't a big market. Always there to help with advice. Nanoless. I got a few cool ones, but I guess I want to move on with my own brand. But I'll still work with Cinder until she dumps me. Do you have any tips on popping the bubble? Okay, Red. Nano told me she didn't want to take anyone from her public commission form so she can do more streaming herself, saying she wanted to move on with her own brand and work with Cinder until we chose not to anymore. I encouraged her and offered her my help. That was July of last year, July 25th of last year. They really love posting memes, you know? This is the reason why I'll tell you why I'm laughing. Well, the advantage you have is you have a brand, you have a well-known art style, you have a lots of kids to promote you, and you don't have a small following. The challenge is that I can't really speak on the Brazilian market since I'm completely outside that demographic. Lore drop. I got 2 mods that are Brazilian. JP and Clankers. And I got a Peruvian mod, Loboto. Once again, I don't have an American mod. No American moderators in this chat. I got 2 Brazilians and a Peruvian. There you go. I'm doing my part to promote world peace and understanding between different cultures. Okay, that's the reason why I laugh. Okay, now this. Honestly, I would cancel my next models if I didn't feel already so committed to them. How many models do you have in the works? I got 3. There are people interested, so I don't want to cancel them. I just need to recover from a cold and get shit done. Red Nano brings up the idea of canceling models first after expressing she wanted to do her own thing, and that she honestly would if she didn't feel committed to them. Okay. Nanoless, I didn't start Bow yet. Okay, that was 7/26/2024. The important thing I want to point out here is Nanoless brought up Bow, not Redacted. No, he did. Is that Bow too? I haven't started Bow. Okay. I asked about Bow being one of the finished models that haven't debuted yet because I was under the impression Bow was already done. No, Nano told me her model wasn't even started. Me saying to her that we'll find a new mama for being busy was a joke. Like earlier in the conversation, I was joking about firing her. Now, do you think Bal will kill me if I cancel with her? Redacted. No, but she'll guilt trip you 100%. But if that's best for you, then I think you should. I'm very guiltable. Nanoless replied. Redacted. I mean, the sooner you don't have model work, you can work on your own debut, stream stuff, and Cinder and I can help you out. So I'm not telling you to cancel her model, but it sounds like that'd be the best if for what you want to do. Yeah, Nanoless, I'm thinking about it. Redacted, is Bow the last of the three you still have to do? Nanoless, yep. Got blank too, which I'm considering canceling too. The other one I can't because I set it to start right now, but I think I'll keep her. Red, out of nowhere, Nano asked me, do you think Val will kill me if I cancel her? She's already considering canceling it on her own. This is a huge difference from how she felt about Val's model last November. I told Nano I thought she should do what was best for her, that less model work meant she could do what she wanted to, that she could do what she wanted to sooner, and will help her with streaming. From my own experience with Bao, I thought she could be whiny and pushy when things didn't go her way. So I thought she would complain and guilt trip Nano. I was being honest with my friend about another friend. I never asked her to cancel Bao's model or any other model. Nano told me she was already thinking about it, plus canceling another VTuber's model. So this wasn't just about Bao. Nano could have said anyone's model. I would still have said the same thing if that's what she thought was best for her. And her doing so agreed with how I thought about more about Nano's models. She told me Bao's model hadn't even been started either. I assumed all that was done must have been the design. I was closer to Nano than I was to Bao. So I was supporting Nano with what she wanted to do over telling her to keep any project she was already considering canceling. None of this context was shown in Nano's or Bao's document. That's true. I wish I had someone to help me with the OBS stuff. That shit's a pain in the ass. And you realize how boring OBS tutorial videos are? Oh, God, dear God. And sometimes I just put them on so I can go to sleep. All right. I mean, they're supporting her and her desire to be a VTuber, and accommodating her to help her to achieve that, and willing to offer her help. I mean, Redacted is. I don't know. I really don't see any messages from Sinder, which is interesting in these Google Docs. There's not too many Cinder messages. It's mostly Redacted. And it was explained earlier in both documents, stated that Redacted was the one that was doing most of the talking with Nanoless. So it was interesting. 7/31/2024 to 8/1/2024. Nano was involved in a drama with a live 2D. Oh, I remember this. Nano was involved in a drama with a live 2D rigger. I thought it was important to bring up how Nano reacted and responded to the situation. Nano made a public call-out post to this live 2D rigger she worked with in the past after seeing someone else's posts about them. Hmm. Nano admitted she never communicated with the person she publicly called out. This is Kevin, by the way. Nano said she could stand up to clients. Nano said she could stand up to clients and refuse to work with them if they were having their own models rigged by this person. Yeah, like she would do that to Iron Mouse. One of the largest independent VTubers now, by the way. If she says, I don't think she would say that to Iron Mouse, to be honest with you. I don't want to work with you because your rigger fucked up my art. Okay. It's not like I don't have 20 others lined up to work with me. And they won't be as big of a pain in the ass that you are apparently being now, Karen Nanoless. Okay. Let's not get on a tangent. Here's Red's DMs with Nano the day this happened. He talked to Nano about 2 models she made, show her support over this drama, and Nano had no problems with gossiping with Red. Oh, by the way, this is in 2024. No, there was no date. It was in July of 2024, end of July. Mm-hmm. Yeah, his small PP ego is too hurt. Here's my... No, I'll get into it after we get through these DMs. When someone calls you out for your BS, you don't deserve an apology no matter how much you whine about it on Twitter. Foreshadowing, maybe? Just saying. Red, some of my message here age really well. As stated in this rigor's now deleted tweet, Nano removed herself from direct conversations and used emotional language to attack and rally rather than actually caring about fixing the problem. Yeah. I said that I talked about this briefly in a stream. Nanoless had a problem with a rigger for Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse had a Nanoless model. I think it was the cotton candy one. And apparently it was like something with the chest or how the beads fell on the chest or something like that. And, instead of reaching out to Iron Mouse and the rigger privately to discuss her issues with it, she decided just to blow up publicly on Twitter. You notice the pattern here. Well, in turn, we saw how this person, Kevin, reacted. I fucking hate this. Nanoless removed herself from tag and direct conversations. She used emotional language to attack and rally than actually caring about fixing the art that I provided instruction for for 7 months, but the focus seems to shift it away from. Now, this is Iron Mouse. At the time, with V Shoujo, extremely popular, has a massive audience, winning awards, being considered one of the most influential content creators, and Nanoless is acting this way. You know, it doesn't look good on her part. You know why? It looked like she was using Iron Mouse to get clout. Okay, reason why you do things privately, so people won't be able to accuse you of doing shit to get clout, or just to get your name to be popular. You know, you want to get successful legitimately without hey, I'm gonna go to Twitter and I'm gonna put this person on blast and make outrageous accusations over, or go emotional overboard over, hey, this person said I stubbed my toe last night and I didn't stub my toe. Fuck him. He just wants to ruin my life. That kind of stuff. And that's really dumb shit. But Nanoless has done this with this rigor, and no, you know who I'm guessing on whose side it came down. It came down on the rigger side, because he did the rigging for Henya, and it actually happened to create the most iconic clip that, depending when I do a feel-good stream, which probably won't be tomorrow, of Henya's in that Agawa toggle face. It's just amazing. It's funny. Kevin, who's probably still getting work to this day, he's not a content creator. He's just a guy who does rigging. And if he says there's a problem and tries to reach out to you and you don't respond, you're leaving him up to his own devices. So don't get pissed off at him because he didn't respond. One second, please. Never mind. Don't care. Okay, 8/4, my birthday. 8/4/24. Oh, good old times. 2/8/5/24. Red asked Nano if she did a Red asked Nano if she decided to cancel any model projects like they talked about before. He did not name anyone. Also wondering if he decided to cancel any other model projects. Nanoless, I didn't cancel anything yet. Red, the reason why I follow up and ask now if she canceled anything because it could possibly affect our project schedule with her. Nano said she didn't cancel anything yet. She did not tell me she decided not to cancel anything at all. Then she told me to give her a moment about it, and she told me previously there were at least 2 models she was considering canceling. There were unrelated messages about my own project that we're talking about between these 2 screenshots. Okay, Red, I dumped Nano again. About 6 hours later, she says someone's replying to her now. Red, another 20 minutes later, when I said to Nano, did you cancel models? It was in all caps because of the previous message sent. And the fact I still haven't heard anything from her about it. She said she didn't. Her arc. I said her arc of doing what she wanted to do would be delayed far into the future, joking with her like I always had. Nanos, I'm scared to cancel with Bao. That's from Nanoless's document. This one right here. Red, Nano brought up Bao again, saying she's scared to cancel with her. She didn't say she chose not to cancel any of her projects or that she didn't want to cancel with Bao anymore, only that she was scared to do it, which explains why she hadn't canceled anything yet. I was not the one to bring up Bao again, and I didn't specify anyone we had previously talked about. I reassured Nano about it and told her I thought she would be at least somewhat paid for the design that she made and work put into it. My thought that Bao could possibly start shit was over the same. It was the same as I said before, where I thought she would complain or guilt trip Nano over it. Nano agreed with me, then said she regretted opening her. Nano agreed with me, then said she regretted opening her other model applications in the first place. All led up to this conversation that was left out of Nano's and Bao's documents. Depending if it's Nano supplying them DMs to Bao, there you go. Red, 4 or 5 minutes later, Nano said she was able to start the Sinder Angel model right away, when earlier said she wasn't able to and planned to start in October. We're back to this is Sinder. This was all Red told me in our DMs right after he talked to Nano. Later that night, Red told me Nano was going to cancel Bao's model because she wanted to stream more and focus on her own VTubing career. He said we will help her out and that Nano was able to start on Heavily Hound model early. I felt bad for Bao because I saw how excited she was about the design she showed us in person, but I was under the impression that this was what Nano wanted. She was my friend too, and I wasn't going to pressure her to do something she didn't want to. I didn't see Red's message and only knew what he told me. Okay. Jesus Christ. This may turn out to be the longest stream I've ever done. Red! If I really wanted Nano to cancel Bao's model for some malicious reason and knew I couldn't make it and I could make her do it through some kind of manipulation, why would I have waited 8 months after I first found out about it in November of 2023 and told Nano she shouldn't? Why did I wait 4 months after WebCon in March of 2024 when Bao showed it to us? Why, when I thought Bao's model was already finished in June, like she told me that it was planned for, why would I go out of my way to make Nano cancel it now? Although I was closer to Nano, Bao was still a friend, and I didn't have any problems with her back then. My opinion of how she could have responded to Nano canceling on her doesn't change that. Now worked with multiple friends of ours in the past, and it wasn't a problem, including Bao in this situation. I was supporting what Nano expressed to me she wanted to do for herself. As her friend, I reassured her it will be okay. Well, the mistake was being her friend. No, I'm being honest. You had way too much faith in her. You got yourself all tangled up and not have multiple art artists and give them work too. I mean, more spread the love around type situation, and that way you won't be caught up in depending on one person to do all your main model work art. You have multiple people, multiple artists, and quite frankly, must be honest, you can create an atmosphere where hey, if you can't do it, I got this person. So do you want to do it or not? Can you do it or not? Because if you're not, I'm going to give it to this person. And that's not to make artists work harder. You're just being honest with them. It's like, if you can't do it, I'm going to go to this person because they can get it done by the deadline I want. You know, it's business. Because why should you because they have constantly moved deadlines for Nanoless all the fucking time. Delay, because Nanoless kept on taking way too much work than she can handle. And she wanted to become a VTuber. No, there's nothing wrong with Nanoless taking work. I'm just trying to make myself clear. There's nothing wrong with Nanoless taking work. All right. The thing that became an issue is she took so much work. Now she wants to be a VTuber too. On top of doing commissions for artwork, granted, she can stream her drawing on artwork, but people don't always want to watch you draw. They want you to play games and do other things. So you can see what I'm getting at. She stretched herself so thin. It's going to make her sick. And probably have a mental breakdown. That's what I'm getting at. This wasn't for Nano to have more time for us instead of anything she had planned. The only project we had up and coming with Nano at this time was Sinder's Angel model and starting screen art, which we were content on being started in October, like Nano told me before. This was only after all this that Nano told me she could start it earlier, which affected our project timeline. That's why I asked her if she decided to cancel anything, but I didn't expect her to move our project up. 8/6/2024, Red messaged Nano and asked how her conversation with Bao went. Hey, Dusty. Red, Nano said she was scared to talk to Bao, so being her friend, I asked her how it went. If Bao's design was done, the model wasn't even started yet, like Nano told me it isn't. I didn't think it was a problem if Nano just could take the design to another model artist. Hypothetically, I thought there still would have been time for her to hit her planned Valentine's debut window Nano told me about. Red, the whole situation was wrong for both of us. Nano shouldn't have asked me about what she wanted to do with her other commission, and I shouldn't have weighed in on what I thought. I'm sorry to Bao for my action, and this all happened. know what? I'm gonna hold off saying anything else until after I get through Nanoless section here, unless something really changes. It was after this when Bao messaged our group chat with our friends saying Nano dropped her as a client. I felt guilty knowing about this before Bao had told us. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I was the one who was known to always work with Nano. But if this was her decision, I didn't want to get involved. I should have been a better friend to Bao. I at least tried to do something for her, but I didn't. After I posted my apology on 4/27/25, Bao tweeted this, talking about her model being canceled last August, asking how I didn't know about it. It was a standalone tweet, not a reply to my apology, and you're not quoting it either. Okay, let me read this tweet by Bao. How can you say you did not know? I showed you both my base model sketch from Nano at WigCon. We walked on stage and performed together. You were in a group chat where I shared my sadness over Bao suddenly canceling my model after we were so close to begin the live 2D and rigging. And now to find out just day before I shared my sadness, this conversation happened that ruined months of debut prep planning and merch preparation. If you wanted to apologize to me, please do it properly. Stop hiding behind red. No, Bao, you could have reached out to Sinder. I'm just saying. You had this was a big issue with you. You could have just reached out to Sinder privately. Now you typically give Bao a pass because what she was going through at the time. But truth be told, Bao could have reached out to Cinder. They were friends. She could have reached out to Red, but she didn't. I was aware that in this instance, Bao's model was canceled, and before she said anything, I haven't claimed otherwise anywhere. And I didn't say anything about it in my apology. I was not aware of Red giving Bao's name to Nanoless in his exclusivity negotiations in January 2025. This is what I said. Please, let's get to this exclusivity thing soon. Regarding to the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no part in the direct negotiations of their eventual agreement. I have no knowledge of Bao and Cotton being included in this list. If I had known my friends were included, I would have said something and put a stop to it. Okay. Hey, clankers. The plot thickens like my gravy. After Bao posted, I messaged the one friend that could get in contact to her since she's already unfriended me and no way to contact her. Red and I had a falling out the night the documents dropped, and we didn't live together anymore. So I had no way to access his DMs myself to go back and see everything he was saying and doing to make sure it's right. And all I had to go off was what Red told me in August about this. What was posted in Nano and Bao's documents, and now Bao's tweet after my apology. I didn't know if she ever got this message, and she never reached out to talk. I told this friend I didn't know that the model was canceled because of Red's conversation with Nano, and not that I didn't know about the cancellation at all. This is the same friend I messaged before about Red and I. In Bao's tweet, she said before her model was canceled in August 2024, they were so close to begin live 2D and rigging. In Nanoless document, it said Red asked me to cancel one of her closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work in mid-progress. The following said Red contacted me specifically to check on me canceling the model I planned to do with Bao, neither of which were actually shown or true. This is from Nanoless document. Red asked me to cancel one of their closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress, manipulating me into thinking it was okay since she has many connections and she'll be fine anyway, so I wouldn't feel guilty about it and worry too much. It was and it's upsetting to me that Red contacted me specifically on checking and canceling the model I planned with Bao. All right, let's go here. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff missing between, like, right here. A lot of context was given to. A lot of context was left out of this document in these DMs. Here it is. Okay. There's see, there's where the context is missing. Because she just, you know, it's just, there's the full context of that message. Because she's talking about becoming a VTuber, all that stuff, and she wants to cancel models so she can go be a VTuber. So Red didn't ask her to cancel models. How could it have been canceled mid-progress and close to rigging if it wasn't even started? If it was so close to rigging, why would Nano have even considered canceling it and just or instead of just finishing it? I think Bao would have said if her model was canceled mid-progress in her message to me or our friends, if it was, instead of just dropping as a client. In Bao's document, there was a sudden back and forth whether or not Nano had physical and mental capacity to continue her model. After she finished the design-based model sketch, there was a sudden back and forth whether or not she was physically and mentally capable of continuing the model. It was very sad and had not only teased the screenshot on the model, which lines up with Nano said to Red and how Nano repeatedly overbooked herself but never shown anywhere. Bell saying there was a back and forth also implied that Nano already approached her saying she may not continue her model before August 5th when Red messaged Nano. Blah. Also, Red didn't contact Nano to specifically to check on Nano canceling Bao's model, quote unquote, like it was claimed. He messaged her to see if she decided to cancel any other project she expressed interest in canceling that Nano previously mentioned. Okay. 8:18. Another conversation between Red and Nano to show how Nano was treated and trying to plan my collab with her, and Red complimenting art Nano did for somebody else. Okay, I'm kind of curious. Why didn't we get any DMs with like redacted talking to Mao? Why is it uh, in either one of the documents? Unless they were just having voice conversations all the time. That's a interesting thing. We don't have any DMs or any indication of a voice conversation with Mao, which is Nanoless's manager. Which, honestly, these conversations should be who Redacted should be having with is manager to manager. But whatever. Okay. I mean, once again, it's like pumping Nanoless up, supporting her other commissions and all that stuff. I mean, there's nothing really wrong with these DMs. I mean, other than the fact that they have way too much faith in Nanoless. 8/28/24. After over a year, Red and I encouraged Nanoless to come to my stream. We finally had our first collab together. It was on her birthday by Mao's suggestion to Red. 7:15 through 7:19. Oh, we finally got Mao. Cool. It's fun. It's nice to see the managers talking to each other. I will say that. 8/29/24 to 9/17/24. My DMs with Nano after she was on my stream celebrate another one of her models debuting and our messages around my birthday. Okay. Once again, just pumping her up, supporting her VTuber dreams and like, hey, you doing wonderful artwork for other VTubers. 9/27/24. Nano told Red she was up to take on more of our work, followed by another instance that shows how Nano was treated. Okay. See, here's the major problem I'm getting with Nanoless. Here, we want. Are you able to do this? You know, I'm always up to. If you got a full fucking schedule, you know, concentrate on the models. Get your commissions done. There's no harm in telling no, I can't do it right now. I'm fully booked. You know. Uh, which is something I need to eventually get is a stream deck. I don't have one. It's not really needed at the moment, to be honest with you. But it would be nice eventually. It would help deal with switching screens and all that with OBS. I mean, yeah, that's far as I could tell from the DMs presented in these documents, they treated Nanoless very well. In my opinion, they're almost coddling her because there's misconception that without a Nanoless model, Cinder was going to fail. Okay, is this to me that diminishes Cinder's talent. She would have succeeded with no. Doesn't matter who did the model. To be honest with you, because like I said, the model opens the door, but it doesn't keep people there. It's the talent that keeps the people there. If the talent has a personality of a brick, they're not going to stay. 9/29/24, about 2 months after canceling. Hold on, let me double check the mic. Then we get back to it. I want to make sure. Yeah, okay, the mic's still working. Yeah, I have to check every time I move the microphone. All right, about 2 months after canceling Bao's model, Nano asked Red about us paying for her to cancel her products. She brought up the possibility of some kind of exclusive deal to Red for the first time, saying she just wants to do Cinder stuff. This is what I said about Nano accepting my projects in my apology. Every time I had been told that Nano agreed to work on new commissions with me, it had been willingly and with excitement. From my point of view, that she was genuinely wanted to be working on these things. I wanted to work with Nano as much as possible, making her art the face of my brand. I don't think she feels that way anymore, I'll tell you what. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she probably regrets that decision right at the moment. This was following by her canceling a long list of model projects herself for a bunch of different VTubers, after filling up her wait list with more projects than she could reasonably take on again. Of her own volition, Nano canceled a large portion of her model commissions last September. This conversation was left out of Nano's document. All the blame of these and all of the blame for these model cancellations was put on me and Red. If you are one of the 6 VTubers who had a project with Nano Council around this time, this is what happened. Once again, I had no involvement in this conversation and was only told about what happened afterwards. Nanoless, hypothetically, if I accepted to be paid and cancel my commissions that was not Sinder, would you pay it? Huh, I don't understand. That was Redacted's reaction. Red, Nano asked me if I'm willing to pay for her to cancel all her commissions for other VTubers that aren't Cinder related. Nanoless, I'm freaking out with my comms. I think I just want to do Cinder stuff. Exclusivity, as Nanoless brought it up first. Red. Nano told me that she was freaking out with her commissions because she's accepted too many and just wants to do Cinder stuff, plus her own thing. Exactly like she's been telling me for months. What happened with Bao's model was a precursor to this. She was the first one to suggest the possibility of exclusivity to me, showing she had interest in making an exclusive deal with Cinder and I as far back as September 2024. Well, at least I have a company. At least I have company as I battle a mountain of dishes. Hey, at least you're not reading this Google Doc going on 8 hours. Jesus fucking Christ. And oh, Jesus. If you worry about a lack of work from canceling things, we'll give you more to do. New comms are exciting, but I'm so tired. Redacted. If you want to think over more what you're looking for, we can talk about it. But by this, do you mean for us to pay you to cancel other projects? Nanos, yeah, just a silly thought. Redacted. I mean, how many projects are there? If you were to cancel those projects, we'd probably pay you for other things to do instead. But not like just pay you to cancel them. LOL, unless it was silver. Oh, fucking bad. Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't say that. I was open in that Reddit. I was open to the idea of exclusivity, but the details need to be figured out. If Nano chose to keep working with us, we always have something for her to do. I asked Nano to clarify, and yes, she suggested we pay for her to cancel on 6 other VTubers. I wasn't going to pay Nano to cancel other projects, except Silverville, who I said as a joke. Well, yeah, bad fucking joke, dude. But if she chooses to cancel them herself, we'll help replace the income with our own stuff. We're back to Cinder. I chose to leave this list of names here. I chose to leave the list of names uncensored here, so these people knew exactly how and why their models were canceled, since they were falsely blamed on me and Red. I think I just Nanoless. I think I'll just freak out and cancel all my shit. Redacted. How much do you have besides our stuff? Now Sinder, who's mostly used my work. Bagoti, Mousy, Giga, Mousy again, Zen, Fufu, Megalodon. Redacted. Or how much do you want us to pay to cancel everything out? Besides blank, they're all fairly enough far. Besides blank, they're all fairly enough far. Don't screw with any plans. So I'm pretty sure it's okay to cancel all of them. I can cancel, but I think she's going to be pretty upset. Nano wanted us, Red, Nano wanted us to pay for her canceling these 7 commissions for other people. If we were to pay her price of them just to cancel them, it would cost us $40,000 to $50,000. Fuck. To be honest, I think if you were just to be focusing on Cinder and your own content, plus drawing art again for Twitter and Patreon would be good. Now that's my dream. All right. Red, focusing on Cinder and her own content was Nano's dream. I told her we'd give her everything we could, but Warren, I do not know she'll be making the same money as she would from these models commission. Redacted, so what do you want to work on? I'm canceling shit. I need my freedom. That was Nanoless. Red, I asked her what she wanted to work on, and she decided to cancel everything herself. Okay, Nanoless asked if asked Redacted to give approval on canceling someone, canceling a project. That's my Nanoless. That's my own response, not yours. Now you don't say what I got. You don't say what I got to do. I'm a free woman. Okay, I'm free. I cancel so many stuff. Nanoless. No, I'm so done for now. I've been thinking about this for a long, long time. So Nanoless was the one. So Nanoless was who had the idea of exclusivity. So entire narrative of Cinder wanting to isolate her is yeah, pretty much. Nanoless brought the exclusivity first. It wasn't Red or Cinder. And it's true, she was kind of hinting at it for a while. Red, Nano canceled everything because she accepted too much. She's saying she was thinking about doing this for a long time. Like she told me 2 months earlier, leading up to the canceling with Bao. Nanoless, I'm doomed. I love it. Honestly, I would cancel next models if I didn't already feel committed to them. Just a repeat of messages here. Did you cancel this whole list? Yep. No regrets, honestly. Okay, well, you're going to cancel our private plans now. Bye-bye. Red, Nano was more than able to make her own business decision, canceling projects herself just like in November of 2023 without me allegedly manipulating her. Okay, in her own TOS, no shit. In her own TOS, Nano states she can cancel anything she already agreed to or started on any time for any reason. She still lied about these cancellations were all because of us. All right, it's right there. I reserve the right to refund you the full amount paid if I no longer wish to work on your project for any reason. Yep. Okay. 9/30/2024. A month after my one-on-one collab with Nano, I plan to collab with her, my model rigger, and 2 of my model sisters. My model sisters were my friends, and not just ones shown here. The claim I tried to sabotage them or had anything against them or any of my other friends due to working with Nano or having her artwork is blatantly untrue. In my apology, I said, Nano has an amazing skill where she's able to draw each of her VTuber children uniquely, so I was never upset seeing any new model siblings. In many cases, I was there cheering them on at their debuts and looking to collab with them as sisters when I could. There's Buff Pup, there's Nanoless. I don't know who that other girl is, to be honest with you. I don't know the other 2 on the right. Here are another 2 collabs I planned with my 2 model sisters above. The fact we both had Nano models was celebrated between us. Sinder and Yachi draw One Piece character from memory. Here are my conversations with each of them about their new models, but now I left these conversations uncensored. Mm. That was Buff Pup. This is Yoklish. I guess that's how you Yoklish. I guess no, that's Yoklish. Okay. I mean, yeah, Cinder's like really happy to have model sisters and want to collab with them, help promote them, all this stuff. So her statement up there has pretty much been confirmed true. And here are 2 streams where I supported my model sister Buff Pup's game development endeavors by playing her game on my streams and telling my fans to support her too, because she was my friend. Well, that's 11/11/23, 3/21/25. Okay. 10/3/2025. Red message Nano to support her about her stream that day and about our projects. Ugh. All right, cool. No, they're once again being supportive to Nanoless and her ambitions. I really wish they stopped doing these fucking sticker shit, to be honest with you. Uh, 11/5/2024, Red worked with Nano to make sure our projects were spaced to accommodate her. Right? Once again, being accommodating to her needs. 12/5/2024, one of my brand new model sister organized a nano mod sister collab with me and jeez, another one of our model sisters. I was happy to agree to it and also stream it myself. Red sent Nano pictures of us together. This is the one we found out about in February on our IRL trip. I do gotta admit, her artwork is very nice. And she's very talented. She just does not know how to manage her time correctly. VTuber sisters get changed together. Chained together. Okay. 12/7/2024 to 12/14/2024. Oh, Jesus, what? How much? Oh, jeez, I got not too much. Another example of how Nano was treated by Red. Oh, this is her moving into her new house. I'm assuming. Red, I never follow up with Nano about the short hair design was talking about since it wasn't a big deal. Red, after Nano won her VTuber award, she posted an image of her currently upcoming models. She told me who these three models were, one of them being for one person, one of the people Sinder praised Nano to. There's nothing. Fruit. Puff puff. Mousy. Here's my own message with Nano after she won the VTuber Parent of the Year. Okay, 12/27/24 to 12/31/2024. Another conversation between Red and Nano. As you can see, over the course of their message, Nano worked with many other people besides us, and it was never a problem. Red often praised her work regardless of who she was working with. Okay. Red, my message, which now like was about this. Oh, Maury Calliope. I doubt she messaged anyone yet. I'm saying good luck on her picking you. Um, I gotta admit, a lot of these messages, a lot of these DMs, Redacted's acting very professional, keeping his message short and to the point. Uh, not like a lot of what's been portrayed in here. I mean, look at his word diarrhea here. I mean, a lot of this is just there's an interesting contrast in document and context that we're seeing here. Can we get some background music to lose our minds to? No. um, let's see. Depends on what it is. Uh, there you go. Is that loud enough, or do I have, is that good? Can you still hear me over the music? I'll just leave this going. But, let me get back to it here. Okay, now leave me alone. All right. Shylily right there. That's my fine. The next event in the timeline with Nano was when she and Reds made their exclusivity deal. But before we go over that, I want to address why we thought to ask her about exclusivity in the first place. Let me turn down here. That should be good. The next event in the timeline with Nano is when she and Red made their exclusivity deal. But before we go over that, I want to address why we thought to ask her about exclusivity in the first place. There was another person we constantly work with, and that was artist number one. They wanted to discuss a permanent paid position with us and suggest some kind of exclusivity for work they did. Just like Nano, Red handled any business relation discussion with them. There is more that happened with Artist 1 in Bowles and Silver's section of this document. 1/9/2024, Artist 1 message Red to pitch him their idea. Okay. 1/10/2024, artist one message read next morning about our video editor, and they said they'd be willing to offer some kind of exclusivity, but due to competitiveness in the field. In a brief conversation with Red and I had about it, we agreed that if we're going to pay them consistently for their work, like my video editor, we want to work out some exclusivity with them. Okay. The next time Red and I talk about this, he said we should ask Nano for some exclusivity too. Nano has suggested exclusivity to him in September, and talking to Artist One gave him the idea to ask her about it again. In my apology, I said, we have come to the conclusion that it would be in my best interest to talk to Nano about making more time for my projects by negotiating with her to cut out other work. This was wrong for us to push her onto her. It was wrong for other creators that who wanted the chance to working with. I think something during that time I said something along an exclusivity deal, depending how it's set up with any kind of vendor, artist, editor. Listen, our projects come first, but you can still take all the work. But if we're the priority, if we said you can't take that project, it's because you work. Our work is our projects are falling behind, so we need to be the focus. We're not saying you can't take on other work, but we reserve the right saying no, you can't take that person. That's to me that's an exclusivity deal. But it could be along the lines, hey, you work for us, you only do our work and nobody else, and we're going to pay you X amount of dollars per month for it. Okay? Well, I should have said we're negotiating with her to take less work. We were never thinking about asking her to cut out or cancel anything she already had planned. Red and I agree that we should ask Nano to not accept any more brand new model clients and to not make models or outfits for Silvervale anymore. Nano will have more time to work on my projects, and Silver wouldn't be able to get another model from Nano. And I wouldn't be compared to her if she chose to get a new one from someone else. Her artwork commissions and projects with her current model clients wouldn't be touched. Okay, this is what I said about Silverdale and my apology in regards to this exclusivity deal. So, at the point I was working with Nano, it constantly brought up not making any more models for her. If a VTuber model is however one recognize you, it would be harder to compare us directly if we no longer look alike or have that shared similarity. It was wrong and a selfish decision, but it made me feel better. That's why it was a constant topic with Nano. Red pushed for this harder than I ever did because he knew how it affected me for years. But no matter what the outcome was, I wasn't going to walk away from working with Nano. I don't know why I said it was a constant topic with Nano or that Red was pushing harder for this other than being overly apologetic. Red only had any meaningful conversation about silver with Nano in May and July of 2023. Two situations involved her in November of 2023 and January of 2025. There was only one specific creator we were responsible for naming and pressuring Nano into reconsidering project with, not entire list. I was overly apologetic here, saying we pressured her was false. Red and I agreed to ask Nano about silver when talking about exclusivity, which he did. The only project Nano would have to the only project Nano would have reconsidered would be future ones. Hers was the only name Red and I discussed. As for exclusivity with Artist 1, Red and I only agreed to what we wanted to have it for their work and didn't talk about naming anyone to them. Alright, well, hold on. I need to get something to drink real fast. Believe it or not, reading all this shit really hurts your throat. I regret my decision. It was, I mean, it makes the whole thing hilarious, but this, in fact, making me slowly lose my marbles. Well, too late now. It's here. It's gonna stay. It's not my fault you requested it. Here you go. You're stuck with it now. You want it, Clankers, if you want me to turn it off, I'll turn it off. Just let me know in chat when I take another break here in a second. 1/15/2025. This is when Nano and Red made their exclusivity deal. I didn't know Red was planning to talk. I didn't know Red was planning to talk to her about it that day, or even knew that he had until after they already come to an agreement without my involvement. Red brought this up to Nano in their private DMs and not our project server chat where all three of us were. The quotes from my apology referred to this deal they made. In Nano's and Bao's document, this conversation was presented out of order and purposely left out information. Okay. Red, this was the second of 4 times with 3 different artists that I've ever specifically asked anyone to not work with someone else, which are all present in this document. In this instance, it was in negotiations for an exclusivity deal. No dishes have been washed. Okay, good for you. Hey, Clankers finishes dishes. I did have dinner though, so now there are more dishes. Let me get to this. Red, what I told Nano we were looking for was exactly what Sinder and I agreed to. Not taking any brand new model clients, not making any more models or outfits with Silver Veil. Existing model clients and artwork commissions wouldn't be affected. This is so Nano will have more time to focus on our projects. And was the only time since November 2023 I've ever mentioned anything about the value of Nano's models. There were more models the more they were. You know, that was a bad fucking idea. I wanted to preserve the value of existing Nano models like Cinders and more models like and the more models Nano accepted, the more recurring clients she will have, meaning she will have less time for any projects we may ask for her. Models were the most time-consuming thing she did. We never considered including cutting off any Nano's existing model clients, since many of them were our friends, besides Silver. Sinder was always been supportive of anyone who's debuted a model by Nano. Redacted. We're thinking, well, I think the main thing we're looking for are for you to not to take any brand new model clients and not to make any new model / outfits with Silvervale again. You'll still be able to work on models and outfits with all your existing babies, and your artwork columns wouldn't be affected. Redacted. It's okay now. You don't need to make any changes. Here's the interesting thing that's not in yellow. Okay, now this goes, are you sure? I'm not really down with working with people who Sinder didn't want to. Redacted, yeah. But wouldn't this be the second time you canceled on her? Plus, none of this can leave our chat. Alright? What just happened there was Redacted just told Nanoless, you do not have my permission to release private DMs. That's basically an NDA that just happened right there that Nanoless broke. When, yeah, it's like a verbal contract type situation. This is a business discussion that is to stay between us. This is like a different type of NDA than like, hey, I'm doing a model for you, and you need, if you don't want me to show it on stream or draw it on stream, you need to get an NDA, and I will keep it a secret type thing. This was more of along lines, we're discussing a contract, and it needs to be kept private. You do not have my permission to release this information to anybody. And Nanoless did. Okay. Red. I chose to include Bal's name to get even with her for what I thought she did, which is explained in her section. And threw Cotton's name in there for hurting a friend because I knew she was on Nano's waiting list in the past. Neither of them were ever discussed with Sinder, and Sinder strongly disagreed with what I thought about Bal. But if I'm going to make a deal with Nano, I wanted to try to include Bal at the very least, including their names was entirely on me. I did not want them to be able to get a model from Nano, but I was looking to have her cancel anything, but I wasn't looking to have her cancel anything on anyone. I knew Nano didn't have anything lined up with Silver. The last time I heard, she had Cotton down for a model and was canceled when she was canceled in 2023. I was under an impression Bal moved on to another artist after Nano canceled on her the first time in August, since that was the last time Nano mentioned it. I had no idea Nano even had Bal on her list again, so it's fine leaving things the way they were when Nano revealed it to me. I do feel bad the idea of Nano canceling on Bal a second time. Even if I didn't want her to work with Nano, I would have left it there. Nano asked me if I was sure. I said she's not down to work. Nano asked me if I was sure and said she's not down to work with people Cinder didn't want her to. Cinder only agreed to ask Nano about Silverville and didn't agree with me about Bao. Before this, I was using we and our like I would in any other conversation with our partners. But Nano was okay with what she wanted. I wanted to make sure to tell her I wanted to make sure to tell her how we both felt. In an overzealous attempt to get even with Bao, I took advantage of that and made it sound like Cinder agreed with my feelings about her when I knew it wasn't true. It was the only time I lied about anything to Nano, and it was wrong for me to do this. Everything I said in this conversation was my own thoughts. My hesitancy and Nano's reassurance were both left out in Nano's and Bao's documents. Oh, fuck. I knew about what happened with Cotton and a friend, and I distanced myself from her because of it. But I absolutely do not agree it was a good reason for Red to involve her. What happened had nothing to do with me, and it wasn't our place to do anything like this because of it. What Red described to Nano below was his incorrect theory about Bao making her editor Sophomore go exclusively with her because of Boss Rush music video he made. I knew he thought this way in December, and I never agreed with him, and he held it against her. I was completely unaware of any of this was told to Nanoless, and I should have talked to Bao about it, but I never did. Of course, back to plus none. This can leave our chat, and of course it did. Rather work with Sinder than Bao. Being Cinder mom means a lot to me. That's what Nanoless said and all that. Okay. Red, my comment about Silver and Gamersub was based on our personal opinion about things we saw. Silver using her 3D model prominently at the time was one way we felt justified asking Nanoless this. I didn't say anything about Cinder's insecurity about comparison between them, but Cinder talked to Nano about it when Nano went to her about canceling our agreement. My message about Cotton was cut off in the screenshot in Nano's document, but not in Bao's document. I don't know why Nano would do that herself. Would later say to me, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Nano's message saying, I'd rather work with Cinder than Bao, being Cinder mom means a lot, were removed as well. This was framed as me showing her love showering her with love to manipulate her instead of me being responsible to what she said like was actually happened. When I told Nano that Bao's song flopped, I was referring to how Bao thought of them, implying that I thought it was motivation for her to do what I was telling Nano. This wasn't explained to Nano at the time, but this wasn't explained to Nano at the time, but explains in Bao's section. Plus, none of this can leave our chat. Again, this is all secret talk and was kept from everyone, including Cinder. Like I said, that's an NDA. It's literally in writing. You do not have my permission to release these DMs or talk about what we're talking about here to anybody. It's like you get on a voice call and say you do not have my permission to record me. If I say that when we get on a voice call and we're talking about to talk business, you do not have my permission to record me. So if your Google Doc comes out and you have a voice call with me in it, I'm fucking suing you. Because I told you, you don't have my permission to record me. The image from the chat from Nano's documents with the message about Cotton, edit it out. This is from the chat with Bowles document containing the message with Cotton. Okay. Let's see what she did. Red, I was mad about for what I thought was her gatekeeping her music video editor, Sakamore, from working with us and any other on us with us on any other music video. The other thing I said about Bao here were non-issues that became a list of grievances after I thought she did. There's more detail about this in Bao's section of this document. It sounds so harsh because I was angry about it. I was venting to someone I trusted about something I generally believe happened. Which was a fucking mistake in a business discussion, by the way. I thought if she was going to gatekeep her editor, I was going to try to gatekeep our artist. Fucking petty. Alright, whatever. I could not see why I thought happened makes sense any other way. Everything I sit here, I believe, was true in my own observations and experiences. They were not lies I was making up because I now know I was wrong. Nano was the only person I told my feelings and theory about Bao to other than Cinder. Now we can do a deal. Redacted, huh? I'll cancel my model with Bao like forever. Now it said, oh, we can do a deal. I'll cancel my model with Bao like forever. And then I suggest I pay her her own model rigging in return below, which she discounted from my next project payment. Nano made me an offer to cancel Bao's project that benefit her, and was okay doing that for ultimately zero out of nothing. Who ultimately zeroed out to nothing. This was not shown in Nano's or Bao's documents. Ugh. About new babies, that would be another deal. Red, Nano told me to make a separate deal for new model clients, separate from her proposed idea about Bal's cancellation and her model rigging payment. That is the deal. What she said. That deal is what she said earlier. That deal is what she earlier said she wanted some kind of payment for. Instead of focusing on new model clients, I chose to focus on the people I listed to her and offered the deal above. She says she wants some kind of payment agreement for new model exclusivity, which would be another deal. But I didn't refuse to pay her like it was claimed. The original proposition was only over models, but I since pivoted and new model clients were off the table, and we were just going to talk about these three. I suggested that included all work. I told her that she wouldn't have to pay us. I told her she wouldn't have to pay us the few thousand for her rigging back from her offer, and I guaranteed her as many projects as she wanted. She worked with silver occasionally, never with cotton. Only with Bal on her model, so she wouldn't be missing out on income. She would be ready to replace. She wouldn't be ready to replace. Now that it do be fair, but okay, can I ask for the Demon Singer? Yay, deal. Nano. Red, Nano, it do be fair, but okay, I can ask for a Demon Cinder figure? Yay, deal. Nanoless, then we have a deal. Okay, just to make sure. Yes. Where are we? Oh, Jesus. This is fucking taking forever, by the way. Let me just check a few things real fast and give my voice a little bit of a rest. Nano and I, this is Red. Nano and I went back and forth and negotiated a deal we both agreed to. It was a deal made through each other's word. There was no contract involved. She had equal say in what she wanted or needed out of our deal before agreeing to it. She was fully aware of what she was agreeing to and was completely capable of turning me down if she chose to, and I would accept it like always. Need a drink. I think the music is driving people away. Or they're just going to eat. Oh, fuck. But if I knew all along I could just manipulate Nano to do whatever I wanted to do, like I had allegedly done before, including canceling models, why didn't I just do that instead of making any kind of deal with her in the first place? This was a mutual agreement between both of us. She made an offer to cancel Bal's model, we negotiated, and both of us agreed to the deal we made. But the end of this conversation and the following terms of our deal were never shown in Nano's document. Also, I didn't refuse to pay for exclusivity like it was falsely claimed in her document. I was absolutely open to exclusivity payments like I was to Artist 1. Our video editor shown in bow section, artist 2. Alright. I'll get to you in a minute. Our video are shown in Bell section, artist 2 in Silvervale section. Nano suggested for model exclusivity, but like she said, she will need another deal. I moved on from that to focus on 3 people I brought up, and both sides agreed to this deal without revisiting the idea of payments again, other than us paying for her model rigging. There was no manipulation. I didn't lie to her about what I actually believed at the time. I did and always have cared about our friends. I was under an impression that Bao did was against me, Sinder, Tricky, and Vignana, and Cotton hurt another one of our friends I cared about. I made this mistake trying to do what I thought was right by them at the time without considering the people it would affect. Alright. Excuse me, I gotta take medicine. That's what you just heard. And sorry, Clankers, I'm turning that off. I can hear it through my headphones, and I'm not even wearing my headphones. Yep. That was getting a little annoying. Let me get all my pills out. There's one. One. It's 30 Tuesday. It's Wednesday. I think I fucked up yesterday. I forgot to take something. Yep, I fucked up. There's that one. Alright, shot one. Inside. Ozempic? Hmm. Pill time. Yeah, it's gotta get all these picked up off my desk. Okay. Pill time is over with. Okay. After this happened, I was told Nano agreed that she wouldn't work with Silverville at all anymore. We continued to work with Nano on lots of projects like we always done. We fully paid for Nano's new model rigging. She was sent a free demon figure. Red never told me that Bao and Cotton would never ever Red never told me that Bao and Cotton were ever talked about or included in our agreement, or that Bao had another model that was canceled. Their deal was not to didn't include that part about Nano not taking any. Their deal did not include the part about Nano not taking any new model clients we talked about before. But I was okay leaving as a leaving. I was okay with leaving it as I was told it was. Whoa. Like I said in my apology, regarding the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no part in the direct negotiations of their eventual agreement. I had no knowledge of Bao and Cotton being included in this list. If I had known my friends were included, I would have said something and put a stop to it. I was only aware of it being one person who I was unfairly pursuing. Silverware. There's nothing tangible I can show to prove that I didn't know what was happening between them. I can't prove I didn't know something. Red, I didn't tell Cinder everything because I knew she'll disagree with me about Bao, and she got pissed. I was confident she wouldn't find out about it through how all the business discussions with Nanos were through me, and if she did later, then it would be already been long done. Cinder wouldn't have told Bao after the fact either. I was stubborn and wanted to get back at the kind of person I thought Bao was keeping was more than keeping Cinder's feelings in mind. I didn't mention Cotton's name to Cinder either, since I didn't know how she would react. And I didn't want her to find out about Bao. She only agreed to Silver, so that's all I told her. Remember what I said about people in relationships keeping secrets? There you go. How can Cinder know about this if Red had a private discussion in a private DM where Cinder wasn't part of with Nanoless? The only person that could tell Cinder about this deal was, other than Red, was Nano, and Nano didn't tell her. You know? Shortly after the deal was made with Nano, he told me about Red message Artist 1 and about our thoughts on their agreement. Okay. Red, when I said a few people when I said there's a few people we compete with that we rather withhold your work from if agreeable, I was thinking about giving them some names I gave Nano. They told me recently they started working with Bao and they worked with Silver in the past. Senator and I didn't talk about any names to give to Artist 1. Red really had this hate going on for Bao. This is goes back to, if you have a problem with somebody, talk to them. Now, this is very immature for a manager. Now, this is like reaching personal level grudges. I'm just saying, it's like getting really fucking petty. I'm getting comfortable and I'm not hurting. Just trying to get myself situated and eating a day old pizza. Yeah, eat day old pizza. Red, because Silver didn't like Cinder, And now I had something against Bao now. I consider Bao in Sinder competition. Artist 1 didn't know either of our thoughts on Silvervale or Bao, unlike what I told Nano, and didn't bother to bring up Cotton's name since she never interacted with Artist 1. So this was the third of 4 times with 3 different artists that I ever specifically asked anyone not to work with someone else, which are all present in this document. 1/16/2025. The next day, RS1 sent Red a document laying out everything in their agreement. Red, RS1 sent a written agreement to go over. As far as I remember, there was a carved out for both for Silver and Bao. And I didn't wish to push this to be changed. Regardless of what I said the night before, they were clients already and left things open to work with them. I had them posted in our project server to discuss it there and where Silver considered herself. This agreement with RS1 never actually happened due to other reasons that delay us from finalizing things. 2/10/2025 to 2/20/25. Nano canceled the exclusive deal she made with Red about a month after it was made so she can work with Silver. Okay. This conversation with Red wasn't included at all in Nano's document. Only my DMs with her. Nano faced no repercussion from either of us from going back on our word. And Silvervale didn't lose out on any projects with Nano because of her agreement with Red. I really don't care about Bao and Cotton. Jesus, Nano. Well, that just made everything look just really bad because Bao. Red. Nano, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Nano couldn't keep her word on the deal like she agreed to because Silvervale asked her for a commission. Silver lost no work with Nano, just like in November of 2023. Silver was tiptoeing a tipping point for her, so I don't know why she agreed to the deal to begin with. Nano still had no problem sharing with me exactly what she was doing for Silver over a week later. I never got confirmation from Nano that she canceled Bao's model a second time before or after she walked back our agreement, and I never asked. I mostly moved on from my volatile feelings towards Bao and no longer consider her a competition. Even if I didn't have a favorable opinion of her, she was still Cinder's friend. Ugh, I got the hiccups. Nano went back on agreement only a week after we paid her model Regan 20 on 2/3/25. The one thing she asked out of our deal. That's a pretty big fucking number. That wasn't $10, I can tell you that much. (2/11/2025). Nano messaged me the next day about her walking back on the deal she made with Red. She'd already talked with me about her canceling the agreement specifically to work with Silver on something. She didn't mention Bow or Cotton at all to me, and Silver didn't lose out on any opportunity with Nano due to this deal. Nano got tired of hearing about Silvervale and didn't want to be involved in any more issues regarding her, but didn't say anything about keeping her out of the drama to Red. She faced no backlash from Red or I from going back on her word. Even though I was upset because this was my last resort trying to end the comparison between Silver and I was content with Nano working on what she wanted and didn't hold against her like always. A quote from my apology: when Nano had messaged me about this agreement almost a month later, I was under the assumption it was only about Silvervale. I was upset. My initial message to her were very guilt trippy, but I wasn't going to force Nano to do anything she wasn't okay with, and tried to reassure her we're okay with her decision. I wanted to apologize personally to you since I've only talked about that with Red. Search Bow and Cotton in my own DMs with Nano. (4 9 2025). In our project server, Red was telling Nano about our next model plans after my Sleepy outfit debut. (4 11 2025). Red saw Nano working on a new model for Shylily for the first time. He messaged her and asked questions about the timeline of the model. Red, I asked Nano about Lily and her projects like I would any other time. Nano gave me the information like she would any other time. I thought Lily was getting a model from Nano could possibly be related to how she was treating the Cinder lately. Okay. Shit. 9 hours. Fuck me. That night, I saw Red, and he told me Nano was working on a model for Shylily, but didn't say anything about him asking Nano about it, or that he would. I was happy with the idea Shylily and I were going to be model sisters, especially since we're both part owners of the same company. Red thought we might have to consider that we're competing with Shylily with the way she was treating me and the fact she was working with Nano now. Similar to how things were with Silver Whale. I didn't agree. In my mind, Shylily and I weren't going to be competing for anything. This would be another thing we have in common to hopefully bring us together. I was only concerned with why she would have been upset with me lately. I was anxious about it. Little do me know. 4/12/2025. Next day, Red went back to Nano to ask about Shylily again and to tell her what I've been experiencing with her. There is also the last message Red had with Nano, and the last conversation either of us had with her in either of our DMs and project servers. I had no knowledge of these conversations until Nano's document was released 2 weeks later. Everything I experienced with Shylily at the time was explained in her section of this document. In my apology, I wrote I had no idea there was even a conversation about Shylily recently between Red and Nano until reading her document. It's true I confided in Red lately. I haven't been hearing from Lil like I had in the past and was worried something was wrong. But that's as far as that went. He took it upon himself to try digging for more info. Red, I didn't share any of this conversation or the conversation above with Sinder because there wasn't any super meaningful or pressing. I thought she needed to know about. I didn't lie about anything I said here. Me saying ever since the V card launch was because around then was the last time I remember them collabing and talking with each other. Like I said, after I remember Lily saying it was too soon to get a new model around the start of the year, but I didn't consider the 3 to 4 months that passed when I said this. Obviously, Lily changed her mind since then. Oh, the hell. Red, this is the only time I've said anything to anyone other than Cinder about competing with Lily. If Lily had a problem with Cinder and at the same time start working with our model artist, then yes, we wouldn't be working together anymore. In my mind, we would be competing with her. At the very least, over Nano's time. If Lily wasn't treating Cinder differently, I wouldn't have had any reason to think of the timing of Lily's model with Nano was suspect. And no reason to ask Nano anything when she started working on Lily's model. I would have felt the same way about it that Cinder did. Between the screenshots, they were talking about something unrelated. Red, I stayed informed with Nano's plans because of who she was to us in our brand. It's always been that way. It's never been a problem with her. I said we have to stay competitive in a general sense with the entire VTuber sphere, even when we shouldn't have to. It's like with someone like Lily, who we thought was a friend and now acting this way. Yes, Larry Clanker, I did. You try not to smoke and read this shit. At this point, I will always suggest a new model since they're pretty old now. But it's your money, your orders. Just business. Red, these are my last messages with Nano. I guess saying anything bad about Lily was a step too far for her. I don't know why, if she thought I was lying about Lily for some reason and just didn't ask me to verify what I was telling her instead of leaking our messages. I never asked, told, or implied or said anything to Nano about not working with Lily or canceling our model she already started. I had no intentions to. This is the last message in my DMs with Nano. She never replied, never messaged me to talk about things from her document privately. This is on 4/15/2025. In my apology, I wrote Nano also never come to me as seriously and professionally as her document was, looking to address the issues she had with either of us to terminate our partnership. Our partnership was terminated before Nano's document was posted, but not by her. 3 days after Nano's message with... Sorry, shit. Ah, getting loopy. This fucking section of this document, I got so much I want to say. It's all stuck in my head, and I just want to get to the end of this so I can say it. 4/15 through 4/16 of 2025. 3 days after Red's messages with Nano about Lily, and about 10 hours after my message above, Red was added into a group chat by Nano with her new manager. Red was told that effective immediately, Nano will be taking an indefinite hiatus from working with us due to burnout, and explain away why Red hadn't heard from Nano in days. We knew Nano's manager had always been her husband, Mayo, so him being replaced and Nano coming to this decision out of nowhere made no sense. I was never added into this chat and wasn't even aware of happening until the day after when Red talked to me about it. Red, Nano added me to this chat originally since this was the first time I've ever been in contact with this other person. At the time so these screenshots were taken, Nano already left the chat. The Discord messages of her adding to me chat and her leaving were gone. And I was apparently made the group owner. Nano never sent a message in this chat and was the original group owner. Akira's message in this chat message this chat first and renamed the chat to Nanoless Commissions, showing that I didn't make this group or initiate this conversation. Akira said Nano was meaning to say this for a while, but everything Akira described, she never showed anything remotely similar to. Nano was always excited for our projects, including just days before this. Thank you for your work you done for us, Nano. Red, immediately accept this decision if that's what Nano wanted. My comment saying Nano is a bit disorganized was meant to be endearing to her. I said thank you for the work you done for us, Nano, because she was in the chat this time. All right. Were there any other factors from her perspective that led to this decision besides artistic burnout? And no, as far as I understand, it's really just a case of artistic burnout and the pressure she feels to prove herself. Red, I asked Akira more questions to try to speculate some kind of timeline when Nano may be possible to work with us again, since this threw off our plans for the rest of the year. Then I asked specifically, were there any other factors prospectively besides what I just quoted? Thinking my conversation about Shylily with her could have had something to do with this. I was really sure it was just burnout and artistic pressure. Now I know I was right to be suspicious of this. Cinder is very distressed over the whole situation after I broke the news to her. Can you give us any confirmation about this? When Nano returns, would she be willing to continue to work making models with her? I'm sorry to hear that. Hope she can understand too. Regarding the models, I believe Nano needs to prioritize healing right now. And like I said, it's yet to be unknown how long that's going to take. But once she feels she can work on a Cinder model again, we can start the conversation about it. And it's not by any means off the table. Like I said, it could be months, even a year until that happens. Red, I don't want to move on from Nano. I didn't want to move on from Nano and said we wait for her and change our plans around her instead of replacing her as Cinder's model artist. I first told her Cinder about this before I broke the news to her. The reasoning Akira gave us didn't make sense. On 4/9/2025, Nano showed no signs of burnout and willing to take on the next project and excited about my new design. And the last thing Nano said to Red on 4/12/2025, she showed no sign of burnout either. The last time Nano implied she was burnout from work was to Red in September 2024 when she canceled a bunch of projects herself over 7 months earlier. After Akira's message, I was heartbroken, distraught, didn't know where to go from here. Akira asked for Nano not to be contacted. Despite everything, I still respect Nano enough not to reach out if that's how she felt. Red assures me that things will be okay and we'll work with Nano again when she was ready. And there was nothing I could think of as why Nano would come to this decision. Without saying anything to me at all, I canceled my Fansly stream I was supposed to have that night. Here's my post on Fansly. I'm not linking it directly as Fansly is not a safe to work site. Nine 4/21/25. 5 days later, and Red message Akira again. All right. There's a lot of sussy behavior going on right at the moment. If this was truly what Nano was feeling, even if we were completely unaware of it, she chose not to talk to us at all about it. We accepted her decision with hopes of working with her again in the future. I was extremely hurt by how Nano went about this. She didn't even give us a courtesy to explain herself after years of working together. Instead, she sent someone we never even heard of to say goodbye for her. The last messages above were 5 days before Nano posted her document. 4/26/25. Ren and I were together when Nano posted her document at 1:42 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. She was the first one to post. Around this time, Red sent her a DM, Nano, please, but deleted it right after. I sent a message to her, Nano, can we talk? But deleted it too. She then removed us as friends on Discord, so we couldn't contact her again. And there's the tweet about Nanoless tweet. All right. There's a lot to unpack in this section. it seemed to me, the way my brain is working right at the moment, I'm trying to come to a logical conclusion about the Nanoless section here before we move on to Bao. It seemed to me when things ramped up for Sinder and Sinder was promoting Nanoless as an artist, Nanoless started taking on more work than she could handle, which in turn led her to be stressed out. So instead of doing the mature thing and taking responsibility for her lack of maturity, Nanoless always made up excuses. Okay. Red and Cinder repeatedly accommodated her by pushing back their own deadlines, pushing back their own events and all that stuff to make sure Nanoless had time to do the projects that they want her to do in a comfortable time for Nanoless. It started to come off to me that instead of Nanoless working for Cinder and Red, Cinder and Red were working for Nanoless. Because they're the one that always had to accommodate Nanoless. Now, with the proper context that's now being given to these DMs that were put in Nanoless's documents, we can now see Nanoless was interested in drama, wanted the full lore on Silvervale, the full lore on Spite, the full lore on Bao, the full lore on Cottontail, which she didn't get. And she was more than happy to sit there and listen to it. Red's mistake was doing that. I beat the dishes. Well, congratulations, Clanker. You beat the dishes. Starting back in 2023, from what I got out of Nanoless's messages, she was tired of being in Cinder's shadow. All right. She was tired of just being known as Cinder's mama or the artist for this VTuber or that VTuber. Even though she was getting a lot of work and making a pretty good income off of this stuff. Hell, to get a model from her is $10,000. You know? And she canceled 6 or 7 projects for VTubers. That's $70,000. If not more. Could be, I'm thinking it'd probably be closer to maybe around the $80,000 range. That's a lot of fucking money. All right. Then, once again, she did that on her own. In all the DMs, including if you look at the DMs in Nanoless's own document, never once did, other than Silvervale, did redacted request to cancel a model. Now, the whole thing with Bao, that's 100% on redacted because he's the one that was holding the grudge. It wasn't Silver. It wasn't Cinder. It was redacted, and he admit he took it fucking too far. And no, he went too far with this stuff and shouldn't have brought it up because of a perceived slight. ultimately, the bottom line, as far as Redacted's behavior, he overreached time and time again, which caused a lot of this drama to happen. Now, did Redacted have justifiable reasons in his head? In his head, yes, because he perceived like Bao was trying to steal another resource for Sinder, so he was trying to protect that resource, which is basically the reason in his head, because he doesn't understand why we as viewers stay in chat and not just leave, like I said, after 15 minutes. Because the model, in all actuality, just opens the door. We stay for the person behind the model. Let me put this in percentage. The importance of the model is about, I would say, 30%. The rest of it is the talent. The 70% is the talent. Having an Nanoless model does not guarantee you success. If you can't make a connection with an audience, you're not going to be successful. I don't give a flying fuck who the model was done by. If you can't connect with an audience, you're not going to be successful. And that's not only for VTubers, that's for any kind of content creator. I truly believe Redacted's thinking about how important a artist is to the VTubing sphere is wrong. Is an artist important? Yeah, a talented artist is important. But Nanoless having 50 bazillion Nanoless model out there don't mean shit at the end of the day. Because without someone that has talent and an ability to be personable, that makes a audience laugh and entertain them, it's just a fucking picture. But you can just do this. You could just do this. I mean, they're all pretty to look at. I'm not going to tell you. They're all pretty to look at. But are you entertained by that? Not hearing her talk, not hearing her sing, all that stuff. It's just a pretty picture. At the end of the day, that's all it is. It's just a pretty picture. Without that fucking talent behind that model, that's all it is. That's all it is. It's just a pretty picture. You know, if you like it, you just sit here and stare at that for the next 3 hours. A static image. But without that talent, talking to you, entertaining you, all that, this is what you have. This is Nanoless's contribution to Sinder's success. I think when you used to go to Sinder streams, a lot more happened than this just a static image staring at you for 3 hours. This is where Redacted is wrong. No one's going to sit here and stare at a static image for 3 hours. It's not entertaining, and quite frankly, it's not that fun. The person behind that model is the reason why you come to their streams. It's not just the model. It's part of the equation, a small part of the equation. The big part is the talent. This is something Redacted has to comprehend, really. And if he's watching this, you need to learn this. This image is nothing without the talent behind it. And it doesn't matter who the artist is. As long as it looks good and is at good quality, have 5 artists. So if someone can't complete a deadline, instead of accommodating them and say, fine, we're going to go with this guy for right now. And once you catch, we'll have another project as soon as you are all caught up. Because that's just good business. Stop accommodating artists. And artists, you need to be truthful with your customers. If you can't meet the deadline and you're very well aware months ahead that you can't do it, you need to say you can't do it. You need to find another person to do it. Because there's a lot of people in this thing of a successful VTubers. There's bills they have to pay. They got to pay editors. They got to pay, if they're doing a music video, animators, managers, people who do merch. I mean, this shit ain't fucking free. And if they tell their audience, hey, in October, I'm going to really coming out with a neat new model. We're going to have merch with this new model and all this stuff. And if you can't get it done by October, you need to snap up and say, I can't do it. So they can exit. You find someone who can do it. VTubers need to be flexible with artists. And I'm not trying to put down artists here. There is the artistic side of VTubing and the business side of VTubing. And the business side has to take priority at some point where they're going to have to step in and say, okay, we're going with somebody else. Because we made accommodations with you time and time and time again, and we're not going to do it no more. Either you tell us, yes, you can do something and meet the deadline, or no, you can't, and we need to have another artist on board ASAP to get this shit done. And Nanoless was being pumped up, love bombed all the time, not manipulated. Let me make that very clear. Not manipulated. Anytime a new Nano baby came out, Sinder and Redacted complimented her, pumped her up, all that stuff. So why did Sinder get this Google Doc dropped on her? Shylily. Nanoless really wanted to work with Shylily. And when Redacted brought up Shylily, she thought it was going to be another Bow thing. Or a Silver Veil thing. Because, actually, probably more along the lines of Silver Veil thing. Because he said some things about how Shylily's behavior was. So, Nanoless leaked DMs to Shylily. Well, to all of them, really. And edit those DMs to support her narrative. So she can get away from Sinder and be able to do her thing, which was to be a VTuber. All she had to do was be upfront. hey, I don't want to be an artist anymore. I don't want to draw Cinder anymore. I don't want to do this. Just be a fucking adult. Who, and I'm going to get mean here. Who was the manipulative bitch in this situation? It wasn't Cinder. And let's be honest, it wasn't Shylily. It was Nanoless. She went back 2 years in her Google Doc and she edited all these DMs to support her version of what happened and not have enough context in here. Now I will say this, there's a lot of DMs in here that don't make Redacted or Cinder look good. They're not hiding. In Nanoless's document, the DMs make Nanoless is trying to make Nanoless look good and support her narrative. But it just doesn't add up because there's too much time going on in between these things. You know, there's context missing, and was pointed out, I would say, within like the first month after the Google Doc dropped, and more people start looking at it, and they're noticing there's a huge amount of context missing. So this was all for Nanoless to become a VTuber and move away being in a model, going away from being a model artist. And all she had to do was just be honest with everybody. I'm going to concentrate on being a content creator, and I'm going to scale back on being a model artist. I'm still going to do it, but I may do only 1 or 2 a year and do that. Let me go to chat here. Because this. All right. It makes sense from a normie point of view that the model makes you a VTuber, so it's the most important thing. But Redacted is not a normie. He's the fucking manager of Cinder. Okay? The real thing is that, like I said, the model gets people in the door. The talent keeps them there. Because if a talent has a personality of a wall, no one's going to come back. It's like, if you want to look, you just go type up, like I did, type up Cinder, and it's like, oh, pretty image. You sit there and stare at that for the next 2 hours. And okay, let's do this. 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 That's it. Nothing else. The whole stream is that. Would you come back? Fuck, you could just print it off and slap it on your wall. If that's all, the whole stream is just that image, would you come back? There's no voice, there's no gameplay, there's nothing. It's just that image. Would you tune into that stream and just go for 8 hours staring at an image going, yeah, this is fun. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this stream. You know what will even make it better? Is you fucking say something. You get the point now? I mean, just sitting there, just looking at a pretty picture doesn't mean shit without the talent behind it. So, the nice image gets you in the door, but the talent makes you come back for more. Okay. Therein is the rub. Sort of. Okay, because not every VTuber model is like sexualized. Gargura. You can't call her a big titty and VTuber, now can you? But she was the largest subscriber VTuber on YouTube. Why? The fucking talent. There's a lot of VTubers that don't have an overly sexualized model and they're popular. Billion is another one. She's extremely popular. People go to her streams all the fucking time because she's entertaining. Is her model super sexy? No. Anything, she downplays the sexiness and tries to be very say-so. She doesn't swear or anything. So it's not the model. It's the person behind it doing all the entertaining that makes you come back for more. Because like I said, you could sit here and just stare at that image and go, yep, pretty art. And it's been 4 hours. Yep. It's still a pretty picture. Yep. You're not going to come back. You're not going to tune into that. Like I said, the art is 30%. The 30% to get you in the door. Or curious about what's going on. The other 70% is fucking talent. That's what makes you come back for more. You know, a big titty VTuber model, okay, 15 minutes, you're done. What are you going to do for the next 7 hours and 45 minutes? All right. Brazil #1. Let's go. Okay. If this had been a real drama, Nanoless should have reached out to Bao instead. Instead, she went public, and that was the first red flag. What should have happened if this was like a serious drama? And I do my what I mean by serious drama is laws were broken. Here's the list of things that Sinder did not do that weren't mentioned in this drama or this situation at all. 1, no one's money got stolen. In fact, a lot of people made a lot of money. People got paid. No one got robbed. 2, regardless to what people think, nobody's career was threatened. Just because you couldn't get a model from Nanoless does not mean that your career was over. You just go get another fucking artist because your talent is what's bringing people to the game. 3, no one was, Sinder didn't ask, or nor did Redacted ask to get certain type of pictures from minors. And once again, these are things that other VTubers and other VTuber corporations have done. Number 4, Sinder or Redacted never had intimate relationships with the fans. Once again, this is stuff that other VTubers have done. 5, everybody got paid. Sinder and Redacted didn't deny anybody payment for the work they did. In some cases, they even paid double just to get the project done. So, what was the horrendous, heinous thing that happened? Mean words were said. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing more than that. Mean words were said. No laws were broken. Nobody's careers were threatened. The exclusivity deal didn't happen. So you can't even say that people were denied Nanoless for being their baby, or their model mama. So what was the horrendous thing that happened in this? Nothing. Nothing. People's feelings got hurt. That's it. And to be the grumpy old guy, suck it up, Buttercup, and get over it. Because this probably wasn't the first time, nor is it going to be the last time your feelings are going to get hurt. You have two options. You can cry and whine and throw a tantrum on the floor like a little childish bitch, or you can be an adult and talk to the person that hurts your feelings so you could come to an understanding. Even if that means that you're no longer friends. That's it. Nothing else. All right. So now let's paint this horrendous picture about, well, basically Cinder, because everybody dumped this on Cinder's shoulders, making her accountable for Redacted's actions. And let's freely admit that Redacted made some mistakes. Okay, even if, at the request of Nanoless. Tell me about the Silvervale stuff. Tell me about Spite. Oh, what's going on between you and Bao? All that shit. And remember, Nanoless herself says she didn't care about Bao or Cottontail. That wasn't Redacted. That was Nanoless. Okay. So, what it boils down to is Nanoless lied. She created a narrative to meet her goal, which was basically to get away from Cinder. Because she couldn't be an adult enough to say, I don't want to work with you no more. I want to go on to more. I want to do more than just your projects. Even if she did come off excited sometimes and like, oh, I want to do it. I want to do it. I want to do it. Certain times when it happens so many times, when you have to accommodate her so many times so you can keep her as an artist, it's a clear indication she doesn't want to be a fucking artist anymore. The other mistake that Redacted and Cinder made was putting their eggs all in the Nanoless basket as the major artist. No, spread it out. Help, bring other artists in. Help, do the same thing you did with Nanoless to help uplift them. And, you kind of freak Nanoless out. Oh, I'm running behind. I got so much. Oh, don't worry about it. We got somebody that can do it. That was the other mistake that Redacted and Cinder made. Especially after the exclusivity deal went to Bluey. I will automatically have like 2 or 3 artists in the wings going, okay, you're going to do the winter model and you're going to update the demon model because Nanoless is busy. Or Nanoless, what do you want? Do you want to do the Christmas model? Okay, you could do the Christmas model. You got it's 12 months away. Go for it. That's what the real mistake is. Okay. All right, we don't need this anymore. So yeah, Nanoless lied. a lot, accusing them, telling her to cancel models. They never did that. They never said that. They asked about models so to help determine their depth if they going to meet their project dates, but they was never say, hey, cancel this model. And I will admit I was wrong. That no, sort of wrong. Where I said redacted shouldn't be talking about other VTuber models. I see it now when I got more context about it, where he was asking about, hey, is this, are you good to go with ours? Did you get this other model done? So they can adjust their schedule. That makes sense. And once again, they're constantly accommodating Nanoless. And quite frankly, Nanoless didn't appreciate what they were doing for her. And when they brought up Shylily, she probably thought they were going to do a civil veil on her, which no, there was no indication that it was like, okay. And they kind of told her what civil veil was doing, which probably was the real big mistake that Redacted did. Probably say, oh, it's not a big deal. We're going to talk to Shylily about it later. We're going to be okay. Because the more people you include in this little, hey, I'm having drama with this person, the most likely it is to get out to the public. Or for someone to say something to somebody and they go to make a fucking Google Doc. Okay, let's move on to Bao. Because I like torturing myself. 100 pages. Oh, fuck. 99. This is Bao's a document here. All right. We may have to look at it every once in a while. All right. Can we stop for the day? I only got Bao section and V card. And Bao is 99 paid 99. And the V card is 27. And we just got done with basically the big chunk of this document. Oh, Jesus Christ. How long have I been streaming? 10 hours. Let me think, Clankers. Oh. Oh, shit. Yeah, this is kind of taking a lot out of me. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, Clankers. You know, to stop here. Pin to the taskbar. Boom, 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 boom. Done. And I'll put it on the bar later. I'll close that out. Give me a second. All right. Cinder didn't. I mean, this is kind of reason why I stay away from stuff like this. Cinder didn't slam Shylily. She slammed not Nanoless. Okay. that's more on point than anything else. Cinder slammed Nanoless. I mean, granted, she may have said something later on in the documents when we get to the V card section, and I'm gonna have to stay away from this shit. For the next day or so. It just means avoiding Twitter and stuff like that there. It was like I'm not gonna watch that or I'm kind of just want to scroll through here just to see how safe I am. I look like I'm pretty safe, to be honest with you. Okay, let me close that. Oh, well, let me look at my notifications. Dear God, I'm tired. 10 hours. Jesus Christ. And I'm still not done with the document. Let me see here. I want to check something out. Just bear with me. Yeah, I kind of... Yeah, you did a 10-minute fucking video about it. Whatever. Well, at least he put like almost an hour in. How many fucking videos are you gonna do about this, Kazahan? Well, no, I'm doing a 10-hour fucking stream. I'll click on here in a minute. I don't even know who the fuck this is. And he only did a 4-hour stream. Lightweight. Hey, I beat Mama Oko. I'm 10 hours. All right. Okay. Okay, I'm going to start wrapping this up because, God, I've been doing this for 10 hours. You're from a generation used to reading Grumpy. None of these people are going to take that effort. I just want to, it's like when I started doing this, I just wanted to understand things. And now we're getting the full story, really. And that's what I wanted. I wanted the full story. I wanted to have all the facts, and now we kind of got all the facts. We are hearing both sides of the situation. And my opinion, Sinder's doing a better job than Nanoless. I'm going to, tomorrow, I'm going to start again in the morning because it's going to probably be another long-ass stream going through the rest of the school doc. And I'm going to have to avoid being on Twitter and Discord and all that stuff. So I don't want my perception to be tainted about the bowel section and the V card section, or basically the Shylily section. And I'm going to be mindful of it. Okay, I want to be fair and pretty much impartial. What I will say, as far as I've done so far, Cinder and Redacted have done a very good job of presenting their case. As far as that long introduction, setting up what their mindset up, what they went through, addressing people that weren't necessarily included in there, but they knew they made mistakes with them and taking accountability for them. And finally, Nanoless, the big thing with Nanoless, they did a very good job with it. So, and that's just my opinion. But yeah, I'm not saying that they're coming out smelling like a rose, but they're not shitting on your boots and telling you it's dirt either. Kind of what like Nanoless did. All right, let's see what he got here.
What do we have over?
Oh, I don't have my headphones on.
Why do you have in your... Is this your toilet? Is this the toilet? Bingo gave me a kashupa yesterday, now leaving. Wait!
さあ始めるぞ本気出せ
You gave me an akashupa yesterday! Do you want me to give you back the akashupa? Bingo-san, do you want me to give you back the akashupa? Wait! Bingo-san, I did not know you live like this, bitch! You live like this! Why would you give me akashupa if you live like this? You bitch! I'll give you back your akashupa. No. No.
Okay, that was funny. Thanks, Clankers. I kind of needed that. All right. Once I know this has been an extremely long stream. If those have come by, appreciate it. Those, if you're watching the VOD of this, you're fucking amazing. But once again, if you're new here, leave a like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and tell me what you think of the document so far. I do want to end this on something. Yeah, if you don't pay rent, yeah, that's one way. And the song, it's technically the third time I played this song, but I think it's so relatable to what we're going through as far as... Not now, Clank. I'm too tired, man. I'm gonna wrap everything up because as soon as I start playing the song, I'm pretty much done. I'm done. All right. But here, I'm gonna play the song, then I'm gonna end the stream. Thanks for being here. Thanks for putting up. If you've been here for the whole 10 hours, that's fucking amazing. But if you've been here throughout most of the stream, thank you. And I will see you in the morning when we wrap this all up. And we'll definitely be doing VTuber highlights tomorrow of Saba. Okay? Because we should be able to wrap up the rest of the document in the morning.
You turns to dust. You preach your lies, you played your part, a dagger hidden in your heart. The truth is out, your crown is burned. This is the lesson you have earned. I can't believe what you've become. A shadow rotting in the sun. You fooled us all, but now you'll fall. Your shame's the loudest truth of all. Your words were chains, your smile a blade. The damage done will never fade. The crowd that once called out your name now spits it back in ash and flame. I see the cracks beneath your skin, the darkness you've been drowning in. Your kingdom's gone, the walls collapse, the world won't let you crawl back. I can't believe what you've become. Shadow rotting in the sun. You fooled us all, but now you'll fall. Your shame's the loudest truth of I can't believe what you've become. A shadow